action. I'm kicking back. You know we coming out blasting. You know we coming out. Coming out, coming out blasting. You know we coming out. We coming out. Till it's time for some action. I'm kicking back till it's time for some action. Kicking back till it's time for some action. Kicking back, and then you know what's gonna happen. I'm kicking back. I'm kicking back. I'm kicking back.
Jadę tramwajem przez sen, któryś nie na jawie przypełni. Jak DJ jest Bogiem, dziś skręczę mnie na kartki sen. Wiem, bezsenności w tym mieście nie uleczy nawet sen. Jadę tramwajem przez sen, któryś nie na jawie przypełni.
These are on my release radar. That one sucked. This one sucks too.
Get out of the house, go up to the lake, get a little sun, play a little music. Smoke this dope.
Tonight, we gon' drink, we gon' eat, we gon' smoke some if you have it.
Get out of the house, go up to the lake, get a little sun, play a little music.
gotta find another street now. I would say hi to everybody, but now I have to find another stream. Because it just went down. Right as I went down. I don't know if this is a repeat or not of one of these up here. I'll know in a minute. Good morning, Barbara. Over on Discord first. Good morning, Chili Bean. Ted Thomas. Hope you feel better, Chili. What's going on with it? What's going on with it? I can't call it. United Nations is looking dead as shit lately. Look, this room used to be full of people asking him questions. Not today.
Patience. She waited for you guys to be done with me. Ms. Daniels, as you know, is the Deputy Director General of Operations for the International Organization for Migration, and she is here to brief you on International Migrants Day. Please.
International migrants. Yeah, whatever. Fuck you. Keep them in their country. How about that? That's all the update I need. Other than that, it's bullshit. They're having too many kids, and that is causing them to have not enough money to feed themselves because they're having to feed 5 kids. How about they eat their kids? Huh? I'm just playing. As a joke, YouTube and all the other platforms, but I'm just saying that, I mean, that could maybe, that could maybe help things. If they could do that legally, that could definitely solve a lot of things with the humanitarian aid, couldn't it? Because god dang it, they got more kids than they got livestock. What's interesting is the same thing happens in our poverty-stricken communities. They do the same thing. They don't have money. Well, let's just fuck all the time and get government money for having more kids. That's the same thing they're doing in Africa. The more kids that they have, the more humanitarian aid that they get. It's ridiculous that we keep condoning their behavior. And not only that, they have the highest prevalence of AIDS in Africa. So you would think they would have more of a reason to use protection. No. So that means they're having babies that are born with HIV more than any other country because they can't keep their fucking dick in their pants or wear protection. And the whole world's got to pay for it. It's a little crazy. Can we just let them die? Maybe then they'll start learning from their mistakes. Because I tell you what, I'm not worried about an army full of fucking people that don't have any food. What are they gonna fight? Well, we don't give North Korea any humanitarian aid, so I don't give a shit about them. You know what I mean? Who gives a shit about North Korea? They can have all the babies they want. As long as we don't have to pay for them, I don't care. They're paying for their own babies out there. Same goes for these fucking idiots in Gaza that having millions of kids. You know why they have kids? So that they can use them as shields. They tape them to their bodies, like that South Park episode where they're taping black people to the jets and shit. Remember that? It was a South Park movie. They duct taped black people to the jets so that the missiles would hit them first and protect the white people inside the jets. Well, Muslims do this shit with kids, their own kids. They just duct tape them to their bodies and walk around town in hopes. Pretty much, they surround themselves with children. The #1 fertility rate in all of the Middle East is in a small little area of Gaza Strip. And this third most is in a small little area called West Bank. How the F are they able to have so many kids if they're so malnourished? How is their birth rate so high if they're so malnourished, the women? You think they wouldn't be able to have 3.5 kids on average each if they were malnourished? Because I mean, in America we have all these prenatal vitamins and stuff you gotta have, and all these exercises and all this stuff you got to do, so your baby ends up being born. You know, so it's because 100 years ago we had problems with childbirth and keeping babies alive and shit. Well, they don't have that problem in Gaza or the West Bank. Why is that? Because the fucking bitches there aren't malnourished. Apparently. And apparently they're not malnourished in Africa either, because how the fuck are they able to have so many kids there if they're so malnourished? Shouldn't they be having stillbirths and shit? Fuck out of here. It's all a scam, dude. We're being scammed by the rest of the world. Just like a welfare scam. We're being welfare scammed by Africa and the Middle East. And South America. Alright, I'm putting you out today, bud. Alright, go. Go up. Oh, I can't do it this morning, man. Sorry. I can't have it on my lap. My asshole hurts too much, actually. I tried earlier. I'm just being real with it. I was constipated from the fucking eggnog and drinking. I fucked my ass up, okay? Not TMI, I get it, but I don't want you to think I'm just being an arbitrary asshole to Simon. I'm not. I'm actually in pain, and I can't. Him on my lap is not going to work right now. I tried it earlier. It's the weight pushing down on that area in my lap messes me up, dude. Fucker weighs 14 pounds or something now. I don't advise drinking eggnog that's got thickening agents and stuff with alcohol. All that sugar, and as well as the thickening agents and alcohol, you're gonna shit a brick in a day or two. Check it out. Don't do it, dude. It's not worth it. Especially if you drink it 2 days in a row or 3 days in a row, it starts to, I don't know, dude. I'm not ever doing that again, though. Those same thickening agents and sugar and alcohol all cause constipation. Because the thickening agents, they don't stop thickening once you eat them. They thicken your shit up. I didn't think about that. God. Dude. I was bleeding out of my ass for the past 2 days or 3 days from it, actually. That's TMI. I don't give a shit. It's fucking life, man. One day your ass is gonna bleed too if it hasn't already. And it hurts like hell, and you fucking probably won't want your cat on your lap for a little while. Gotta get surgery soon, man. But that would have messed up a surgery. Had I had surgery and done something stupid like that, dude, I can't even imagine. But after surgery, they make you drink a bunch of like fiber and water, and so yeah, I would let that happen. But and you know what? I hope that something happens to all of your assholes eventually. You know, I really do. I do. Because I think everyone should have to experience what this is. Because a lot of people are like grossed out by it and shit. Why? Why are people grossed out by shit? Everybody does it, for one. You gotta wipe it off your baby. You had to get wiped off you when you were a kid. Like, who gives a shit, dude? What, like, oh, you talk about shit. Like, the fuck, can you imagine if everybody was like that? We wouldn't have asshole doctors. Can you imagine then? How fuck, everybody would be talking about assholes then, because everybody's asshole would be fucking hurting. We didn't have such thing as proctologists and shit. That wasn't a thing because everybody was freaked out by shit or assholes. Guess what? You'd be in the same fucking boat I'm in right now. Fuck you. Because I see the people leaving. Fuck! I wish I could shove a big up your ass! Give you fucking hemorrhoids, asshole. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to fucking. I don't want you to feel sorry for me, Gino. I don't want you. I just wanted to explain why I don't want Simon on my lap right now. I might be a little more grumpy than normal. Fucking people. So many people just go through their life with nothing going on physically. And then they like my neighbors, for instance, they just see me as just living off of their paycheck over here. Like them. Fucking fat fucks. I ain't got nothing wrong with them physically, just fat. Right? Give it time, you fat fucks. You give it time. You're lucky not to live long enough. That fat's gonna start fucking with your body. It's gonna start fucking with everything. Always does. It's gonna be your turn. Your turn to start going to the fucking hospital all the time and shit. Fucking people envy my life. That's the fucking... God, it blows my mind, dude. You have no idea. Like people, because I try to put my best face forward. You know, I don't come in here trying to bitch about the shit that I'm dealing with physical ailments and shit. Because what good is that gonna do? You can't fix it. So he said, "Hey, he looks fine. Look at him. He's like a lazy bum. Why does he go outside and do something? Go fucking." Get a job, asshole. Look, you do this all day, you playing video games, you can get a job. Huh? That's how most people think. They haven't seen me. Because I put my best face forward. Even when I'm flared up, I don't talk about it. I'm really, really flared up. I just might not go live for a few days. You think I could do that at a job? Hey boss, flared up, not gonna be there for a few days. Sorry. Or only gonna be able to work for a couple hours today, man, boss, because I'm flared up. That doesn't work in the working world. It doesn't jive, man. All my doctor's appointments and shit don't either. Hey, gotta go to another doctor's appointment, boss. I know I just started and all, but the VA, you know how they are. They like to see me. And I'm out of fucking suppositories too, so that's got me a little pissed too. Because I get them from the VA, but it takes like days for them to get here, and I forgot to order them. Those things are kind of expensive, man. Yeah, I stick shit in my ass every day. Now you know. Now you know about my sticking shit in my ass fetish. It's actually not a fetish. It's kind of annoying. But other than that, I'm really, really thinking about surgery. It's scary though, man. It's scary because they knock you out and then they start doing shit to your butthole. No, man, I'm used to being awake when they're doing shit to my butthole. I prefer that, because then I know what's going on down there. I know. But I don't think I want to be awake for that one. Oh, I'm thinking a lot about it though, man, whether or not to do it. I know I'll be in a world of pain for like a week or two after. Also, and I'd have probably had to ride to and from the VA. Dude, it's probably even gonna be hard to drive and shit with that. figure it out, dude. None of y'all had butthole surgery? You could chime in. Losers. Going on focus on this shit. Oh my gosh, he's talking.
300. Okay, we have the IDF spokesperson, Daniel Agari, that's taking us in. I wish to update the public in difficult and painful news on an event that took place earlier today. During the battles in Sajaiya, IDF forces mistakenly identified 3 hostage Israelis as a threat. As a result, the force shot towards them and they were killed.
Oh, fuck!
After the shooting,
Yo! Let's go and get that out of the way first. And on to the good news. What the fuck? They shot 3 Israeli hostages? Dude, that's crazy. I'd say they're a little trigger happy. What the? How could that happen?
during searches, there was an immediate suspicion about the identity of those killed, and their bodies were transferred for examination in Israel, and they were Yotam Chaim, who was kidnapped from Kfar Aza.
Holy shit, dude. What the?
Samir Talalka,
Yo!
abducted from Nir Am
Echo?
by Hamas on October 7th.
What?
And another.
What? Echo delivered. What's that mean? Is there an echo? There should be an echo. You might have 2 tabs open. Or are you saying some kind of... Is that a code? Echo. Echoing. 10, 9, 8. You're holding up the fucking show, Dirty. I got like a 2-second delay at best. It's taking so long. Okay, whatever.
Hostage, who, to the request of his family, will not mention his name.
דן נמסרה למשפחותיהם על ידי נציגי צה"ל ומשטרת ישראל.
The information has been passed to the families by the police. This is a sad and painful event to all of us, and the IDF carries the responsibility for everything that took place.
התחלנו בתחקור
We started to investigate the event immediately.
I appreciate you, Dirty.
It's a tragic event
Thanks for letting me know,
that
though.
took place in a
could have
fighting
been me.
zone where
Could have been me.
fighters
האחרונים וגם היו
What's up, Lou?
confronted many terrorists in recent days and were
מהמקרים
engaged in heavy fights.
מתאבדים
They also
And-
were encountered with suicide
בהם מחבלים
terrorists.
Okay, give us
without
more
weapons,
excuses.
Or others where they attempted to
האירוע הטרגי התרחשה התקלות
lure the soldiers.
מחבלים בסמוך
Following that
Dude,
incident, there was another
okay,
incident with terrorists.
You know what that tells me? That they're shooting a lot of fucking civilians out there claiming that they could have had a vest on, but we're not hearing about those because they're not Israeli, and they don't have to tell us. Dude, they're shooting people because they're in the battlefield area at this point. They're like, oh, he could have a suicide vest. Pop, pop, pop, pop. Hey, better safe than sorry. Shalom. But they had to tell us this time because they shot 3 hostages, dude. And they're making excuses like, hey man, we got to do this all the time to them.
ובירור
We are collecting the
פרטים
evidence
במרחבי לחימה
about identifying hostages in war zones, and this information was passed to IDF troops all over the Gaza Strip in order to prevent another tragic event like this. The IDF expresses deep sorrow for the disaster.
Well, that's not going to
and
bring them back, is it?
shares the pain of the families.
Right, they
May their
share the
memory be a
pain.
blessing.
Right.
ראשית, האם היו אינדיקציות
Were there indications
צפויים להיות
that hostages may be in that area?
חיילי צה"ל פתחו באש הם קראו לעבר
Did they
לזהות
attempted to identify
זה על 3
the 3 and what more is known about how they managed to escape? We
don't know
assessed
shit,
that the
'cause we
3
killed 'em.
Israelis who lost their lives
או
either
ברחו
escaped
או
or were abandoned
מחבלים
by the terrorists who were holding on to them in captivity.
הימים האחרונים.
During the past
What a shit
days,
show.
we still don't know the facts. They reached the point where they reached.
אנחנו מחזיקים אותו
The information that we have about the hostages, we have a headquarter that deals with this and engages with the ground forces
לגבי תקיפות.
on a daily basis, both about aerial strikes and about ground operations.
אנחנו
At the end of the day, we assess
או ננטשו
that they managed to escape or were abandoned due to the battles, and to my regret, the tragic results of this event have ended with their death. Did they raise their hands or shout in Hebrew?
שעות
We are just hours after the event,
We don't know.
איסוף עובדות.
still collecting the details.
Dude, they fucking had to have, dude. They had to. There's no way that they acted like, you know, dude. Yo, they had to have been like, hey. And they were like, fuck you, you could have a vest on. These, dude, overzealous soldiers is what they got. They're trigger happy as fuck. They beat, dude, I just saw a video this morning of them beating a journalist in an occupied area. I think it was Jerusalem. They were beating the shit. He had to go to the hospital. They were kicking him in the head over and over for nothing. They turned around on him to start beating him up. It was this morning.
It was important for us to come here after updating the families, and there's still IDF forces with the families and the police. We're still with the families after updating them, and then we update the public. We will continue to find the facts.
They're not going to be able to
There will be full transparency
make
to
the
the public
family
about all details of this
understand
event.
this
It is
shit.
our
I don't
duty,
think so.
our full duty.
Hey, Jake.
We are in a war effort with many battles in a very complicated battle zone. Fighters who are being killed, who are losing their lives, or in killing terrorists
Okay,
around
yo,
them day and night.
how many IDF soldiers have lost their lives in comparison to Hamas? You know, this isn't Vietnam or World War II even, where we had a drastic, huge number of losses on like the Ally side. They're losing like 3, 4 here maybe, while Hamas is their whole city's being demolished. They're like, look, we're taking losses too here, guys. You know, we can kill a hostage or two every now and then. You gotta understand, we're doing our job in here. It's scary. People are dying.
This was a tragic mistake that we will investigate, and we will reflect to the public everything that has happened. Why is it taking so long to get to the heads of Hamas? We're killing quite a few commanders, and some of them we don't even detail. We'll continue to hunt all the terrorists from the most senior, like Yehia Sinwar, until anyone who took part in the October 7th massacre. We will hunt them and we will kill them. This is our mission. The priority to kill the heads of the terror groups continues to be a prime preference of the security establishment, with as many as possible dead terrorists. Thank you. That was IDF spokesperson Daniel Agari delivering very tragic news to the Israeli public. I will just repeat what we have just heard. 3 Israeli hostages that have apparently been abandoned or managed to escape from the Hamas terrorists in the neighborhood of Sajaiya earlier today have made their way towards Israeli troops in that area. They were misidentified as terrorists and were shot and killed by the forces, a mistake that was only realized minutes after that event. Still with me, Ralik Shafir. Your reaction to this very, very tragic story?
This is a heartbreaker in that they were almost there. But I'm also thinking about the soldiers who were under great pressure. The areas will be trapped behind every window or a wall. There might be terrorists waiting for them to pop up and be shot. And so they are kind of trigger happy in a sense that they want to kill the terrorists and refrain from being shot at. So we don't know the circumstances. We don't really know whether they were abandoned or sent with terrorists around. So we don't know the details. I'm not sure that it's really very important because it's so complicated. And even saying that it's a mistake might have been wrong, because a mistake is something that you had the information and you could have decided otherwise. And for a soldier who sees somebody running at him who might be a suicide bomber with a lot of noise around, and he needs to react and react fast. And so that is something that should not have been branded as a mistake at this particular point in time. I'm saying this not just for the sake of those who had the unfortunate been firing that unfortunate event, But also, we don't have all the details, and as Hagari said, he doesn't either. So I wouldn't brand it as a mistake at this time.
On a personal note, I will note here that I personally know Yotam Chaim. I know his mother very well. Beautiful family, a very strong mother who has been speaking every day to Israeli media, who continued to remain positive despite the impossible situation where she and her family and the rest of the families were for the past 2.5 months. We're all the Israeli public, and obviously anyone who knew Yotam or was hoping for completely different results. Obviously, just as tough knowing that he was alive today and this was a tragic mistake. Tell me, how does the IDF operate any differently now after this tragic incident? There's a saying in the Israeli military that rules were written in blood. In this case, a very unfortunate blood of these hostages. And this is how the IDF operates since the start of this war, operating against terrorists, knowing that there are possibly hostages around them all the time.
I think that most of the soldiers, all the soldiers, will have heard of this by this time and be aware that this is possible.
Dude, these people were always the sacrificial lamb for the Jews in Israel, for the Zionistic Jews in Israel. I think they chopped them up as a loss, but as their martyrs for helping them to go in and fight terrorism again, and possibly even take northern Gaza for theirs, for their vacation homes at the beach.
That you'll have Israelis running at you from a hiding place somewhere. That is probably a scene that nobody actually imagined or had in mind. And when you have this in mind, you will hesitate a few seconds and perhaps shout at these people something in Hebrew and wait for them to answer in Hebrew and say something in Hebrew before you pull the trigger.
This is something that was asked by one of the reporters there, whether they raised their hands in the air, whether they attempted to call out in Hebrew, or the response was that this is still being investigated.
Right,
but
they definitely did. They had to have,
dude. Revealed a booby trap,
man. I bet they were like,
trap prepared by Hamas.
Shalom, shalom, shalom, shalom, shalom, and like,
and speakers with Israeli voices trying to lure
you a Muslim.
So that might have
find out later.
Those soldiers who
I got him in the head. Papa, let's go have some hummus.
A trap set out for them to come out. So I think this shows the difficulty of not only of urban warfare.
The reason why I say that is because Jews in Israel are propagandized the same as the Muslims in Gaza, the Palestinians in Gaza. I mean, yeah, they got some weird shows and shit, like this one that I don't know if you've seen this one, but this is a show that they had in Palestine that Brody told me about, where they use like characters from Disney to make the Muslim kids hate the Jews and actually want them to die, like at a very young age.
December 29th, society.
إن شاء الله وسنحرر بلاد المسلمين التي تجتاحها هذه الأفلام.
And the Israelis continually blow up this station, Al-Aqsa station. They continually blow up their headquarters because they know this is going on over there. But they got the same type propaganda going on in Israel. These kids know that they're going to be in the military for 2 years, no matter what, and they're like getting ready for it their entire lives. Women, the girls and the dudes, the little boys. So it's maybe not as extreme as is being done, but for one, they don't have to be as extreme because they got the guns, they got the missiles. You know what I mean? You got to be more extreme when you're working with rockets made out of mufflers and shit. You got to be a little more convincing to the kids that they need to be out there fighting. You don't have to be as convincing to the Israeli kids, but that in itself is kind of concerning too, because they don't need the convincing. They're ready to fight. They go into Gaza their whole life. They've been ready to do this, and now they get to kill Muslims, and they're doing it. You know what I mean? So yeah, they're probably in there extremely trigger happy. Both sides have been programmed their entire lives to fight each other. What I'm getting at. So yeah, whatever he just said, it's not like they're going to be holding back on anybody in there.
But urban warfare.
I saw another video where they assassinated a family near a school or in a school. Did y'all see that? There was a family that was all on a couch, just all dead. And it was a lot of these I'm seeing are on Reddit, dudes. But you got to go down to the comments and make sure it wasn't something from a few years ago. People try to pull that shit.
Where the other side is holding hostages and maybe using them in a surprising way, either using them or situations that happen. This is what we can expect in the next few days.
Very sad news. Ready?
What did he say that?
Some kind of a trap.
Used both dolls and speakers with Israeli voices trying to lure forces so that
yes, so that might have influenced those soldiers who thought that this was a some kind of a trap set out for them to come out. So I think this shows the difficulty of not only of.
Could they not have like shot them in the kneecap or something? Did they have to? You know, I bet they went. Simon, no, please no. Go this way. Go this way. Lay down, then. Just leave me the fuck alone, man. Shit. It's like they go full like United States police officer mode, where they let off a full clip in the person. Oh, we couldn't take any chances, man. They were 15 feet from us. And, you know, they can make up that distance in two seconds. Well, not when you shoot their legs and shit, they're not. You know what I mean? But no, these people go straight for the head and the chest. Everybody. And they put a bunch of clip into them, probably. But if they didn't feel the need to do that to everybody, maybe they would still be here. Crazy, dude. They're gonna get away with
urban warfare, but urban warfare where the
they're gonna get away with
is
it.
Holding hostages.
Imagine being a
and
family
maybe
member.
using them in a surprising way, either using them or situations that happen. This is what we can expect in the next few days.
Very sad news. Radik Shafir, thank you very much for being with us this evening. We're taking a break now. More updates coming up at the top of the hour.
What a
Thank you very
shit
much
show,
for
dude. Dude, they had to have fucking had their hands up, probably speaking in Hebrew. They were probably wearing, like, the clothes that they got picked up in. I don't know if they would have been or not, but none of these people, when they're picked up by Red Cross, look like they're in Muslim garb or attire. They're not sitting here wearing the Palestinian scarf or anything. But he said that they're dressing up, like, they're putting stuff on the speakers, but I don't know. These people are gonna want to make excuses for their military, because this is Israeli news. Right? Seems like they're a little too trigger happy in there, man. Let's see what I have found on Reddit.
Israel, with dozens of correspondents throughout the world,
brings
the truth from Israel to hundreds of millions.
In the south, we could have a freer hand to pursue Hamas than right now, where they're intermixed with the many civilians and those who fled from the north.
I'm going to ask you about that very high-profile, very tragic incident earlier this week in which 7 Golani brigade soldiers and 2 Israeli Air Force rescue team have lost their lives in an ambush by Hamas in a compound that was booby-trapped in the Sajaiya neighborhood, that stronghold that Hamas continues to hold on to. Many are asking whether it shouldn't have been a situation in which the Air Force would have at least bombed that building in advance, or at least once the forces realized that there is live fire coming out of the compound, instead of risking their lives, sending troops into the building, eventually finding it booby-trapped, having to deal with an unknown danger. Do you see a change in the way the IDF is operating over the past week compared to a month ago following that U.S. pressure?
No, I think that particular tragic event is, as I understand it, and I may not have all the data to say this, was a local mistake by the troops who approached that building that hasn't been bombed, and for some reason got closer than they should have without the air support that should have been or could have been used earlier. And then they were actually ambushed, and all the rescue operation, unfortunately, there were more casualties at that time. So it wasn't a planned non-Air Force aided attack. It was probably a thinking that the area was secure enough to approach the pothole which was booby-trapped, rather than anything else.
We'll continue this conversation. Let's take our viewers now to northern Israel now. I-24 News correspondent Zach Anders is there on the northern
Dude, why don't they?
Zach, the Israeli military has struck.
Why don't they have bomb sweepers going through first?
This evening, what more do we know?
And these targets in southern Lebanon, we're still working to collect some of the information. Hezbollah has yet to announce any reports of lost fighters on their side. The earlier strikes today don't appear to have caused any damage or hurt any Israeli soldiers or civilians. On the northern side, the IDF, just about the only information they provided today is a collection of data, which they say 1 in 5 of these rockets have been landing inside Lebanese territory, in that they haven't been reaching Israel, the ones that Hezbollah launches at least. So no real solid information to go off from either side as to casualties or damage. That's too early to say.
And Zach, you've been spending much of the past several weeks in northern Israel. We've seen some very high intensity fighting in some days, in others a lull of quite a few hours. Talk to us about how the locals there, those that still remain in their homes, that have not evacuated, how are they dealing with this? The quiet this morning obviously was very elusive.
It's an interesting dynamic for some of the communities here. Some of the kibbutzes that are along these northern communities have lost a lot of people to the evacuation notices. Others have stayed. Some of these communities have actually somewhat molded together. One of the people that we spoke to earlier said that it was an incredible phenomenon that many of the kibbutzes here often keep to their own and spend time in their own communities, but because there are so few people here now that a lot of them have started to mesh together in a sense, and some are staying in some of these kibbutzes that are a bit further
Do they have to?
south, so
Whoa.
they're meeting new
Do they have to pay
people, and
rent
it's
on these
been a
places?
unique experience for them, but one that they don't want to last very long. And as we continue to see the statements coming out of the defense minister's office and some of the assessments by the U.S., the U.K., France about the potential for this situation, about where this road is taking the north, it is disconcerting,
like
because the amount of fighting and the
consistent
exchanges that are happening here do not appear to be letting up anytime soon. And a lot of the individuals that live here are really concerned about what happens if this does erupt, and it feels like it could at any moment. There's that fear that's here that they feel like what happened on the 7th in the south is something that there's some potential for it to be replicated, like ground forces attempting to penetrate the border and attempting to reach these northern border communities. It sounds like that fear is part of the reason why the evacuation notice is in place for some of these communities in the first place. But the main threat right now is what's being launched. These rockets, the mortars, these anti-tank guided missiles, these are all happening at a distance. They're out of range for conventional weapons, small arms fire. So we don't see exchanges or skirmishes of that sort. But we continue to see these ranged distance weapons being employed here. And the multitude of these events continues just daily. So there's real fear here, and it's not going away.
Yes, it's a new reality for hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of Israelis since that October 7th onslaught. So many whose lives have changed completely, whether they're still in their homes or been evacuated. Zach Anders, thank you very much for that excellent report. Still with me, Israeli Shafir. Let's talk about
There's
how
no
this
money
war
involved to
has
rent a kibbutz in
impacted,
Israel.
The Israeli
It's weird, dude.
More than
There's
any
some
war
fund
in
that
Israel's
they have that
history,
helps them create more of them too, through some kind of Jew bond.
like we haven't seen in previous military campaigns.
America sets it up.
Ongoing effect. This is a war
done through
that
America.
is still far from being over.
Oh, I don't understand it,
That
dude.
is
It's
still
fucking
far from
weird.
being over.
A lot going on.
Yes, I think the way it started.
They got
the
$1 billion
fact that,
since the war
most of the
started through that
casualties
bond thing.
were civilian, and not only people who live in the area, but also about 300.
Okay,
That
we
was
have
2
the
weeks
IDF
ago.
spokesperson, Daniel Hagari. Let's take a listen. I wish to update the public in difficult and painful news on an event that took place earlier today.
Wait, this is a repeat,
During
bro.
the battles in Sajaiya, IDF
What?
forces mistakenly identified 3 hostage Israelis as a threat. As a result, the force shot towards them and they were killed. After the shooting, during searches, there was an immediate suspicion about the identity of those killed, and their bodies were transferred for examination in Israel, and they were
They're breaking news in again, or what?
who was kidnapped from Kfar Aza,
סמיר טלאלקה, זיכרונו לברכה,
Samir Talalka, who was abducted from Nir Am by Hamas on October 7th, and another hostage who, to the request of his family, will not mention his name.
נמסרה למשפחותיהם על ידי נציגי צה"ל ומשטרת ישראל.
The information has been passed to the families by the police. This is a sad and painful event to all of us, and the IDF carries the responsibility for everything that took place. We started to investigate the event immediately. It is a tragic event that took place in a fighting zone where fighters have confronted many terrorists in recent days and were engaged in heavy fights. They also were encountered with suicide terrorists without weapons, or others where they attempted to lure the soldiers. Following that incident, there was another incident with terrorists. We are collecting the evidence about identifying hostages in war zones, and this information was passed to IDF troops all over the Gaza Strip in order to prevent another tragic event like this. The IDF expresses deep sorrow for the disaster and shares the pain of the families. May their memory be a blessing. Were there indications that hostages may be in that area? Did they attempt to identify the three, and what more is known about how they managed to escape? We assessed that the three Israelis who lost their lives either escaped or were abandoned by the terrorists who were holding on to them in captivity. During the past days, we still don't know the facts. They reached the point where they reached. The information that we have about the hostages, we have a headquarters that deals with this and engages with the ground forces on a daily basis, both about aerial strikes and about ground operations. At the end of the day, we assess
this is what I was talking about. The Israel bonds.
Due to the battles, and to my regret, the tragic results of this event have ended with their death. Did they raise their hands or
it's right there. What deleted since the war started?
We are just hours after the event, still collecting the details. It was important for us to come here after updating the families, and there's still IDF forces with the families and the police. We're still with the families after updating them, and then we update the public. We will continue to find the facts.
You read the small print down here. That's where I got it from. See, I was talking about this a second ago about how kibbutzes are funded by bonds, Israel bonds or Jew bonds, right? And so is this war somewhat, because they've got the billion just started. Well, did I click on invest now, right? Because I'm curious, what's it going to look like? And then we go down here, the small ass print. Israel bonds are offered only in the United States by Development Corporation for Israel, a FINRA member broker-dealer. This is not an offering which can be made only by prospectus. Investors should consider the investment objectives, risks, and expenses carefully before investing in Israel bonds. And the rates aren't even that good, dude. So, yeah, here we go. Bonds and rates. This is what your rates are. You have to lock it in for 15 years, and you'll get 5.4% return. That's probably less than inflation. That's not good. Inflation in 15 years will probably be more than 5.4%. At this rate, it already is. If it continues at the rate we're at now, it'll probably be 15% by 15 years, right? Or more. So, you'd be losing money by putting your money in these, actually. Am I doing my math wrong here? I don't know, I've never invested in a bond. I had savings bonds at one point from America. Back in the day, parents used to get their kids savings bonds and put them up, and the kids could get them when they turned 18 or whatever. I got some really cool stuff with mine. It's gone now, though. RIP.
Will be full transparency to the public about all details of this event.
Gone,
it is our duty, our full duty. We are in a war effort with many battles in a very complicated battle zone. Fighters who are being killed, who are losing their lives or in killing terrorists around them day and night. This was a tragic mistake that we will investigate and we will reflect to the public
how many
everything that has happened.
terrorists have they killed in there? Because I haven't heard of hardly any.
Why is it taking so long to get to the heads of Hamas? We're killing quite a few commanders. And some of them we don't even detail. We'll continue to hunt all the terrorists from the most senior, like Yehia Sinwar, until anyone who took part in the October 7th massacre. We will hunt them and we will kill them.
They're not making much progress on Hamas. I don't think they are.
To kill the heads of the terror groups.
The heads are in southern Gaza. They communicate by radio and shit.
Of the security establishment with as many as possible dead terrorists.
They're living like moles, bro.
That was
They're not coming up to get groceries.
Spokesperson Daniel Agari delivering very tragic news to the Israeli public. I will just repeat what
donations.
We
you
just heard.
Three Israeli hostages were shot by the troops, and it is unclear whether or not they were speaking in Hebrew with their hands up and crying when they came up to the soldiers. It's unclear. They don't know that apparently yet to give us that information, or they don't want to tell us because they probably were. But their reasoning behind doing it is, well, the Muslims are trying to trick us, man. They got these speakers on here with they're speaking Hebrew, and they're wearing Hebrew clothes, and they have vests on. They're trying to blow up with them. I haven't heard of any of that happening until right now. Why is that? Why the fuck is that? Huh? Until today, they haven't said one word about there being suicide vesters trying to kill their soldiers. And this has been going on. How long have they been in there? Why haven't they said anything about that until now? Until it's convenient. Until it helps out their story, because otherwise people are going to be looking at them like, what the fuck, man? Why are you killing the hostages? What are you doing? Why y'all shooting everybody? So interesting, because like I think that they would have brought that up, dude. If they were being suicide bombed, or even once or twice, if they had been suicide bombed, I think that they would have told us about that. Because that would have shocked the public in deciding with them on multiple things, including what just happened, including what happened today with them killing hostages. That's why they're using it now. Why didn't they use it before? Because they didn't need it. They had no reason to use it. Simon, it's okay, buddy. I don't know, I think you're probably just hungry because you're always hungry now, but whatever. I prefer you to be on the board, bro. Oh, dude, you'll be alright. Okay. Not a good day for that. Not a good day for Simon on the lab. Sorry, Simon. Alright, so this story, they're saying the same thing.
Israeli hostages that have apparently been abandoned or managed to escape from the Hamas terrorists in the neighborhood of Sajaiya earlier today have made their way towards Israeli troops in that area. They were misidentified as terrorists and were shot and killed by the forces, a mistake that was only realized minutes after that event. Still with me, Relik Shafir. Your reaction to this very, very tragic story?
This is a heartbreaker.
I've already heard this. I don't need to hear him talk about heart. He gives them excuses pretty much. Yeah, man, you don't know what they're going to in there. I don't know, dude. All I know is this is the first I've heard of a suicide bomber in there, and they use that story now. They've never actually had a story of a suicide bomber hitting their people, though. Why is that? Because they're shooting everybody that walks near them? Like, their orders are probably shoot everybody you see because we told these people to leave the city. It's not genocide. Those are Hamas soldiers, or they wouldn't be there. I bet it's some shit like that, dude. They got it because here's what happened in, what was it, the 60s or was it 40s or 60s when the Liberty happened, USS Liberty. Apparently they were paranoid that our intel was going to intercept their communications depicting or telling their soldiers orders to not take the Egyptians hostage, but to just kill them. Because they didn't want to deal with it, having POWs, and they thought that they were going to be brought up on war crimes for doing that. That's why they shot up the Liberty. They wanted it to sink. But they didn't realize we had a plane in the sky too, intercepting all the communications. Because America, motherfucker, they heard everything. So we know, motherfuckers, we know, our government knows. Why we keep taking up for them, I don't know, but they just did it again today, and now they're blaming it on some other shit, making all kinds of excuses. That's unreal, dude. You would think, alright, there's not that many hostages in there at that point, right? You would think these soldiers, it'd all be like, they would have a binder with all their pictures in there, right? Every platoon or whatever, you look at it every morning or whatever, make sure that in case you see one of these up in there, you don't shoot them. Maybe you got to recognize that there ain't even what is there, like is there less than 100 in there now, like 70 or whatever? I don't know, just look through them, dude, at least, and try to fucking not shoot the hostages. They shot all three of them. Not one of the soldiers recognized any of the three. All you had to do was recognize one of them and be like, oh shit, it's one of the hostages. Y'all, god damn it, he's got a hostage. Don't shoot the one in the middle. You know, until they figure out they're all actually hostages or whatever. They didn't recognize any of them, dude. Come on, man. They didn't even recognize them as being Jew or Israeli or not Muslim at all. Don't they kind of look alike, man? Not the Muslims and the Jews. I'm saying Jews kind of look alike and Muslims kind of look alike. So, I mean, do these people, were they not fair complexion with features of Jewish people? What do they think? They got prosthetic or like a makeup artist going on over there? What do you think the suicide bombers are doing, man? So I feel like Israel is supposed to have the best army, right? The most highly trained. What are they the most highly trained at? Killing? Just killing? They take the easy way for fucking all those bombs and bunker busters. That wasn't a badass move. That was just using American firepower pretty much to blow shit up. Okay. While we stood there in the little harbor, making sure that none of the other countries did anything. And then they go in and they're shooting everything that moves, pretty much. It's pretty genocide. Is that them?
For kibbutz Nir Am by Hamas terrorists on October 7th. The third hostage's family has been notified.
Did he just go live again?
7th massacre. Let's hear spokesperson Daniel Hagari.
That was the first I've seen their pictures. That dude definitely was fair.
Mistakenly identified 3 Israeli hostages as a threat. As a result, the troops fired towards them and they were killed. During searches and checks in the area in which the incident occurred, the suspicion arose over the identities of the deceased. Their bodies were transferred to Israeli territory for examination, after which it was confirmed that they were 3 Israeli hostages. Yotam Chaim was kidnapped from Kibbutz Kfar Aza by Hamas terrorists on October 7th. Samer
Doesn't
Talalka,
look
who was
Muslim
kidnapped for Kibbutz Nir Am
at
by
all.
Hamas terrorists on October 7th.
Wait a
The
second.
third hostage's
That was-
family has been notified.
They all look
who requested
white,
that his
pretty
name will
much.
not be broadcasted.
Wait, well, he
IDF and
could
Israeli
be
police
confused for
representatives
one, maybe.
have notified all of the families. The IDF began reviewing the incident immediately. The IDF emphasizes that this is an active combat zone in which ongoing fighting over the last few days has occurred. Immediate lessons from the event have been learned, which have been passed to all IDF troops in the field. The IDF expresses deep remorse over this tragic incident and sends the families its heartfelt condolences. Our national mission is to locate the missing and return all hostages home.
Horrible news. Also, this evening, Hamas terrorists launched a barrage of rockets towards Jerusalem and neighboring areas. Sirens and interceptions could be heard both at the Western Wall and at the neighboring Temple Mount. Those rockets impacting both Jewish and Muslim worshippers at some of the holiest places of worship to both religions. Indiscriminate terrorist rocket fire even hit the back of a hospital in the Palestinian city of Ramallah in the West Bank. Earlier this evening, rockets have also been fired out of Gaza into southern Israeli communities and Hezbollah rockets out of Lebanon into Israeli northern community. This as the IDF continues its ground operation against Hamas in the Gaza Strip. And amid pressure from the US administration, the Israeli Security Cabinet has voted to allow humanitarian aid into Gaza through the Kerem Shalom crossing, which now will be doubled to 200 trucks a day. Now for more, we're joined by IDF Brigadier General in Reserves Hanan Geffen, former commander of the 8200 Intelligence Unit in the IDF. Hanan, thank you very much for joining us. Let's start with this tragic incident. No words to describe the pain and frustration from this unfortunate event. Your first reaction to what we've just heard?
Yeah, it's really devastating because one of the mission of these forces in Sajaria area is to locate the hostages, try to save them, and at the same token, get rid of and attack any Hamas command post, operative, whatever is connected to Hamas. And it's a misfortune because exactly that this is the reason they were there, to locate these hostages. And there is a huge amount of efforts is done to locate them. There's a very big command post, a command or forward command of intelligence guy. They're trying to locate them, collect any bit of information, and the failure is just one of the darkest days of this war.
And Hanan, let's talk about the intelligence, because those troops were there to locate the hostages, and we know that the IDF has been operating to find as much information as possible about the whereabouts of the Israeli hostages, both from interrogations of Hamas terrorists who've been taken captured, and also by the mere presence of the troops there, and you can tell our viewers about so many other technological efforts that the IDF has when it is on the ground. To your knowledge, did the Israeli military even know that there are hostages in that hostile environment there in Sajaia?
Yeah, I don't know exactly about this relocation, but what we know is what the IDF knows, based on previous cases, is that there is no one place, there is no one entity, there is no one group that is holding the hostages, whether they were kidnapped in different places by different people. And more than that, during these days, they were passed from one to another from various reasons. We don't know even what reasons. And this is one of the problems of Hamas, I believe, of trying, when coming to the negotiating table, they cannot promise that they can gather the right people, the right order, the right the categories, whatever we were talking 2 weeks ago. They failed to do so, and that's why the war is zoomed in this sense. Now, the information collection is from all the sources. There are there are two units embedded with the process. One of these, the Shabak people, and the other one is Unit 504, which is joining the process to interrogate, to debrief whoever they can, to gather immediate information, support the force. And on top of it, all the other collection efforts Israel has, and Israel do have other collection capabilities in observation and I would say electronic intelligence of various sources, and everything is done. And there's a general is heading this efforts with all the forces, all the part of the Israeli intelligence community taking part. This is one of the two tasks that the military was tasked with: the hostages and getting rid of Hamas.
Now, according to Daniel Hagari, the troops there have recognized them as a threat. To the best of your knowledge, when three, what seems to be obviously unarmed men approach the forces, we don't know, of course, whether they're walking or running and what exactly transpired there. But in a situation like this, even in a battlefield such as the one that the IDF is facing there in Sajaiya, does the IDF attempt to speak to whoever is in front of them? There is obviously a procedure of opening fire, at least in most regular incidents. This is obviously a different one. The rules of engagement are different, obviously, in a battlefield. What do you make of the fact that this has transpired? Is it possible that the troops could have done something different? Or if those three hostages were running towards them, there was nothing else to be done? What do you make of that?
First of all, there are many missing details yet, and the Colonel Hagari promised that all details will be available later. We have to. The only thing that I may say, and the rules for further incidents were already deducted and are sent to the troops. I don't know exactly what kind of them. The only thing that I may say, I understand that the stress the forces are there. We are 2 days away from, or 3 days away, a tragic incident where they were booby-trapped and then attacked in order to kidnap soldiers. So they are under tremendous stress, specifically in this area, which was one street away. So most probably they identified it as a threat. Why, we don't know yet. For them, I just think of the soldiers that were involved. For them, it really would be tough to absorb and recalculate that.
There's such a thin line between this tragedy and what could have been an extremely joyous story for everyone in Israel who is craving for some good news since the start of this war. Hanan, do stay with me. I want to take our viewers now to the Israel-Gaza border. Our Pierre Cloche-Handler is standing by for us there. Pierre, we hear about this incident as the fighting is ongoing, and over there on the border, you hear that. You're there every day. You hear the intense fighting, the mortar shells, the fighter jets. What's your take on how things unfold in Gaza right now?
Well, I think that there's a lot of questions regarding the tragic death of these three hostages. We don't know if they were freed by their by the terrorists. We don't know if they managed to escape in the fog of the battle, because the battle is very intense in Shejaia. Just 3 days ago, 9 soldiers of the Golani Infantry Brigade were killed in a very sophisticated trap that had laid the Hamas terrorists on them. Now, the thing is, the word conception is going to rise again in public opinion, because public opinion has been shouting basically at the fact that on October 7 there was a mistake in conception. Now, the IDF conception in the war is that the more you exert pressure on Hamas, military pressure, the best the chances of releasing living hostages. And that was not the case. Now, possibly this conception is right if the hostages were either released or managed to release themselves. But on the other hand, since the start of the war, only 1 living hostage has been freed by the army, and the others were corpses of hostages that were found by the IDF during the operation. So there's going to be probably a very acerb debate inside Israeli society about the fate of the hostages and about the fate of that conception that the more you exert military pressure, the best the chances are for the hostages to be released alive.
No words to describe the tragedy there in Sajaiya earlier today. Pierre Chandler on the Israel-Gaza border, thank you for that update. And now for more, I want to go into studio now. I'm joined by IDF Colonel in Reserves, Olivier Rafovich, the IDF spokesperson for international media. Olivier, an extremely difficult evening for the Israeli military and for the entire Israeli society. Try to break down for our viewers the information as we know it about what transpired there.
First of all, it's a tragic information that we are now giving to the people of Israel, that 3 hostages have been killed by mistake by the Israeli army, Israeli forces in Sajaiya during combat against Hamas. But I mean, it's a terrible mistake, a tragic mistake, and at the end of the day, 3 Israelis have been killed. They were hostages and identified when we found it in a forensic center, and then, of course, the families have been informed about this tragedy. The Israeli army, Tzahal, is fully responsible, and we take the full responsibility of this tragedy, and we are going to investigate everything in order to know everything what happened for getting this terrible and tragic result. We're in a war, and we are here to rescue the hostages and to eliminate Hamas. So this tragic event is, of course, not fitting the general situation.
Talk to us about the initial investigation. Is there anything that we know about how did they approach the Israeli forces, whether they waved in the air, whether they attempted to shout out in Hebrew to speak to the forces there, whether they walked, whether they ran? What do we know about the circumstances? How did this happen?
At the moment, as I said, there is an investigation, and we cannot release any detail. What we can say that maybe they were alone, maybe they escaped, maybe the terrorists left them and they were like alone in this area. It's a combat area, Sajaiya, as you know. We met there very fierce combats lately, not only there, also in Jabalia, also in other parts of the Gaza Strip. But again, there is a tragic result. 3 hostages have been killed, and investigation is now going on in order to know all the details of this tragedy.
Will Israeli troops, when they're faced with a similar situation in battle in Sajaiya, in Khan Yunis, in other areas tonight, tomorrow morning, will they act any differently? Will that change the way IDF troops handle situations like this?
Yes. After this event, the first thing that has been transmitted to the forces, according to what happened today, is to be aware of this possibility in order to prevent it.
Stay with me, Olivier. Still with us is IDF Brigadier General in Reserves Hanan Geffen. Hanan, I want to talk to you about the Israeli operation at this hour, as of course we're approaching new stages in the war. The IDF is attempting to take over the major strongholds of Hamas, both in the northern and in the southern part of the Gaza Strip. And all of this is happening while U.S. National Security Advisor Jack Sullivan is here in Israel, and he's asking Israel to change its tactics in battle, to stop the high-intensity fighting and to move into more pinpoint attacks against Hamas. Is this even possible at this stage of the war?
Yes, actually, I believe it was already stated by at least Defense Minister Gallant, Yoav Gallant, weeks ago, and he said there will be a phase of very intensive war, and then we are going to go to a phase where there will be the scale will be much lower, and then it will be more like what we have seen right now in the West Bank. You know, there are some Hamas elements that were supposed to take the West Bank as an example for what probably will be in a few months. Gaza is there are some strongholds of Hamas in some refugee camps in the West Bank. They were flourishing there. You know, they didn't much were bother, so they were even trying to rocket some villages around from Jenin, for instance. But when this 7th of October occurred, and the call of the Hamas was for their people in the West Bank to rise up and start operation against villages, against Israelis, then suddenly it all come live to us, to the Israelis, that they are the same organization sitting near Kasava, a city that I live in here, and we have 5 minutes from here, the city of Kalkilia. So it became clear to us that the situation is different, and Hamas is, we have to fight Hamas all over. Now, the army is going after the Hamas in the West Bank cities, arresting them and trying to wipe out their strongholds. I see what the idea is that once we get in Gaza, once we get over with the big war, we break the major, let's say, headquarters, get rid of the major operatives, commanders, then the Hamas will turn out to be local bands, because it's livelihood. They are, of course, ideology is very strong, but it's more than their ideology. It's also economy. It's also their status in the society. We have to get rid of it, and it will be during raids, occasional, keeping them very low, preventing them to rebuild their capabilities to attack Israelis. Some say it will take years. I believe Cabinet Minister Gantz said it might take years. Gallant was more cautious and months. But we are ready, and that corresponds with what Mr. Sullivan said. After this war ended, let's say in months, or then Israel is not, there is not going to be a ceasefire as it was in the past. And that will be a situation where Israel will control the security, its security concerns through constantly attacking, raiding, arresting, killing whoever will try to come again to power or try to come to power in Gaza.
Olivier, I want to bring you back into the conversation. Two points I want to ask you about, separate ones. One is that ongoing activity in the West Bank, but just going back to that incident, let's talk about the tactic of the IDF, trying to impose as much pressure as possible on Hamas in order to bring about to the release of hostages. But did the IDF take into consideration that when it breaks for example, the communication between Hamas in the north and the south, when it separates operatives, that there could be a situation in which hostages that are with their capturers will also be released. Was this even discussed with the troops as they're operating there?
The answer is yes, of course. As you understand, and as you know, the Israeli army has two targets, two objectives. One is to eliminate, to eradicate Hamas military capabilities mostly, and the regime of Hamas in the Gaza Strip, and to release the hostages, to bring them back to Israel. And we know that the last time, for example, the pause, the humanitarian pause, was achieved because Hamas actually understood that by force it was almost an obligation for it to accept such a pause, such a kind of ceasefire, and for us it was a possibility to bring back home more than 100 hostages. Right now we are continuing the military actions against Hamas in many points in the Gaza Strip. In the north, it's in Jabalia, in Sajaiya, and also in Khan Yunis, around Khan Yunis, and close to Khan Yunis, inside with special troops. It is a must, it is an obligation for us, militarily speaking, to destroy Hamas capabilities. And just see what happened this week. Hundreds of Hamas operatives, terrorists, just surrendered for different places. You know, they just deposed the weapons, and they came surrendering themselves to the Israeli forces. Why? Because the military pressure was so intense, so strong, that there was for them no other option just to surrender. It is one of the possibilities for all the situation to get to a new point, because if Hamas is surrendering, if Hamas stops fight, if the leaders are actually surrendering themselves, so we get what we want to get as an achievement. In the same time, of course, with a lot of intelligence or a lot of coordination, we also deal with the hostages issue.
Two of the hostages that were killed this morning, one is Yotam Chaim, the other is Samer Talalka, the third one, his family asked for his identity not to be revealed. Well, we spoke to the mother of Samer Talalka just about a month ago in the hostages square. Let's take a listen.
My son is 25 years old. He's a very social person. People like him. He has a motorcycle that he loves. You can see it on the picture. He has good relationships with people. I feel that the community is standing with us. I hope he will come back to us in peace. My message as a mother is the following: that every hostage will return to their mother.
Heartbreaking to hear the mother. Obviously, we all know here also Iris Chaim, the mother of Yotam, a personal friend of mine, and also someone who was here in studio and showed immense optimism and bravery throughout these 2 months while she was waiting for the return of her son.
Our heart is broken tonight. It's the worst tragedy that we can just meet, because we are fighting for releasing the hostages. And what happened is a terrible mistake, a tragic mistake. But again, we'll investigate everything in order not to repeat such a tragedy. And our hearts are with the families.
And still with us is Hanan Geffen. I want to talk to you about the intelligence aspect here. The fact that the Hamas is so divided, as we at least believe it is, in between north and south, and between commanders in various areas, obviously breaks the chain of command. But does that make it easier or tougher to get information about, at least when it comes to the communication between Hamas operatives about the situation?
I cannot answer directly, but I don't think it mattered that much. The chaos and the breakdown of the command abilities of the Hamas might even help, because then there are many people, coming forward with information, because the IDF has already told them that whoever is telling them constantly whoever has information or hostages, come forward. We make sure you're safe, you get rewarded, and so on. I guess there are many information is coming in. There's a lot of information coming from the troops, the prisoners we've taken. They are debriefed on the site, investigated on the site, and this information is already coming. Operational information, actionable information. So the case is, I'm afraid that the Hamas, even if Hamas would have been in control, they don't have a picture. They don't have a real picture, because these hostages for the Hamas, the way they were taken, the way they were treated, they are a commercial one, for commercial purposes. They can exchange them.
Thank you very
It's a
much.
chaos.
Unfortunately, we are out of time. IDF Brigadier General in Reserves Hanan Geffen, thank you very much. Also, Colonel Olivier Rafovich, IDF spokesperson. Thank you very much both for being with us. That's a wrap for now. More updates coming up at the top of the hour.
Israel is in a state of war. Families completely gunned down in their beds.
Can you hear me? I gotta go. Do you understand what the fuck this means, man? They're gonna have a meeting real soon. Emergency UN General Assembly resumed. Now what? I want to hear Israel talk about the captives they just killed. Dude, who's gonna bring it up? Is anybody gonna bring it up at the UN Assembly? Are they gonna be like, hey, we just heard you killed your own people. Man, y'all love killing people. They could say that. The Jews love killing people so much they're killing their own people. Now they're the ones doing it. They're martyring their own people. It's very good call, though, right? That's that beachfront property. Northern Gaza? Yo, they could turn that into something. It's not old news, they're still talking about it right now, above me.
They cannot promise that they can gather the right people, the right order, the right the categories, whatever we were talking 2 weeks ago. They failed to do so, and that's why the war resumed in this.
This is breaking news, man.
All the sources. There are,
Yeah.
There are two,
are you hearing about it anywhere else? Where are you hearing about it from?
With the process, one of these, the Shabak
is Luckner live.
People, and the other one is Unit 504, which is joining the process.
Is Luckner live?
To debrief whoever they can to gather immediate information, support the process. And on top of it, all the other collection efforts Israel has, and Israel do have other collection capabilities in the observation and I would say electronic intelligence of various sources, and everything is done. And there's a major, as a general is heading this efforts with all the forces, all the part of the Israeli intelligence community taking part. This is one of the two.
Damn, look, there's not even live with it.
The military was tasked with.
That's crazy. He doesn't even turn his camera on anymore, dude.
According to Daniel Agari, the
dude, his streams been going since December 7th,
a threat,
and he hasn't been turning the camera on. To the best of your
knowledge, when three what seems to be
still
obviously
alive, bro?
Unarmed men approach the forces, we don't know, of course, whether they're walking or
he just went on vacation.
What exactly transpired?
Left it going.
But in a situation like this, even in a battlefield
so it's been a week,
such as the one that the IDF is facing there in Sajaiya, does the IDF attempt to speak to whoever is in front of them? There is obviously a procedure.
His last stream, besides this one.
Most regular incidents. This is obviously.
Oh no! It shows him is going to be going live
the rules
today.
Of engagement are different, obviously.
In 15 minutes, actually. Yep. This is why. He went a week without going live. His last live was Hunter Biden 7 days ago, and he had that one going for a week without doing anything.
First of all, there are
but
many,
now he's going to go live because they shot some hostages.
Colonel Hagari promised that.
There's no news on it, though. There's no news. There's no. What's the news on it? They shot him. Yep, they shot him. Guys, let's talk about it for 3 hours.
For further incidents were already deducted and are sent to the troops. I don't know exactly what kind of them. The only thing that I may say, I understand that the stress the forces are there. We are 2 days away from, or 3 days away. A tragic incident where they were booby-trapped and then they attacked in order to kidnap soldiers. So they are under tremendous stress, specifically in this area, which was one street away. So most probably they identified it as a threat. Why, we don't know yet. For them, I just think of the soldiers that were involved. For them, it really would be tough to absorb and recalculate together.
There's such a thin line between this tragedy and what could have been an extremely joyous story for everyone in Israel who is craving for some good news since the start of this war. Hanan, do stay with me. I want to take our viewers now to the Israel-Gaza border. Our Pierre Chandler is standing by for us there. Pierre, we hear about this incident as the fighting is ongoing, and over there on the border, you hear that. You're there every day. You hear
these
the
soldiers
fighting,
are definitely trigger happy.
The mortar shells, the fighter jets. What's your take on how things unfold in Gaza right now?
Well, I think that there's a lot of questions regarding the tragic death of these three hostages.
Boom, boom, boom.
We don't know if they were freed by their by the terrorists. We don't know if they were if they managed to escape.
A whole lot of not knowing shit. Look, they're about to go live with.
It was very intense in Shejaia.
Guys, they don't know anything.
Ago, 9 soldiers
Neither
of the
do I.
Golani Infantry Brigade were killed in a very sophisticated.
I go live for this though,
because it's
breaking
the Hamas terrorists on them.
Man.
Now the thing is, the word conception is going to rise again in public opinion, because public opinion has been shouting basically at the fact that on October 7 there was a mistake in conception. Now the IDF conception in the war is that the more you exert pressure on Hamas, military pressure, the best the chances of releasing living hostages. And that was not the case.
Whoa, we had a flare.
Now,
We got a flare, guys.
this conception is right.
There's a flare up there.
The hostages were either released or managed to release themselves.
But it was there.
But on the other hand, since the start of the war, only one living hostage has been freed by the army. And the others were corpses of hostages that were found by the IDF during the operation. So there's going to be probably a very acerb debates inside Israeli society about the fate of the hostages and about the fate of that conception that the more you exert military pressure, the best the chances are for the hostages to be released alive.
No words to describe the tragedy there in Sajia earlier today. Pierre Chandler on the Israel-Gaza border, thank you for that update. And now for more, I want to go into studio now. I'm joined by IDF Colonel in Reserves, Olivier Rafovich, the IDF spokesperson for international media. Olivier, an extremely difficult evening for the Israeli military and for the entire...
Who the fuck pays for this? Do I talk to the police department? How does this work?
Talk to George Soros. He's the one that started all of this bullshit. George Soros.
First of all, it's a tragic information that we are now giving to the people of Israel, that 3 hostages have been killed by mistake by the Israeli army, Israeli forces in Sajia during combat against Hamas. But I mean, it's a terrible mistake, a tragic mistake, and at the end of the day, 3 Israeli have been killed. There were hostages and identified when we found it in a forensic center, and then, of course, the families have been informed about this tragedy. The Israeli army Tzahal is fully responsible.
They don't look Muslim, those two.
Of this tragedy, and we are going to investigate everything in order to know everything what happened.
Unreal that they weren't able to identify that they weren't Muslim.
Terrible and tragic result. We're in a war, and we are here to rescue the hostages.
Him, I can understand, but the other two look white.
So this tragic event is, of course, not fitting the general situation.
Talk to us about the initial investigation. Is there anything that we know about how did they approach the Israeli forces, whether they waved in the air, whether they attempted to shout out in Hebrew to speak to the forces there, whether they walked, whether they ran. What do we know about the circumstances? How did this happen?
At the moment, as I said, there is an investigation.
Right.
And we cannot release any detail. What we can say that maybe they were alone.
Can't
with
release
escape.
any detail.
Maybe the terrorists left them and they were like alone in this area. It's a combat area, Sajaiya, as you know. We met there very fierce combats lately. Not only there, also in Jabalia, also in other parts of the Gaza Strip. But again, there is a tragic result. 3 hostages have been killed, and investigation is now going on in order to know all the details of this tragedy.
Will Israeli troops,
I do
when
like
they
Ed
faced with a
Sheeran or
similar
whatever his name is,
situation
that singer.
in battle, in Sajaiya, in Han Yunis, in other areas, tonight, tomorrow morning, will they act any differently? Would that change the way IDF troops handle situations like this?
Yes. After this event, the first thing that has been transmitted to the forces, according to what happened today, is to be aware of this possibility in order to prevent it.
Stay with me, Olivier. Still with us is IDF Brigadier General in Reserves Hanan Geffen. Hanan, I want to talk to you about the Israeli operation at this hour, as of course we're approaching new stages in the war. The IDF is attempting to take over the major strongholds of Hamas, both in the northern and in the southern part of the Gaza Strip. And all of this is happening while U.S. National Security Advisor Jack Sullivan is here in Israel, and he's asking Israel to change its tactics in battle, to stop the high-intensity fighting and to move into more pinpoint attacks against Hamas. Is this even possible at this stage of the war?
Yes, actually, I believe it was already stated by at least Defense Minister Gallant, Yoav Gallant, weeks ago, and he said there will be a phase of very intensive war, and then we are going to go to a phase where there will be the scale will be much lower, and then it will be more like what we have seen right now in the West Bank.
Reduced was the word he was looking for.
Element that were supposed to take the West Bank as an example for what probably will be in few months. Gaza is there are some strongholds of Hamas in some refugee camps in the West Bank. They were flourishing there. They didn't much were bother, so they were even trying to rocket some villages around from Jenin, for instance. But when this 7th of October occurred, and the call of the Hamas was for their people in the West Bank to rise up and start operation against villages, against Israelis, then suddenly it all come live to us, to the Israelis, that they are the same organization sitting near Kasava, a city that I live in here, and we have 5 minutes from here, the city of Kalkilia. So it became clear to us that the situation is different, and we have to fight Hamas all over. Now, the army is going after the Hamas in the West Bank cities, arresting them and trying to wipe out their strongholds. I see what the idea is that once we get in Gaza, once we get over with the big war, we break the major, let's say, headquarters, get rid of the major operatives, commanders, then the Hamas will turn out to be local bands, because it's livelihood. They are, of course, ideology is very strong, but it's more than their ideology. It's also economy. It's also their status in the society. We have to get rid of it, and it will be during raids, occasional, keeping them very low, preventing them to rebuild their capabilities to attack Israelis. Some say it will take years. I believe Cabinet Minister Gantz said it might take years. Gantz was more cautious and months. But we are ready, and that corresponds with what Mr. Sullivan said. After this war ended, let's say in months, or then Israel is not. There is not going to be a ceasefire as it was in the past, and that will be a situation where Israel will control the security, its security concerns through constantly attacking, raiding, arresting, killing whoever will try to come again to power or try to come to power in Gaza.
Olivier, I want to bring you back into the conversation.
Check this out. This is what I was talking about from earlier, where on Reddit there is a video. Oh, this is going to be all funky right now. It's going to look all crazy looking. Okay, that's not too bad. Whatever. Alright, here's where we go. So Palestinian journalist is brutally beaten for, and they're beaten for years. This isn't anything new. It's just how they operate. So I don't know if this just happened. They said that he was hospitalized somewhere. It says right here he was later hospitalized. I don't know when this happened. It doesn't say just happened. But I don't really, you'll see, I don't really get why he went so far with it. Is there audio?
Müdahaleler tam olarak böyle oluyor değerli izleyenler. Bakın silahın tetiğini çekti. Vur beni dedi. Arkasını döndü. Gazeteci boğazını sıktı ve yere yatırdı. Görmüş olduğunuz gibi çok sert müdahaleler var. Çok sert müdahaleler var. Çok sert müdahaleler var.
A bunch.
İşte gazeteci, Müslüman, sivil ayırt etmeksizin buna benzer silah ucuyla çok sert vurdu. Halil geri çek. Halil geri gel. Halil geri gel. Gel Halil. Okay, calm down. Okay. Şu an silahın tetiğini bile bize doğrultmaya başladı. Şu an sağlıkçılar geldi. Ne yazık ki çok üzülerek söylüyorum ki bir meslektaşımız çok ciddi bir şekilde yaralandı.
So there's all kinds of those videos. They're all over the place. They're nothing new, really, right? But so there's trigger happy everywhere in there. They're ready to do something to somebody.
Two points I want to ask you about, separate ones. One is that ongoing activity in the West Bank, but just going back to that incident, let's talk about the tactic of the IDF trying to impose as much pressure as possible on Hamas in order to bring about to the release of hostages. But did the IDF take into consideration that when it breaks, for example, the communication between Hamas in the north and the south, when it separates operatives, that there could be a situation in which hostages that are with their capturers will also be released? Was this even discussed with the troops as they're operating there?
The answer is yes, of course. As you understand, and as you know, the Israeli army has two targets, two objectives. One is to eliminate, to eradicate Hamas military capabilities mostly, and the regime of Hamas in the Gaza Strip, and to release the hostages, to bring them back to Israel. And we know that the last time, for example, the pause, the humanitarian pause, was achieved because Hamas actually understood that by force it was almost an obligation for it to accept such a pause, such a kind of ceasefire, and for us it was a possibility to bring back home more than 100 hostages. Right now we are continuing the military actions against Hamas in many points in the Gaza Strip. In the north, in Jabalia, in Sajaiya, and also in Khan Yunis, around Khan Yunis, and close to Khan Yunis, inside. It is a must, it is an obligation for us, militarily speaking, to destroy Hamas capabilities. And just see what happened this week. Hundreds of Hamas operatives, terrorists, just surrendered for different places.
They love talking
they
like
just
that.
deposed the weapons, and they came as surrendering themselves to the Israeli forces. Why? Because the military pressure was so intense, so strong, that there was for them no other option just to surrender. It is one of the possibilities for all the situation to get to a new point, because if Hamas is surrendering, if Hamas stops fight, if the leaders are actually surrendering themselves, so we get what we want to get as an achievement. In the same time, of course, with a lot of intelligence or a lot of coordination, we also deal with the hostages issue.
Two of the hostages that were killed this morning, one is Yotam Chaim, the other is Samer Talalka, the third one, his family asked for his identity not to be revealed. Well, we spoke to the mother of Samer Talalka just about a month ago in the hostages square. Let's take a listen.
My son is 25 years old. He's a very social person. People like him. He has a motorcycle that he loves. You can see it on the picture. He has good relationships with people. I feel that the community is standing with us. I hope he will come back to us in peace. My message as a mother is the following: that every hostage will return to their mother.
Oh, that was the one that didn't want to be identified, probably.
Obviously,
so she was actually Muslim.
Also,
interesting.
Iris Chaim, the mother of Yotam.
That's why they all got shot, I bet, because they were with a Muslim.
Was here in studio and showed immense optimism and bravery.
Damn, I didn't realize that earlier when they aired that.
She was waiting for the return of her son.
It has to be that one, because the other two look like Caucasians, dude.
Our heart is,
the one dude looks like that
tonight.
singer from
It's,
UK, the redhead.
The worst tragedy that we can just meet, because we are fighting for releasing the hostages. And what happened is a terrible mistake, a tragic mistake. But again, we'll investigate everything in order to
They're probably the most racist region in the world where they're at. They have to be, actually. They're definitely the most racist region.
Intelligence aspect here. The fact
the
that
entire
the Hamas
world
is so divided, as we at least believe it is, in between
crazy,
north and south, and between commanders in various areas, obviously breaks the chain of command. But does that make it easier or tougher to get information about, at least when it comes to the communication between Hamas operatives about the situation?
Buddy. Simon just jumped up in my chair.
I cannot answer directly, but I don't think it matters that much.
Why do you like it there?
The chaos and the breakdown of the command.
Why do you like it there,
command abilities of the Hamas might even help, because then there are many people, coming forward with information, because the IDF has already told them that whoever has, telling them constantly, whoever has information or hostages, come forward. We make sure you're safe, you get rewarded, and so on. I guess there are many information is coming in. There's a lot of information coming from the troops, the prisoners we taken. They are debriefed on the site, investigated on the site, and this information is already coming. Operational information, actionable information. So the case is, I'm afraid that the Hamas, even if Hamas would have been in control, they don't have a picture. They don't have a real picture, because these hostages for the Hamas, the way they were taken, the way they were treated, there is a commercial one, for commercial purposes. They can exchange them.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we are out of time. IDF Brigadier General in Reserves, Hanan Geffen, thank you very much. Also,
cut him off, because they got him there that whole time in person, just sitting there. Damn, a 3-star general just sitting there. He's like, can we get the rambling old man off the phone?
Made for me.
I gotta go do important military shit. I think I got all day. You little tubby fucking punk. Huh? Let's do some push-ups. Boy, get your ass in the military. Whip you into shape. Hey man, RIP to that dude though. That dude that was the drill instructor to a drill sergeant in Full Metal Jacket. He was a real drill sergeant at one point before he was an actor. I forget his name, dude. Elmer T. something? What was his name? Oh, he's dead, man. If you didn't know, he's fucking dead, man. No longer with us. Yeah, heavy shit. R.I.P., dude. R.I.P. Marine. Recruit. Now they'd be recruits. They wouldn't be called them Marines because they're not Marines till they graduate boot camp. They're a recruit. So piece of shit. Good for nothing. They're on the word. God, man. Dude, I tried so hard to get the thumbnail to look. What do y'all think of it? Nobody said anything about the thumbnail. The little Jew kid with a chick with a Palestinian headscarf on. Nobody said anything about it. Fuck. What is your problem? What in the fuck, man? Is your problem, dude? Huh? You have a problem? Because I tell you what, I'm a problem solver. I got a wrench, I got a screwdriver, a saw, I got a couple other tools, dude. I got a little bag I can bring it over, or we can check it out. We can check it out together. Maybe we can figure it out. Like MacGyver some shit. I got some tape, zip ties. We'll fix it. I know how to do the crane kick if you want to surprise them though. Because they see you do this shit in a fight, you'll be like, come on, bitch. Like,
the 46th
let's go.
Plenary meeting of the 10th Emergency Special Session of the General Assembly is called to order.
Go. You can't tell them I got one leg up, you know what I mean? I'm like, you gotta have the leg up when you're doing it.
The General Assembly will continue its consideration of
then when they come at you,
5
entitled, they have no idea. They're like, what's he doing with his arms? What's his other leg doing? Bob, that dude kick him in the nuts.
Palestinian territory.
Mr. Miyagi taught me
to
that.
hear the remaining speakers in explanation of vote after the vote, to be followed by the continuation of the debate on the item.
It's called the crane kick. Dude, I tried out. I was actually taking Taekwondo for a little while.
May I remind delegations
and before they would
vote
let us do classes, they would ask us to show them what we thought we knew about martial arts. I remember doing the crane kick through my little routine.
I now give the floor to the distinguished delegation of Argentina.
So this is where Argentina talks about how they need a ceasefire.
Argentina expresses its concern at the situation described by the Secretary General in his letter of the 6th of December and his statement in the Security Council on the 8th of December. But we understand that the draft submitted to this emergency special session does not deal in a balanced way with the needs that were raised by the Secretary General. Argentina supports the request for a humanitarian ceasefire and the need to respect international law, including international humanitarian law, and the unconditional freeing of all hostages. And this includes all Israeli civilians and those of other nationalities who were taken hostage following the terrorist attack carried out by Hamas on the 7th of October. Argentina expresses its strong condemnation of the terrorist group Hamas, which is at the root of the humanitarian disaster described by the Secretary General. Given that the draft resolution does not include an express repudiation of such acts, Argentina was not able to support with its positive vote given this draft, and therefore we abstained. Also, Argentina recognizes Israel's right to exercise its legitimate right to self-defense in the context of international law and international humanitarian law. And we believe that that recognition should also have been included in the draft that was adopted by the General Assembly. Argentina would like to thank the Secretary General and his team for the efforts being made, and we pay homage to the international civil servants who, with great efforts and sacrifices, are working on the ground. A particular mention and recognition should be given to those who lost their lives carrying out their work. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Argentina, and I now call on the distinguished representative of Mexico to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. My country, Mexico, welcomes the adoption of the resolution by this General Assembly. It was co-sponsored by my country. With regards to the amendments submitted by the United States, while Mexico fully condemns the atrocious Hamas attacks, my country abstained since we consider the amendment distorts the essential aim of the resolution, which is a humanitarian ceasefire. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Mexico, and now invite the distinguished representative of China to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, China welcomes the December 12th adoption by the emergency special session of the GA of a resolution that calls for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. The resolution was co-sponsored by 104 member states, China being one of them, and we voted in favor of it. This resolution was carried by an overwhelming majority, an eloquent testimony to the international community's prevailing sentiment, and must be implemented fully and effectively. On 11th to 12th of December, on the 11th of December, I joined my fellow Security Council ambassadors on a visit organized by the UAE and Egyptian governments to the Al Arish and Rafah crossings. The humanitarian catastrophe unfolding in Gaza has reached such a point that no words can describe it. What met our eyes was way beyond the pale of human conscience, beyond the pale of the UN Charter, beyond the pale of international law. Much to our distress and anguish, killing is still afoot as we speak, and this council, the Security Council, was prevented from issuing even the most basic of appeals, to wit, a call for ceasefire. Lately, on how to address the Palestinian-Israeli issue, we have yet again witnessed stark, naked double standards and hypocrisy of the most authentic order. Moral superiority-charged slogans about human rights, humanitarianism, protection of women and children, and what have you, which some people used to glibly spout, have now taken an absurd twist all of a sudden. Their mantras about the need to punish war crimes, genocide, and crimes against humanity are now failing to pass their lips. Even the most basic ceasefire seems to have become a bitter pill, too unpalatable for them to swallow, something they scramble to skirt around or steer clear of. China firmly opposes and condemns all attacks against civilians. Let me be clear. When we say nothing is more precious than lives, these lives include the Palestinian people's lives. When we say women and children must be protected,
they don't even care about their own people's lives, do they?
They
What happened with
also
COVID,
include
man?
Palestinian women and children.
And
when we say
then, what
international law
else?
and international humanitarian law ought to be respected, and that civilians and civilian objects must not be targeted.
People in China
That
are scared to
applies
help each other
equally
when they're hurt.
to the Palestinian-Israeli conflict.
Like if they get ran over or something,
In the current circumstances,
because they don't want to get
a
sued.
ceasefire should be an overriding precondition. An immediate ceasefire must be the international community's common goal and a matter of the utmost urgency. We urge Israel to heed the universal call of the international community for an immediate cessation of indiscriminate military attacks, an immediate end to the collective punishment against the population of Gaza, and an effective curtailment of the mounting settler violence in the West Bank. A humanitarian calamity never before seen has befallen Gaza. Israel, as the occupying power, must fulfill its obligations under international law, international humanitarian law. We firmly oppose the forced displacement and relocation of people from Gaza. China supports UN humanitarian agencies' continued relief operations in Gaza and calls for immediate actions to expand humanitarian access, including making full use of all crossings, including the Kerem Shalom crossing, as soon as possible, so that humanitarian aid can enter Gaza with no impediment. We support further diplomatic mediation and good offices for the early release of all detainees. The question of Palestine is a stress test for the conscience of humankind, and so is the conflict in Gaza vis-à-vis what the UN can do. China, together with the rest of the international community, will continue to work towards restoring peace and saving lives in a tireless effort to bring an early end to the hostilities in Gaza and to achieve lasting peace in the Middle East. I thank you. And through the two-state solution. Thank you, Mr. President.
I should like to thank the distinguished representative of China, and I now call on the distinguished representative of Turkey to take the floor.
I should like to thank him, but I'm not gonna.
Mr. President, thank you for convening the 10th emergency special session upon the request of OIC Group and Arab Group. We welcome the adoption of the resolution presented by Egypt on behalf of the Arab Group. Mr. President, almost 10 weeks now, an unprecedented catastrophe has been inflicted on Gaza. As of now, more than 18,000 Palestinians have lost their lives. Many more are unaccounted for under the rubble, and many more are wounded. These figures are not just numbers, but innocent civilians, mostly women and children. Each had dreams that have been shattered overnight. The risk of regional spillover is grave. It is crystal clear that the only way to prevent further violence and suffering is an immediate ceasefire. Unhindered and sufficient humanitarian aid is urgently needed all over Gaza through additional border crossings. Mr. President, complete disregard of most basic requirements of human decency, acts of collective punishment, and forced mass displacement of people that amount to war crimes and crimes against humanity are unacceptable. The claims that glorify indiscriminate violence as a means to achieve sustainable peace and security are totally false and disingenuous. Acts of vengeance targeting an entire population cannot be justified under any pretext. Silence in the face of such atrocities and reckless cruelty is tantamount to it giving carte blanche to and complicity with the perpetrators. The international community cannot and should not grow insensitive to the ongoing carnage in which most basic human rights, first and foremost, the right to live and to live in dignity, are being violated. At a time when we commemorate the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, medieval impulses cannot and should not be allowed to prevail. The longer the international community fails to stop this carnage and bring the perpetrators to justice, the less credibility will be left when it comes to addressing issues of global concern, anywhere, anytime. Those who could not bring themselves to do what their conscience tells them to do cannot claim to have the moral high ground elsewhere. Since the Security Council once again failed to deliver, it fell on the General Assembly to give voice to the collective conscience of humanity, and in doing so to preserve the credibility of the UN system. On this occasion, we would like to express our strong support to the Secretary General, who invoked Article 99 of the UN Charter and called on the Security Council to undertake its responsibility for the maintenance of global peace and security. It is in this spirit that we have, as Turkey, co-sponsored the draft resolution presented by Egypt on behalf of the Arab group. In the final analysis, root cause of the problem is continued occupation of the Palestinian territory, and only through bringing an end to this inhuman occupation and recognizing the right of Palestinian people for self-determination could a viable solution be achieved. I thank you.
I should like to thank the distinguished representative of Turkey.
And
I now invite the distinguished representative of Sweden to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Sweden stands up for international law, including international humanitarian law. Sweden voted in favor of the resolution because the humanitarian catastrophe unfolding in Gaza requires an immediate humanitarian ceasefire to protect civilians and enable humanitarian assistance to reach the civilian population. We also fully support the call for immediate and unconditional release of all hostages held by Hamas and other groups. Sweden fully supports the Secretary General's appeal for a decisive action by the Security Council invoking Article 99. The current impasse in the Security Council is regrettable. As pointed out by the Secretary General, the international community has a responsibility to use all its influence to prevent further escalation and end the crisis. The resolution presented by Egypt and adopted 3 days ago sends a clear message that the United Nations General Assembly shoulders the responsibility when the UN Security Council is unable to do so. 153 member states took a clear stance for international humanitarian law, which applies to all parties of the conflict at all time. The impending risk of collapse of the humanitarian system in Gaza entails potentially irreversible implications for peace and security in the entire region and places the civilian population, especially children, in desperate conditions. It is now crucial to attain continuous, prompt, secure and unimpeded humanitarian access to Gaza. The Swedish government has presented a new package of humanitarian aid in light of the development in Gaza. The aid, which amounts to 210 million Swedish kronor, aims to meet the most urgent needs and focuses on women and children. Sweden reiterates its long-standing support for UNRWA, which heroically continues to operate in Gaza under very difficult circumstances. Sweden expresses condolences for the UNRWA staff that have paid the ultimate price, many of them together with the family members. Sweden reiterates its clear position that Israel has the legitimate right to defend itself in line with international humanitarian and international law against Hamas and its horrendous terrorist attacks, which Sweden unequivocally condemns. The purpose of a humanitarian ceasefire is to protect civilians and enable access for humanitarian assistance. It is temporary and its objectives are humanitarian. A long-term solution in Gaza cannot include Hamas. The only sustainable way forward is a negotiated two-state solution where Gaza and the West Bank are governed by a legitimate Palestinian leadership. Thank you very much.
I should like to thank the distinguished representative of Sweden, and now I invite the distinguished representative of Iraq to take the floor.
Thank you, President of the General Assembly. I would like to thank you, Mr. President, for your efforts and for convening this special session. It allows the member states to convey their position and vision to the international community on the repeated aggressions waged by the Israeli occupation forces against the long-suffering Palestinian people. Mr. President, Israel has co-sponsored the resolution entitled The Protection of Civilians and Upholding the Humanitarian and Legal Obligations tabled by Egypt on behalf of the Arab group. We have voted in favor of this resolution and we welcome its adoption. We have reservations as to some of the sentences in that resolution, which could be explained as equating the Israeli occupation and the Palestinian citizens defending their land and freedom. Mr. President, the Israeli occupation forces started their aggression against the Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip more than 2 months ago. They have used all sorts of weapons and indiscriminate bombardment by air, land, and sea. They have destroyed the infrastructure, schools, hospitals, houses of worship, and dwellings. Since then, the Security Council has been unable to discharge its legal responsibility in maintaining peace and security. It failed repeatedly to adopt a resolution to end the brutal massacres, genocide, and systematic killing perpetrated by the Israeli occupation forces, and claiming the lives of thousands of children, women, and elderly. They have cut off water supply and energy, closed border crossings, imposed a blockade, collective punishment, and forcible displacement against the people of Palestine. This has exacerbated the humanitarian situation and has led to a veritable humanitarian catastrophe. The Secretary General described it as being unprecedented. It has reached a stage of total collapse owing to the intensity of the military operations and will impact regional and international peace and security. I seize the opportunity to commend the role of the United Nations and its humanitarian agencies. They have discharged their mandate through the presence of their personnel in the field, the provision of assistance, and their continued humanitarian action despite the difficult circumstances. Meanwhile, the Israeli occupation forces have ignored their calls for a ceasefire, for an end to the humanitarian catastrophe, for saving lives, despite the fact that many UN personnel have made the ultimate sacrifice. Mr. President, the government of Iraq expresses its support and appreciation for the Secretary General Guterres for his principled and clear position in his letter to the Security Council on the blatant violations in the Gaza Strip. The Secretary General invoked Article 99 of the UN Charter. Iraq stresses that the humanitarian catastrophes due to that aggression have led to a humanitarian catastrophe that requires an urgent international intervention. There's a need for concerted international efforts and for a sense of responsibility to avoid the dire consequences of the widening of the conflict. What happened in the Gaza Strip since the 7th of October cannot be separated from the long-standing usurpation of legitimate rights and the continued violations by the occupation forces in the Palestinian territories, in addition to the detention campaigns, the confiscation of land, the violation or the desecration of the holy sites with impunity for more than 7 decades. Mr. President, 103 member states have co-sponsored the resolution. 99 states had supported the resolution, and 121 states voted in favor of the GA resolution in its special session on the 26th of October. This reflects the global call by the majority of the member states for a ceasefire to save lives and to end the untold and unspeakable daily humanitarian catastrophes. We are hopeful that the calls of the majority of the UN member states will be heeded to put an end to these humanitarian catastrophes, to preserve the dignity of the Palestinian people and their right to live in freedom, and to adopt the necessary measures to hold the Israeli entity accountable for its brutal crimes. Mr. President, Iraq strongly condemns the crimes perpetrated by the Israeli occupation forces, and we reiterate that in light of these circumstances and escalation, the Palestinian cause cannot be turned from a question of an usurped land and oppressed people and reduced to a question of displacement and humanitarian assistance. It is high time for the international community to adopt measures to end this suffering, which has been ongoing for more than 7 decades. We reiterate our calls to the international community in a sense of responsibility and human solidarity to demand the Israeli entity to end its ongoing aggression against the Palestinian people and to comply with international resolutions and end its aggression. In conclusion, Mr. President, we reiterate the position of the government and people of Iraq in support of the Palestinian people, of their ambitions and their right to self-determination and to the establishment of a Palestinian state on the land of Palestine. Thank you, President.
I should like to thank the distinguished representative of Iraq, and I now invite the distinguished representative of Spain to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you for convening this emergency special session on the humanitarian situation in Gaza. Spain has supported the appeal made by the Secretary General of the United Nations in his letter dated the 6th of December for the Security Council to act in order to avoid a humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza. Last Friday, on the 8th of December, Spain co-sponsored the draft resolution presented by the United Arab Emirates in the Security Council in response to that appeal by the Secretary General for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza. We also call for the respect by all parties for international law, the protection of the entire civilian population, and the immediate release of all hostages, and to allow humanitarian access. We regret the fact that the draft resolution made no progress. Spain also recalls Security Council Resolution 2712 that demands that all parties comply with their obligations under international law, including international humanitarian law, in particular with respect to the protection of civilians, particularly children. Since the attacks of last October the 7th, we have been reiterating our firm solidarity with Israel and condemning the brutal, indiscriminate terrorist attack by Hamas, both expressed without any reservations on several occasions. For this reason, we believe that the text of the resolution approved last Tuesday should have included a clear condemnation of Hamas. Also, from the very beginning, Spain has urged all parties to respect international law, including international humanitarian law, and we have noted that there must be responsibility taken for violations of international law. United Nations agencies are reporting that humanitarian structures in Gaza are on the brink of collapse. It is urgent to ensure that we can provide them with food, water, fuel, electricity and medical care, as well as to provide a safe shelter. Humanitarian access must be restored urgently to the level required to meet the needs of the civilian population and respond to what is already a humanitarian catastrophe. We call for the opening of additional routes to bring vital help to Gaza. In response to the UN's humanitarian appeal, since the beginning of the military operation in Gaza, Spain has tripled its assistance to Palestine this year to a level of 48.5 million euros. The international community must join forces to end the spiral of violence in the Middle East. The Palestinians need the hope of a state. Israel needs security guarantees. In order to assume its role tomorrow in Gaza, the Palestinian National Authority must receive strong support, Arab, European and international support. A Palestinian Authority assuming government responsibilities throughout Palestine is the best guarantee of security for Israel. Palestine also needs security guarantees, guarantees that are not satisfied under the current settlement policy. I reiterate Spain's firm commitment to holding as soon as possible a peace conference with the parties and with the international community to make the two-state solution a reality. This is the path towards the inalienable objective of an Israeli state and a Palestinian state living in peace and security. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I should like to thank the distinguished representative of Spain for his statement, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the observer state of Ireland.
President, Ireland co-sponsored and voted in favour of the resolution presented by Egypt on behalf of the Arab group. We did so to add our voice to the overwhelming majority of member states calling for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire and to reiterate our call for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages. We welcome its adoption by this Assembly on Tuesday and urge its full implementation. The people of Israel and the occupied Palestinian territory deserve nothing less. After 2 months of relentless conflict, the situation in the Gaza Strip is dire. The number of civilian casualties is staggering and it continues to grow. Thousands more have been injured and millions have been displaced. This is completely unacceptable. We condemn the daily killing of civilians and the targeting of civilian infrastructure. International humanitarian law places obligations upon state and non-state actors and must be respected by all parties to any conflict. The humanitarian catastrophe unfolding on our watch is unbearable and it grows more urgent by the day. The level of aid entering Gaza has increased, but it is still not enough to meet the needs of more than 2 million people. It's not nearly enough. The conditions highlighted by UNRWA Commissioner General Lazzarini on 7th of December are a distressing call to action that we cannot and must not ignore. People in Gaza need water, food, medicine and fuel. They need it now. UNRWA must be able to continue its vital work. Aid must be able to enter at sufficient scale and safe, unhindered humanitarian access, including to children and other vulnerable groups, must be ensured. President, Ireland also supported the 2 amendments tabled on Tuesday. We did so in order to once again condemn the heinous acts carried out by Hamas on the 7th of October, which can never be justified. Accounts of sexual violence during the attacks are appalling. As this conflict persists, we must also remain vigilant to the very real possibility of further regional escalation and work to prevent it. The situation in the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem, is deeply concerning. More than 100 Palestinians have been killed in the West Bank since the 7th of October, coinciding with a dangerous increase in extremist settler violence. This must stop, and perpetrators must be held to account. President, Ireland commends the Secretary-General for his recent actions to address this conflict at the UN, including invoking Article 99 for the first time in 30 years. The Secretary-General's commitment to the UN playing a positive role in de-escalating this conflict is hugely important. He deserves our collective support. We welcome that the General Assembly has once again stepped up where the Security Council failed. However, we deeply regret that the Council was unable to adopt a similar resolution owing to the veto of a permanent member. As I've said many times, the veto is an anachronism that must be abolished. President, colleagues, it is imperative that we continue to work for a lasting peace in the Middle East, based on the two-state solution and respect for international law. This is the only prospect for a sustainable peace. For our part, Ireland is determined to work with international partners to deliver a durable humanitarian ceasefire and move towards a meaningful political process. It is the only way to ensure peace and security for both the Israeli and Palestinian peoples. Thank you very much.
I should like to thank the distinguished representative of Ireland, and I now invite the distinguished representative of Cambodia to take the floor.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, my delegation strongly supports the Secretary-General's efforts and appeal in addressing the humanitarian crisis and ensuring the unhindered delivery of humanitarian assistance in Gaza. We are deeply concerned by the escalation of violence, untold human suffering, and immense loss of human lives. Many are women, children, and the elderly. Cambodia co-sponsored and voted for the draft resolution on the protection of civilians and upholding the legal and humanitarian obligations proposed by Egypt on behalf of the Arab group. We welcome its adoption by the General Assembly on the 12th of December. Cambodia believes that a humanitarian ceasefire is not just an obligation, but an urgent necessity to avoid further deepening of the catastrophe and horrific harm to civilian lives. It is absolutely important that all parties must ensure safe and complete access for humanitarian relief to people who are in dire need in Gaza. All parties must respect international humanitarian laws and human rights law. Using civilians as human shield is despicable and deplorable, while they must be protected, and civilian infrastructure must not be targeted. Cambodia therefore joins others in calling for the unconditional release of all civilians held hostage by Hamas and other parties, and voted in support of the amendment in this regard proposed by Austria. I wish to reiterate that Cambodia condemns all acts of terrorism and violence against innocent civilians, regardless of their race, culture, or religion. In the same vein, Cambodia condemns the heinous attack on civilians on 7 October 2023. We consistently stand in solidarity with the international community in the fight against terrorism in all its forms and manifestations, while fully appreciate the numerous debates over which action constitute terrorism. Mr. President, now more than ever, it is of paramount importance to address the root causes of the Palestinian-Israel conflict to enable both the peoples of Israel and Palestine to coexist side by side in peace and harmony. Cambodia urges all relevant parties to revive the efforts to resolve the conflict through diplomacy, dialogue, and peaceful means to end the humanitarian crisis and achieve enduring peace. To this end, there is a need to build conducive environment, starting with this silence of the sound of gun. Allow me to end my statement by repeating what I have said earlier. Hatred and vengeance only feed another cycle of hatred and vengeance. The current trajectory of the situation in the Middle East will neither engender sustainable security nor bring lasting peace and harmonious coexistence to the peoples of Palestine and Israel. I thank you for your attention.
I should like to thank the distinguished representative of Cambodia and now invite the distinguished representative of Denmark to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Denmark is deeply concerned about the humanitarian situation in Gaza. The international community has a responsibility to prevent a collapse in the humanitarian system and to avert a humanitarian catastrophe. On this background, Denmark voted yes to the resolution before us. We would have preferred a text which unequivocally condemns Hamas' heinous terrorist attacks on Israel on 7 October 2023, and which calls for the immediate and the unconditional release of all hostages taken by Hamas. We also wish to underline that we understand the call for a humanitarian ceasefire to be a call for temporary measures to allow humanitarian needs to be met. As such, a humanitarian ceasefire does not deny Israel the right to defend itself in accordance with international law, including international humanitarian law. I thank you.
I should like to thank the distinguished representative of Denmark. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Croatia.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have gathered here again at the General Assembly of the United Nations to discuss the devastating humanitarian and human rights crisis in Gaza that erupted with the heinous terrorist attack by Hamas on Israel on 7th of October. Since then, both the Israeli and Palestinian civilian population has been thrown into severe jeopardy and the region on the brink of disaster. It has also led to the death of more than 140 UN staff, the greatest loss of life of UN staff in the history of the organization. We commend Secretary General for invoking Article 99 and regret that the Security Council once again did not reach necessary compromises to be able to act. As a matter of principle, Croatia stands by the right of the State of Israel to defend itself and the state's fundamental duty to protect its population. We also support the demand for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages held by Hamas and other groups, as well as ensuring immediate humanitarian access to them. Also, as a matter of principle, we stand for human rights, protection of civilians, and the adherence to the international humanitarian law, most notably with regard to the protection of civilians. We are facing a humanitarian emergency in Gaza. Civilian casualties are mounting, including women and children. Resolution submitted to the vote is purely humanitarian, stripped of any political content. We were asked to confirm what all of us are obliged to protect: basic human rights and international humanitarian law. This, we believe, should be beyond any matter of political perspective and is in interest of all. Therefore, again, as a matter of principle, Croatia voted in favor of the proposed resolution. I thank you.
I should like to thank the distinguished representative of Croatia, and I now invite the distinguished representative of Jordan to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, allow me to convey to you my sincere thanks for your response to the request to the resumption of the 10th emergency special session of the GA in accordance with the United for Peace General Assembly resolution of 1950. The holding of this meeting comes after the failure of the Security Council to adopt the resolution tabled by the UAE, the Arab member of the Council, that calls for an immediate cessation of the Israeli war against the Gaza Strip. It was in response to the letter of the Secretary General to the Security Council invoking Article 99 of the UN Charter to draw the attention of the Council to the near collapse of the humanitarian situation in Gaza and the grave situation that threatens international peace and security. Mr. President, the adoption by the General Assembly on Tuesday last of a resolution that calls for an immediate ceasefire with an overwhelming majority, that is 153 countries voted for the resolution, and it was co-sponsored by more than 100 member states, reflects clearly the collective will of the international community to put an end to the raging Israeli war waged against the Palestinian people in Gaza. Here, Jordan reaffirms the need for all states to cooperate to put an end to this war against Gaza and to make international concerted efforts to bring pressure to bear on Israel to implement the resolution and to end its barbaric attack on the innocent civilians in the Gaza Strip. This calls for a serious consideration of holding Israel accountable for its grave violations of the international humanitarian law and its imposition of the imposition of collective and individual measures to stop the Israeli aggression. The movement of the international community today, Mr. President, has become an urgent need and a legitimate demand more than ever before to deter Israel from the perpetration of more inhuman crimes against the Palestinian civilians in Gaza. These crimes have led to the martyrdom of nearly 19,000 Palestinians, the majority of whom are women and children. These figures bear testament to the desire of Israel for revenge against all the people of Palestine. History proves that the carnage and wars of Israel against the Palestinian people was never in exercise of self-defense. They were always for vengeance and for the violation of the life and human dignity of this long-suffering people and to break their will and their steadfastness. These dreams will never be realized. Israel will realize that whatever it is doing will only increase the steadfastness of the Palestinian people in their occupied territories, which they will never give up, however long it takes. Mr. President, the scenes that are being documented of the heinous crimes of Israel in Gaza day after day, most recently of which the execution of civilians hiding in a school in Gaza.
Yeah, that one.
And the
I saw that.
targeting of international facilities and the schools of UNRWA, as well as the stripping naked of the civilians and the use of the civilians as human shields in the military operations inside the strip, destroy all the arguments put forward to defend Israel and to justify its crimes in Gaza. This leaves no room for doubt that this war is nothing but an aggression, a vengeance, a collective punishment by Israel against the unarmed Palestinian people. We reiterate the need for the provision of international protection for the brotherly Palestinian people and to end the war that has entered its 70th day at a time when we see the failure of the international community to prevent Israel from its continued killing indiscriminately of the civilians and its denial of the right to food, water, fuel to Gaza, and the use of such things as weapons, and all this constitutes additional war crimes that Israel must be held fully accountable for. The statements by Israeli officials since the beginning of the aggression, since including those made in the United Nations and in the Security Council, are further proof that Israel is targeting the Palestinian civilians with a deliberate intention for collective killing, ethnic cleansing, and genocide. All these evidence will be used in holding Israel accountable legally in the future. Jordan will continue to provide assistance to the Palestinian brethren with all means available to it, including through the 2 military hospitals in the Gaza Strip and in Nablus, as well as the 2 medical stations in the West Bank. We reiterate that Jordan stands by the Palestinian people in their steadfastness on their territory, and we categorically reject any attempt to separate the West Bank from the Gaza Strip. They are an extension and an integral part of the one and united Palestinian state. In this regard, we reiterate that there will be no solution to the question of Palestine at the expense of any other country. Attempts at forcible displacement and the liquidation of the question of Palestine are red lines for the people and government of Jordan. In conclusion, Mr. President, we would like to reaffirm our conviction that the right of the Palestinians to return or compensation within a comprehensive solution to the conflict within the framework of UN resolutions is the only way to resolve the question of Palestine on the basis of the 2-state solution and the relevant resolutions of international legality. Thank you, sir.
I should like to thank the distinguished representative of Jordan. And I now invite the distinguished representative of Indonesia to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Indonesia co-sponsored the resolution presented by Egypt on behalf of the Arab group because we value human lives and humanity. Indonesia therefore welcomes that 153 countries voted in favor of the resolution. This is a clear message by the majority of the General Assembly that we refuse to be part of history that supports the killings of thousands of women and children in Gaza. We refuse to be seen as countries that turn a blind eye to the atrocities in Gaza. We refuse to be complicit in the acts of crime against humanity and war crimes in Gaza. Mr. President, even after the call from all corners of the world for a ceasefire, including the action by the Secretary General to invoke Article 99 for the first time in decades, today we continue to witness the killings of innocent civilians, the collapse of humanitarian situation in Gaza, and the collapse of humanity. Let us be clear. What we are witnessing is bordering genocide. The irony is, all these are taking place on the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, a declaration that commits to all human beings born free and equal in dignity and rights, which today clearly excludes the Palestinians. So, when is it time to say enough is enough? Is it when we reach 25,000 killed, 50,000 killed, or 100,000 killed? Is it when all the Palestinians are successfully pushed out of Gaza? It is our collective responsibility to stop these atrocities now. We urge Israel and all parties to immediately and effectively implement this resolution because we need to stop the atrocities and save lives. We need to provide humanitarian assistance throughout Gaza. We need humanity to prevail. We need this resolution, as well as previous resolution in the Assembly and the Council, to be implemented. Mr. President, the time to act is now. Stop the killing of women and children and the cycle of violence. Uphold humanity. We must act now to uphold the UN Charter. I thank you, Mr. President.
I should like to thank the distinguished representative of Indonesia, and I now invite the distinguished representative of the plurinational state of Bolivia.
Muchas gracias, presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Bolivia would first of all like to thank Egypt for submitting the draft resolution on behalf of the Arab group, and the resolution which was adopted last 12th of December in this room. We call for a humanitarian ceasefire given the enormous catastrophe at this very moment the Palestinian men and women are suffering in Gaza because of the bombs and the weapons used by Israel. And so we co-sponsored the draft resolution. Similarly, last week we supported the draft resolution in the Security Council. Unfortunately, once again, the United States blocked that resolution, a clear demonstration of the ill use of the veto. Which is used by permanent members of the Security Council. Mr. President, 2 months after since the beginning of this attack against Palestinians, it's a shame that the Security Council has not sent a firm and unified message to save lives and to ensure that Israel puts an end to its genocide of the Palestinian people. This General Assembly has become a space for great speeches to say that some are doing more than others to help Palestinians, but we've forgotten the most important. We must act consistently and put an end to Israeli bombs. We must not be complicit in this attacks. The international community and international law must act against those who are responsible for these crimes. The worst in this situation is that the ongoing occupation of Palestinian territory is discussed in this room, but nothing is done to put an end to the loss of thousands and thousands of lives. And there's also the loss of about 20,000 innocent people. How many more deaths must we weep for in the world for helping these people which are looking for their independence, and how many more people must lose their lives? Israel cannot continue to act in the margin of international law. It must be held accountable for its activities. Colleagues, 75 years since the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the Palestinian people is suffering the worst violation of human rights in history. The international community cannot be just a passive spectator in this conflict. All states and players involved, we must all assume our responsibility to advocate for justice and peace in the region, and this immediately. Finally, President and colleagues, Bolivia is and will continue to be on the right side of history. We will be on the side of human rights and on the side of the rights of the Palestinian people. Thank you, Mr. President.
I should like to thank the distinguished representative of the plurinational state of Bolivia, and now I invite the distinguished representative of the state of Qatar.
شكرا لكم السيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the resumption of this emergency special session in view of the failure of the Security Council once again to adopt the Arab draft resolution tabled in response to the deteriorating humanitarian situation in Gaza. Our brethren are facing one of the worst humanitarian catastrophes in the world. It was a purely humanitarian resolution adopted by more than 100 states, and it came after the unprecedented movement of the Security Council through his Secretary General through his message to the President of the Security Council invoking Article 99 of the Charter, calling for a humanitarian and just ceasefire. We reiterate our condemnation of the Israeli aggression, which has taken a toll of more than 18,000 civilian casualties, the majority of whom are men and children, as well as the displacement of 2 million people and the cutting of the basically human the needs of human life, the killing of journalists, and in a clear violation of the resolutions of the Security Council and the relevant GA resolutions. In the same context, the message of the Commissioner General of UNRWA addressed to the President of the General Assembly on the 7th of December is saying that it comes at the darkest moment of the history of the agency that has lasted for more than 75 years. It is high time for the international humanitarian law to be applied without distinction and without double standards. Therefore, we welcome the adoption by the General Assembly on Tuesday last of the draft resolution tabled by the Arab group, for which 153 states have voted. This is a call from the international community to put an end to the bloodshed and to unspeakable human suffering. The importance of the resolution lies in its call for a humanitarian ceasefire and calls upon all parties to comply with their international obligations, particularly those under IHL, including the protection of civilians, in addition to the unconditional release of the hostages, in the ensuring the access of humanitarian assistance. It reflects the necessary and urgent humanitarian needs agreed upon. The efforts of the state of Qatar in partnership with Egypt and the USA have led to humanitarian truce for 4 days, and then it was extended to 7 days. More than 100 of the prisoners, including women and children, were released, in addition to hundreds of Palestinian prisoners in Israeli prisons. This truce allowed the access of relief assistance that is badly needed in Gaza. We continue our diplomatic efforts to extend the truce. We hope that we will be able to arrive at a comprehensive and durable solution to end the war and to stop the bloodshed of the Palestinian people, and the launching of a political process that will lead to a just and comprehensive peace in accordance with the international legality rules and the Arab Peace Initiative and the two-state solution with a independent Palestinian state in the occupied Palestinian territories with its capital in East Jerusalem, and the attainment of the Palestinian people of all their rights. The adoption by the General Assembly of the Arab resolution has given a new hope to the civilians in the Gaza Strip to restore their basic rights, particularly their right to life. It also sent a clear message that the international community, as represented by the General Assembly, is no longer able to turn a blind eye at the grave threats to international peace and security and the grave violations of international law. Thank you, sir.
I thank the distinguished representative of the State of Qatar for his statement. We have now heard the last speaker in explanations of vote after the vote. As agreed at the 45th plenary meeting on 12 December 2023, the Assembly will resume its debate on Agenda Item 5. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the State of Palestine.
Mr. President, the Israeli assault is a war against Palestinian civilians, Palestinian children, Palestinian history, Palestine presence, Palestinian existence. It targets the population, the hospitals, the infrastructure, the homes, the bakeries, the landmarks, the historic mosques and churches that stand witness to our diverse and long history. Israel has destroyed and flattened entire neighborhoods, displaced virtually every Palestinian in Gaza, brought back the scenes and memories of the 1948 Nakba with the massacres and the forced transfer of our people. It also targets our present and future, killing engineers and doctors and poets and academics. It also targets those who could document the crimes and inform the world, the journalists. We mourn one of those journalists, Samer Abu Dagga, wounded in an Israeli drone strike and left to bleed to death for 6 hours, while ambulances were prevented from reaching him. We tell his colleague Wael al-Dahdouh, whose wife Amna, his 15-year-old son Mahmoud, his 7-year-old daughter Sham, and his 1.5-year-old grandson Adam had been killed in a previous Israeli strike a few weeks ago, and who was himself wounded in the same drone strikes as Samer. Wael al-Dahdouh, after he was told about this tragedy, he said, "Ma'lish." We tell Wael, "Mush ma'lish." Enough is enough. This is how Israel conducts its assaults through atrocities, because its goal is not security, not the security of those held captive in Gaza, not the security of the Israeli people, but the destruction and displacement of the Palestinian people, even if that means prolonging the conflict indefinitely. Mr. President, a Palestinian mother looking over her little child explained, "I named him Ayub for patience, and Ayub is one of our prophets. He is the prophet of patience." She was aware that being a Palestinian born in Gaza under occupation, under blockade, he would need endless patience to endure the suffering that would be inflicted upon him. But she never imagined the suffering reaching such magnitude. Like the mother of Ayub, Palestinian parents have been praying with anguish that they would not have to wait any longer for the horrors to stop and for their children to be saved. Countries have a moral and legal obligation to act, to make the horrors stop, to save human lives. Mr. President, 1 million Palestinian children in Gaza are facing a death sentence that can take effect at any moment. Remember what the Secretary General said: the Gaza Strip is a graveyard of children. No country should be part in issuing such death sentences or accepting to co-sign with the murderers the death certificates for our children. Mr. President, people around the globe have been calling for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire, of course, including the Secretary General and all the leaders of UN humanitarian agencies. The United Nations, through the Secretary General and all its agencies, have been calling for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. The humanitarian and human rights community have been calling for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. the Security Council, through 13 of its members, was ready to call for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire, only blocked by one vote, one veto. The General Assembly acted where the Security Council was prevented to act, to uphold international law towards the protection of civilians and ensuring the maintenance of international peace and security.
Take it easy.
The vote
I
was
still have your package
unequivocal.
unopened. I'm going to open on Christmas
The
or
world
something
is
around
calling
there.
for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. 157 countries voted in favor. Only 10 voted against. There is no way to end the massacres of civilians, including children, at an unprecedented pace, to address the occupation-made humanitarian catastrophe of unprecedented scale, except through a ceasefire. Do you see what our people in Gaza are enduring? Do you see our children under the rubble? Do you see them starving? Do you see them being amputated? Do you see them shivering? Our children are killed or orphaned. They know now much more about death than about life. They are not collateral damage. They are yet another generation that has fallen victim to the Israeli war machine. Our children have always been a target, with the aim to terrorize and traumatize a nation in the hope to defeat it. What is a war whose primary victims are civilians, mainly women and children? It is a war of massacres. Is there a right to massacre in international law? How could anyone defend this war when it has been led through massacres, one day after the other, even today as we sit in this chamber? Israel is treating Palestinians, as it called them, human animals, slaughtering them and starving them. How can anyone support that, or even stand idly by while it happens? Those who are calling for protecting civilians, for upholding the law of war, for humanitarian assistance and access, while refusing to call for a ceasefire, are delusional at best. Israel has been committing heinous atrocities for over 2 months, in fact 70 days, has been deliberately making Gaza unlivable for human life for over 2 months. 2 million Palestinians for over 2 months. This is an integral part of the assault. It is by design criminal, aimed at inflicting maximum pain to force a people out of their country. Israel has confessed to this goal, to this crime. You cannot oppose the ethnic cleansing of our people while at the same time supporting the assault that is enabling it. For those attempting to shame those who call for a humanitarian ceasefire, you have failed. The General Assembly spoke. The world spoke. 153 countries spoke. Shame is on those who refuse to stand against atrocities. In the name of humanity, morality, and legality, the General Assembly has acted, demanding an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. Israel has failed in its efforts to bully, intimidate, and silence the member states of the UN. Member states have voted yes to the UN Charter, voted yes to the Geneva Conventions. On this 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, they voted yes for human rights. And on this 75th anniversary of the Nakba, they voted against new Nakba and never again to allow another Nakba to happen. We salute all of you who stood with the Palestinian people and who stood with justice and with international law. This vote must be followed by a resolute collective action to ensure implementation of this resolution without any further delay. Every day, every hour, every minute counts as a human tragedy continues unfolding. Mr. President, the Palestinian people are here to stay, in our homeland to stay. They are entitled to freedom and independence. This is the only path towards shared peace and security. Netanyahu is demonstrating every day that the target of this assault is the Palestinian people and the Palestinian state. He is saying it openly. Supporting this assault is allowing Netanyahu to pursue his criminal objectives. Netanyahu's place is in a court in The Hague, not in power in Israel. Mr. President, Ayub was killed with his siblings in the bombing of their home by Israel. We all failed him and failed thousands of other children, thousands of women, men, families. We are today to save all those who can still be saved. Every life is sacred, and there is nothing more sacred than the life of a child. Let's save the children of Palestine. For those who say they oppose atrocity, crimes, we ask, is there an exception if it is Israeli committing those crimes, or if the victims are Palestinians? There is no doubt that what is happening in Gaza are atrocity crimes, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. In the face of such atrocities, there is only one moral position, one defensible position: ceasefire now, ceasefire now, ceasefire now, and stop the genocide. Stop the genocide. Stop the genocide committed against the Palestinian people and their children. And I thank you very much, Mr. President.
I should like to thank the distinguished representative of the Observer State of Palestine, and now invite to the podium the distinguished representative of the State of Israel.
Thank you, Mr. President.
There we go, baby.
Colleagues, I could stand here and repeat the horrifying atrocities committed by Hamas on October 7th, when there was a ceasefire in place that was violated by Hamas's planned massacre. Planned. I could discuss the mass rape and mutilation of women, the burning of entire families alive, the beheading of babies. But I have already stood here and showed you footage from that dark day. I have repeatedly discussed the horrors and the bloodshed, but sadly this body prefers to keep its head in the sand. Sadly, this is what the UN has become. So instead of talking about the past, I will try to remind this body of the present and talk about the future. The future that awaits us if the Hamas Nazis are not eliminated. If there's a ceasefire that will allow Hamas to regroup, to rearm, to continue their reign of terror in Gaza. That's the meaning of a ceasefire. This resolution that so many of you sickeningly, I have no other word, applauded, calls for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. So I must ask you today, what does this mean? What is a humanitarian ceasefire? Is it a ceasefire for 6 hours to allow food and water to enter Gaza? Clearly not, seeing as every single day Israel facilitates the entry of hundreds of tons of food and water. Is it a ceasefire for 3 days so that medical supplies and fuel can enter? The answer is also no, as truckloads of these supplies enter Gaza through Israeli facilitation every day. How about a week-long ceasefire to evacuate wounded civilians? No again. This is already happening on the ground, alongside field hospitals and floating hospital ships. Israel facilitates all these efforts. So I ask again, what is the meaning of this humanitarian ceasefire? There's no such a thing. This is one big lie, a whitewashing of the truth. A humanitarian ceasefire means a terrorist-saving ceasefire. We're not stupid. This resolution only seeks an end to the war against Hamas Nazis. Sorry for the words. You don't give a damn about Israel and our future. An end to the war means turning our backs on the hostages. It means ensuring Hamas's continued rule in Gaza. I don't get it. We're 18 years of oppression in Gaza, by the way, against Palestinians, digging terror tunnels into our soil, into our territory, and indiscriminate rocket fires, thousands and thousands on Israeli civilians. That wasn't enough for you? All a ceasefire secures is a future for the genocidal jihadists. It is only Hamas that this resolution is defending. Stop hiding your intentions behind your suits and diplomatic wording. Humanitarian ceasefire. This resolution has a distorted agenda. At least make this clear to all member states. This resolution aims to keep Hamas in power, period. And for those of you who may have forgotten, I want to remind you who these savage terrorists are. Because you could have said something else in your resolution. You could have called them to turn themselves in, to release all the hostages. Then the war would end tomorrow morning. Hamas is currently holding 132 hostages in Gaza. These innocents were brutally taken from their beds, from a party, from the arms of their loved ones, and they are absolutely not being treated in accordance with international law. Hamas refused to even allow the Red Cross to visit them, the most severe crimes that can exist. And this body cannot even bring itself to say their name, Hamas, Hamas. Such cowardice. But now, after some of the hostages have been released, we are beginning to hear the horror stories of what they endured. One of the released hostages, an agricultural worker from Thailand, described that the Israeli hostages held with him were tortured with electric cables. 18-year-old Itai Regev recounted that after being taken hostage, he was operated upon by Hamas without anesthesia, without. His sister Maya, by the way, who was shot in the leg before being abducted, had her bone fracture mended backwards by Hamas. 12-year-old Eitan Yahalomi was held in solitary confinement for 16 days, during which he was forced to watch the atrocities of the Hamas Nazis at gunpoint. When he cried, Hamas ISIS threatened to kill him. All of you here, all of you who have children, think about this for a moment. Hamas forced children to watch their families and friends be butchered. 9-year-old Emily Hand spent 50 days as a hostage. You know what happens today, weeks after her release? She still cannot speak. She's too afraid. She can only whisper. She's just whispering. Why? Because Hamas terrorists threatened to murder her if she made even the slightest sound in the terror tunnel where she was being held. There are still 132 hostages being held in Gaza. 10-month-old Kfir Bibas and his 4-year-old brother Ariel are still being held hostage. Therefore, for heaven's sake, I cannot begin to imagine the horrors they face every single day. Women, children, the elderly are suffering the unimaginable. So calling for a ceasefire now, while they are still being held, is the most immoral thing to do. If this body wants a ceasefire, then it should first and foremost be doing everything possible to bring all of the hostages home. And colleagues, empty words are just lip service. Words are not enough. Yet, instead, it's the Hamas monsters capable of exterminating families and torturing children that this body has chosen to defend. I'm sorry, it's abhorrent and it's disgraceful. But colleagues, Hamas not only cares nothing for Israelis and Gazans, I'll surprise you, they also care nothing for Islam. Nothing. I don't know how, according to Islam, Hamas was permitted to rape and sexually abuse women and girls. I don't know. Maybe it's because Hamas doesn't consider Israelis as human beings? But since October 7th, Hamas has fired over 11,000 rockets and missiles at Israel. And today, Hamas proved that murdering Israelis is even more important than preserving the Islamic holy sites they claim to protect.
Rape is not a crime in Islam.
Watch this video.
It has 2 laws that allow it. Husbands can have sex with their wives whenever they want, and the Quran says you can rape women, actually. So that's why they're not going to care.
Just hours ago, Hamas rocket was fired towards the vicinity of the Temple Mount, Haram el-Sharif. And the Iron Dome, Israel's Iron Dome, intercepted the missile and defended Al-Aqsa Mosque from Hamas. Think about this. Israel is defending Al-Aqsa Mosque from Hamas's missiles. To the Arab League, to the Organization of Islamic Cooperation,
rockets.
I ask,
those are rockets,
this is
not
who you
missiles.
have chosen to defend? A group of genocidal terrorists that prefer jihad at any cost over Islamic holy sites? Just as ISIS destroyed mosques, ISIS is willing to blow up Al-Aqsa.
Yeah, but
And so many of you are willing to defend them.
Too, though.
Unbelievable.
Maybe they were trying to hit the Western Wall.
Mr.
It's right next
President,
door, dude.
Israel's operation in Gaza is not a response to October 7th. It's not. It is to ensure, only to ensure, that such atrocities never happen again. And the only way to do so is to obliterate Hamas's capabilities. There's no other way. There's no other option. Hamas is a cancer and it must be eradicated. And every resolution passed here that doesn't support Hamas's elimination only serves to empower these terrorists and promote a future of regional suffering. Regional. This is what Hamas's Iranian puppet masters want. We know it. But I cannot understand why the Sunni countries of the world are playing along. This is why no matter how many destructive resolutions this body adopts, Israel cannot stop until Hamas is defeated. This is about our future. This is about our survival. And no General Assembly resolution, I apologize, no General Assembly resolution will force us to commit a collective suicide. We will defend ourselves and we will defend our future. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of the State of Israel for his statement. And I now call on the distinguished representative of Mauritania, speaking on behalf of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation.
Oh, okay. Islamic Cooperation, what is that?
Mr. President, I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the group of member states belonging to the Organization of Islamic Cooperation in my capacity as a chair of the group. Mr. President, let me thank you immensely for convening this emergency special session once again, following the previous session held on 26 October 2023. We are once again holding a special session on the United Nations General Assembly to demonstrate our strong conviction that the humanitarian situation in occupied Palestinian territory, and in particular in the Gaza Strip, has assumed a very critical dimension that the entire world cannot continue to ignore. The daily loss of innocent lives in Gaza and elsewhere in the occupied Palestinian territory has continued to shock the human conscience. This is due to the escalation of brutal aggression by the Israeli occupation forces against innocent civilian population, including women and children. Against this background, the global call by state and civil society has been very loud in calling for an immediate ceasefire in order to put a definitive end to this unwarranted carnage and growing humanitarian disaster. The OIC called in this August body to assume its responsibility in this regard and to give a strong expression to one of the main purposes of the UN, which is the maintenance of international peace and security and the upholding of international law. In the face of this inability of the United Nations security to act swiftly to prevent the potential global threat to peace and security represented by the ongoing Israeli aggression in the occupied Palestinian territory, the OIC strongly call on the United Nations Assembly as a collective voice of the global community to assume its crucial role of defending the UN Charter and international legality. Accordingly, the OIC strongly deplores the escalation of attacks by the Israeli occupation forces in Gaza and elsewhere in the occupied Palestinian territory in their continuing aggression against the civilian population and their properties. Within the framework of Israeli brutal colonial campaign aimed at annexing Palestinian homes and the violating the sanctity of Holy Al-Quds Mosque and other cultural and religious sites. In this regard, the OIC condemned the recent action of His Excellency the UN Secretary General by invoking Article 99 of the United Nations Charter within the context of bringing about an expeditious halt to the colossal loss of innocent civilian lives and its negative implication for the maintenance of international peace and security. The OIC also warned that the resumption of the hostility following the week-long temporary truce has continued to record human casualty among the vulnerable segment of the population of Gaza and elsewhere in the occupied Palestinian territory, even as there are dangerous signals of the imminent spillover of the crisis to other parts of the entire Middle East region. Since the recent outbreak of armed aggression on the Palestinian people, more than 80% of the population of Gaza has been displaced, while an unprecedented number of civilian deaths have been recorded, among who are about 133 relief workers belong to the United Nations Relief and Works Agency in Rwanda. We had warned in our early message that the forced displacement of the Gaza population was akin to another Nakba, which subjected Palestinians to forced displacement and a resultant seizure of their ancestral homeland in utter violation of the principle of international law and international humanitarian rights law. As the United Nations recently celebrated the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, we draw attention to the incessant violation of human rights and human dignity of the Palestinian people, since they were forced to flee their ancestral land more than 70 years ago. This is accompanied by the brutal attacks against the population of the occupied Palestinian territory by both the Israeli occupation forces and the Israeli settlers communities, who were heavily armed by the occupying power. The OIC calls on this august world body to act swiftly to uphold the human rights and dignity of the oppressed Palestinian people who continue to live under colonial justification, accompanied by an old denial of human, social, and cultural rights. Mr. President, since the outbreak of the aggression in the occupied Palestinian territory, particularly in Gaza, the OIC has continued to call on the principal organ of United Nations to assume their global responsibility by speaking up in the face of historical injustice, mass displacement, and war crime against the Palestinians. In this regard, the OIC call on global actors to exert all pressure on Israel to heed the clarion call for a durable humanitarian ceasefire, including allowing access to humanitarian corridor and cessation of those attacks, which have brought about a colossal loss of lives among the civilian population of Gaza and elsewhere in the occupied Palestinian territory. The OIC further call upon the international community to act swiftly and to hold the Israeli occupation forces accountable for the heinous war crimes against the Palestinian people and humanity at large, and call for immediate intervention to halt this massacre. The OIC also stressed the need to provide international protection for the Palestinian people in conformity with international humanitarian law standard, as has been advocated by the United General Assembly, included in the resolution E/S-10/20 of 13 June 2018, by dispatching an international protection force to protect innocent lives from ongoing attack by the occupying forces and the extremist colonial settlers. Furthermore, the OIC reaffirms that peace, security, and stability in the region cannot be achieved without putting adequate moral and political pressure to bear on the Israeli occupation power with a view to ending its colonial occupation of Palestine and oppressive practices against the Palestinian people. This included the restoration of the inalienable right of the Palestinian people, particularly the right to self-determination, national independence, and return to their homeland on the basis of the international law and in accordance with the UN resolution. In calling for a swift action by the United Nations General Assembly, we recall the call by OIC leaders who, in their summit held in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia on 11 November 2023, demonstrated the need for an urgent and concerted global action to resolve the lingering question of Palestine. In this regard, we call for the breaking on the siege of Gaza, the cessation of armed aggression by Israel, the condemnation of attacks and targeting of civilians, the attacks, demolition and destruction of hospitals, religious and cultural sites, as they constitute acts of impunity and violation of international law, among other war crimes and atrocities. Accordingly, we express our commitment to support the mission of the follow-up ministerial committee established by the Arab OIC Summit to interface with the global actors on the need for an urgent resumption of the political process toward funding a lasting but comprehensive peace in the Middle East region and the resolution of the Palestinian national question in accordance with the existing UN resolution and the principle of international law. To conclude, OIC strongly supported the draft resolution presented by Egypt on behalf of the Arab group as a credible way forward to the realization of our common objective of addressing the dire humanitarian situation in the occupied Palestinian territory, including Gaza, as well as a successful breakthrough in the Middle East process. I thank you.
I should like to thank the distinguished representative of Mauritania for his statement, and I now invite the distinguished representative of Jamaica, speaking on behalf of the Caribbean community, to take the floor.
What, are they going to blow dart us if we go to war with them?
Mr.
Those
President,
are two different tribes.
I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the 14 member states of the Caribbean community. Mr. President, CARICOM deeply regrets the circumstances that have necessitated the reconvening of the 10th Emergency Special Session of the General Assembly today. We regret that despite genuine attempts to halt the unprecedented levels of death and destruction in Gaza, a way forward was not agreed. We urge an immediate end to the alarming situation in Gaza and emphasize that there will be no winners at the end of this war. Instead, the mistrust, fear, and insecurity that have come to characterize the relationship between Israel and Palestine will mount. On this note, Mr. President, CARICOM makes three critical appeals. First, we call on all parties to lay down their instruments of war in the name of humanity. We, the people of the United Nations, have affirmed our faith in fundamental human rights, in the dignity and worth of the human person, and in the equal rights of men and women and of nations, large and small. On this premise, we have resolved to unite our strength for the maintenance of international peace and security. The situation in Gaza demands this unity of purpose for the preservation of life and for the stability of the security environment in the Middle East. Guns, rockets, and bombs cannot achieve these goals and will not broker security for Palestinians nor Israelis. Second, we reiterate the call for immediate and adequate humanitarian access so that civilians can receive the support they so desperately need at this time. A humanitarian ceasefire is urgently needed so that the United Nations and its partners can have the space and the conditions to reach the people of Gaza and to attend to their needs. CARICOM's third appeal, Mr. President, is for the parties to take steps that would allow for a return to the negotiating table. This includes the release of hostages taken on 7th of October, as well as the release of Palestinians being held for unacceptable periods of time in Israeli prisons without charge. It also includes ending illegal settler violence against Palestinians in the West Bank and the infringement of Palestinians' rights to freedom of movement. Mr. President, a permanent resolution of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict requires very strong political will on both sides. Those with influence over the two parties must work to secure this political will for settling all the outstanding questions in the conflict. Chief among those questions are the establishment of a state for the Palestinian people and guaranteed security for Israel. As member states of the United Nations, we have a collective responsibility to devise ways of moving forward on these critical issues. Previous resolutions of the Security Council, the General Assembly, and other UN organs provide the legal and moral bases, but we must now seriously contemplate how we take these forward. The status quo, or worse, must not be allowed to continue. Mr. President, CARICOM is at your disposal to advance these questions. I thank you.
I should like to thank the distinguished representative of Jamaica. And I now invite the distinguished representative of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, speaking on behalf of the group of friends in defense of the Charter of the United Nations, to take the floor.
Thank you.
Mr. President, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela has the honor to take the floor on behalf of the group of friends in defense of the United Nations Charter. Its member states would like to thank you for convening this important meeting in the light of the continuing worsening of the situation on the ground. Mr. President, more than 2 months have gone by now since the beginning of this regrettable spiral of violence and destruction, which has caused the death of thousands of innocent civilians, particularly women, boys and girls, including more than 100 of UN humanitarian workers, and the destruction of thousands of homes in the Gaza Strip. 2 months have gone by during which the Palestinian civilian population in the Gaza Strip have lived hell on earth, as described by the United Nations Secretary General. There is today no safe space in the Gaza Strip for the civilian population. They are being bombed indiscriminately day and night from the air, from the sea and from the land, along with cruel land operations by the Israeli occupying forces. There is no space for civil infrastructure that is safe from air attacks. Refugee camps, which house more than 1.3 million Palestinian civilians out of the more than 1.9 millions which were forcibly displaced during recent months, have been the target of repeated attacks. The Commissioner General of UNRWA also recently warned, and as the figures show, that the United Nations flag is no longer any protection for Gazan civilians. The schools and hospitals have not been liberated, and they undergo constant attacks. The lives of babies, girls, boys, women, men, old people, the wounded are all in danger. International humanitarian law has been totally neglected over recent weeks. So the question is, where are all those people who in other cases have appealed to the notion of the responsibility responsibility to protect for the interest and well-being of the human rights of millions of Palestinians who have been subject to years of aggression under the legal Israeli occupation? How much longer will we be witnesses of the use of the veto in the Security Council to protect Israel, the occupying power, from its accountability for the crimes that it is perpetrating blatantly and systematically in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, the Gaza Strip? Mr. President, today the international community is witnessing a genuine carnage against the Palestinian people. We regret to admit it, but the body that the United Nations Charter entrusted with ensuring the maintenance of international peace and security has been incapable on many occasions, and the most recently being last Friday, to fully and effectively exercise its functions. It has not even been able to adopt a very necessary resolution demanding unequivocally a ceasefire. We cannot deliberately ignore the humanitarian catastrophe that is taking place under our eyes. We must act. We must do so now to avoid further losses of human life. As was correctly stated by the Commissioner General of UNRWA, the humanitarian situation now is unsustainable. Now, in this context, the member states of our group of friends of the United Nations Charter must insist on the importance of ensuring the full respect for and the upholding of the provisions of international humanitarian law, including the principles of proportionality and distinction, as well as the safety of all civilians, particularly boys and girls, and all humanitarian and medical staff on the ground, in line with the relevant provisions of the General Assembly and Security Council resolutions, including Resolution A/ES10/21, which was approved more than a month ago by this body in the face of the ongoing crisis. The current situation is really a breaking point, as the Secretary-General of the United Nations stated. He invoked the provisions of Article 99 of the Charter, and we welcome this step. We believe that this is the right way forward in the light of the seriousness and the continuing worsening of the situation on the ground. Therefore, we reiterate our demand for an immediate ceasefire and the end of the ongoing atrocities. This is not just necessary in the name of humanity, but also to ensure that humanitarian assistance, including crucial supplies for saving lives, such as sufficient fuel, to ensure basic humanitarian operations can be undertaken, as well as food, medicine, drinking water, should enter the Gaza Strip and be rapidly distributed to all those who desperately need it. In the same manner, we also call for the adoption of urgent measures aimed at guaranteeing, on the one hand, the security and well-being of all civilians, and also to ensure the provision of international protection to the Palestinian civilian population in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem and the Gaza Strip. And this on the basis of the recommendations made by the United Nations Secretary-General in his 2018 report to the Secretary-General and other relevant resolutions from the Security Council. Mr. President, we also renew our appeal that we ensure unhindered humanitarian access in a safe and on a large-scale way in order to meet the urgent needs that have been created by the current catastrophe in Gaza. And it is a genuine crisis which has been provoked by human action. And this is key to avoid the total collapse of critical civilian infrastructure, which would lead inevitably to more civilian victims and to starvation, illness, poverty, and suffering and desperation, which is even greater, worsening the already humanitarian crisis in Gaza, where more than half of the population is made up of boys, girls, and refugees, and more than 85% have been internally displaced since the beginning of this escalation in violence that began more than 2 months ago. Once again, we insist that a lasting, comprehensive solution to the Palestinian question in all its dimensions and in line with international law can only be achieved through peaceful means. Therefore, we ask for urgent measures to be taken to deal with the underlying causes of this prolonged conflict. At its heart, there are years of the occupation and its consequences, and to also establish the responsibility for those crimes that have been committed. Now more than ever before, we must urgently establish a credible political horizon leading to bringing about the right to self-determination for the Palestinian people by achieving independence and sovereignty for the Palestinian state within pre-1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. That means a political horizon that leads to achieving the two-state solution on the basis of the relevant resolutions of the United Nations. In conclusion, we reassert our full commitment to preserve, promote and defend the United Nations Charter. This is a historic treaty which represents a genuine act of faith in the best of humanity, and so far, although it's been the subject of ongoing attacks, continues to make us linked to our promise to protect future generations from the scourge of war and to ensure respect for the dignity and the value of the individual. Let us act collectively and in a responsible way without any further delay to meet our duties under the United Nations Charter. And its effects will include the recent adoption by an overwhelming majority of members of the Arab group of that resolution. Thank you very much.
I should like to thank the representative of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, and I now call on the distinguished representative of Pakistan on behalf of a group of countries.
You don't know what the group is, buddy? Dude. Mr. Galaxy, hey, buddy? You my buddy now? You're here? Buddy?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for convening this resumed 10th emergency session of the General Assembly in response to the request of the Arab and the OIC groups. I have the honor of delivering this statement on behalf of a group of countries which include Algeria, Bolivia, China, Cuba, Egypt, Eritrea, Islamic Republic of Iran, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Libya, Nigeria, Syrian Arab Republic, Venezuela, and my own delegation, Pakistan. Mr. President, we are witnessing a human tragedy of epic proportions unfolding in front of our eyes. Israel's indiscriminate bombardments from the air, land, and sea, along with intense ground operations across Gaza, has now continued for over 2 months, killing more than 18,000 people, 70% of them women and children, and wounding close to 50,000. Entire families and neighborhoods have been wiped out. According to recent reports, the number of people killed is the highest in proportion to the population since this century began. The Palestinians are being bombed without mercy or compunction. Their essential lifeline of water, food, medicines, and fuel have been cut off. 1.93 million of the 2.2 million Gazans have been internally displaced. And even those displaced cannot hide from the Israeli bombs. According to the UN Secretary General, I quote, "The people of Gaza are being told to move like human pinballs, ricocheting between ever smaller slivers of the south, without any of the basics for survival. But nowhere in Gaza is safe," unquote. 134 staff members of the UN Relief Works Agencies, UNRWA,
in Palestine have tragically lost their lives, many with their families and their homes. This is the highest ever recorded killing of United Nations personnel in the history of the United Nations. The international community should honor their memory. UNRWA and other UN agencies have been at the forefront of playing a critical role in the provision of humanitarian assistance to the people of Gaza. We salute their untiring efforts and commitment. The letter recently addressed to you, Mr. President, by the UNRWA Commissioner General Philippe Lazzarini at, I quote, the darkest hour in the agency's 75-year history, unquote, reminds us that the, quote, humanitarian situation is now untenable, unquote. Lazzarini has, I quote, implored the General Assembly to take action, unquote. Mr. President, we are appalled at the magnitude of the suffering being faced by the helpless Palestinian civilians, especially children and women. The collective punishment endured by the besieged people of Gaza is unprecedented in modern history. We must also be appalled at those who, by blocking the call for ceasefire in the Security Council, have enabled the continuation of the Israeli slaughter of innocents. We laud the Secretary General for invoking Article 99 of the UN Charter, the first time during his tenure, terming the situation being at a breaking point. He has noted in his letter addressed to the UN Security Council that, and I quote, there is a high risk of the total collapse of the humanitarian support system in Gaza, which would have devastating consequences, unquote. He particularly stressed that, and I quote again, there is clearly a serious risk of aggravating existing threats to the maintenance of international peace and security, unquote. We deeply regret that calls from the UN Secretary General and the UN General Assembly have not been heeded by Israel, and it continues its criminal attacks against the Palestinian people. Israel has also ignored the call from the Security Council to comply with its obligations under international law, including international humanitarian law, notably with regard to the protection of civilians, especially children, and to refrain from depriving the civilian population in the Gaza Strip of basic services and humanitarian assistance indispensable to their survival. We strongly and unequivocally condemn the indiscriminate use of force by Israel, Israel's attacks on civilians, civilian objects and infrastructure, blockading of water, food and fuel, as well as the forced displacement of people within the occupied territory are flagrant violations of international humanitarian law and amount to war crimes and crimes against humanity and may amount to the crime of genocide. Mr. President, we are deeply disappointed that the UN Security Council once again failed to call for a ceasefire in Gaza on 8 December, even in the face of a human tragedy of epic proportions taking place there. This is unjustifiable. Despite the invocation of Article 99 by the Secretary General and his warnings of humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza, the Council has failed to perform its primary responsibility. Continuation of Israel's campaign in occupied Palestine is aggravating human suffering with massive civilian casualties and forced displacement of millions of Palestinian people. It could also trigger a wider and more dangerous conflict. A heavy responsibility rests on all who have contributed to the prolongation of uninterrupted bombing of the people of Gaza.
We reject Israel's portrayal of its aggressive actions as anti-terrorism measures and its relentless bombing of Gaza as an exercise of self-defense. The root cause of the crisis lies in Israel's prolonged occupation and denial of Palestinians' inalienable right to self-determination. Israel's murderous campaign against the occupied people of Palestine struggling for their freedom cannot be justified under the guise of self-defense. Mr. President, the joint extraordinary Arab and Islamic summit held in Riyadh on 11 November 2023 underscored the centrality of the Palestinian cause and extended full support for the legitimate struggle of the Palestinian people to liberate all their occupied territories and the need to end the Israeli aggression against the Palestinian people. Described the ongoing Israeli aggression as a retaliatory war crime that cannot be justified under any guise, and demanded that all countries stop exporting weapons and ammunition to the occupation authorities that are used by their army and terrorist settlers to kill the Palestinian people and destroy their homes, hospitals, schools, mosques, churches, and all their properties. We welcome the diplomatic efforts undertaken by the Ministerial Committee mandated by the Joint Arab-Islamic Extraordinary Summit, chaired by the Foreign Minister of Saudi Arabia, including visits to P5 capitals. We hope that their efforts will lead to restoring and reinvigorating the peace process. We consider it necessary to intensify international efforts in the search for a durable and peaceful solution. Therefore, we reiterate the demand to advance the peace process in accordance with the resolutions of the Security Council, the UN, and the Arab Peace Initiative aimed at finding a just and comprehensive solution and establishing an independent Palestinian state according to the 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. We also welcome the efforts undertaken by Egypt, Jordan, and Qatar to facilitate the provision of humanitarian assistance for alleviating the suffering of the Palestinian people. Mr. President, in conclusion, it is our hope that the resolution A/ES 10/22 adopted by the General Assembly, acting under Uniting for Peace process, which seeks an immediate humanitarian ceasefire, will be implemented. The Israeli killing machine must be stopped in Gaza and the West Bank. In addition to an immediate humanitarian ceasefire and provision of unimpeded humanitarian access to the besieged people of Gaza, we also demand the following. 1. Establishment of a special tribunal and accountability mechanism to investigate Israel's atrocity crimes, identify and prosecute those responsible for war crimes committed, and to provide reparations for damage, loss, or injury arising from these crimes committed by the Israeli occupation forces. 2. Establish an international protection mechanism to protect Palestinian civilians, especially women and children in Gaza and the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, from further attacks and oppression by the occupation forces and extremist colonialist settlers. And 3, we consider it necessary to intensify international efforts in the search for a durable and peaceful solution of the Palestine question. I thank you, Mr. President.
I should like to thank the distinguished representative of Pakistan. And I now call on the distinguished representative of Malta to take the floor.
Yes.
Of Zambia. Excuse me. I now call on the distinguished representative of Zambia, speaking on behalf of the African group, to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Africa Group, I want to express my sincere thanks and gratitude to you, Mr. President, for convening this timely and important meeting. I also extend my profound thanks to the permanent representative of the Arab Republic of Egypt and the permanent representative of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania in their capacities as the chair of the Arab Group and chair of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, respectively, for requesting the resumption of the 10th emergency special session of the General Assembly. Mr. President, we are meeting today at a very difficult time. The situation in Gaza and the occupied territories is deteriorating and remains a matter of deep concern. The ongoing bombardment of Gaza has claimed thousands of lives, including thousands of children, not to mention the injured, those trapped under the rubble, and the dire humanitarian situation has dramatically worsened an already fragile situation. The cost on the civilian population is unbearable and unacceptable by any standards. We condemn the escalating violence and loss of civilian lives. All human life matters and must be protected, as well as their fundamental rights and dignity must be upheld. We strongly urge the international community and specifically the United Nations to formulate a comprehensive plan for rebuilding the destroyed civilian infrastructure and properties in the affected areas. The plan should encompass not only the physical reconstruction of buildings and facilities, but also the restoration of essential services and support systems that form the backbone of daily life and economic activities. It is imperative that this initiative becomes a central component of all subsequent deliberations and actions, ensuring that the recovery process is integral to the path forward, promoting stability, fostering long-term peace and prosperity in the region. We have regrettably witnessed the inability of the Security Council to act and adequately deliver on this issue, while the situation was deteriorating in an unprecedented scale. It is crucial for all parties to demonstrate genuine commitment to achieving lasting peace in the region. We call for an immediate ceasefire and cessation of hostilities and urge all the parties to engage in a meaningful dialogue to de-escalate tension and find a peaceful resolution to the conflict. We call for the release of prisoners and hostages. The cycle of violence and suffering has to end, and a durable solution must be found through a just and comprehensive peace. Mr. President, today more than ever, we should intensify our efforts to find a just and lasting solution to the conflict based on the two-state solution and a sovereign Palestine state with East Jerusalem as its capital in accordance with the relevant United Nations resolutions and within the framework of the relevant African Union pronouncements. Africa's support for Palestine's cause is premised on the values of freedom, justice, and humanitarian principles that Africa defends in the international fora, alongside all those striving to ensure that Palestine regains its right to exist as a viable state. Africa has consistently expressed deep concern at the consequences of impunity, unilateral policies, and provocations and non-adherence to international law. Mr. President, we therefore welcome the General Assembly resolution adopted on 12th December, demanding for a humanitarian ceasefire and that all parties comply with obligations under international law, including the international humanitarian law, notably with regard to the protection of civilians. Mr. President, I now deliver a national statement in my capacity as Zambia. Mr. President, Zambia supported the resolution on the protection of civilians and upholding legal and humanitarian obligations on December 12th and aligns itself with the statement of the Africa Group at large. The grave humanitarian situation in Gaza demanded our most urgent attention, and that is what this General Assembly gave it by adopting the resolution. How can we stand by idly and watch as innocent children, women, and many others die? How can we do nothing or say nothing when the hundreds and thousands remain under siege? Mr. President, in light of the gravity of the humanitarian situation, the focus should primarily be on saving lives and livelihoods. This is a time to pause and allow our humanitarian side to take action. And so Zambia reemphasizes the call for an immediate ceasefire in the Gaza Strip in order to allow for the much-needed humanitarian assistance and to reach the people of Gaza. We support the call for the release of hostages and the cessation of all aggression. This was the basis for the support for the resolution, and it is the hope that there will be a cessation of hostilities to allow for the humanitarian aid to be carried out. On the wider question of Israel-Palestine, Zambia remains steadfast in the belief of a two-state solution. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Zambia for the statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Malta.
President, Excellencies, the circumstances leading to the resumption of this emergency special session are deeply regrettable. We are facing a catastrophic situation by all accounts, exacerbated by a Security Council which has been unable to find agreement on how to respond to the needs of the crisis. In this regard, Malta has fully supported the Secretary-General's invocation of Article 99. We echo his principled belief that we must not give up. The hostilities in Gaza are fueling unprecedented levels of human suffering. Public order in Gaza is now on the verge of collapse. This scale of loss and destruction is a serious threat to regional peace and will have lasting international repercussions. Malta reiterates that an immediate humanitarian ceasefire is now critical. It is for this reason that we have voted in favor and co-sponsored the resolution last Tuesday and in the Council on 8 December. Malta also continues to unreservedly condemn Hamas's acts of terror, including the heinous attacks of 7th October and the indiscriminate rocket fire on Israeli civilians. Hamas's strategy of embedding itself among civilians and civilian infrastructure in Gaza and reports of sexual violence committed are also reprehensible. Malta once again calls for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages in accordance with Security Council Resolution 2712 and further deplores any acts of violence that may be they may be suffering whilst in captivity. We recognize Israel's right to protect her people, but all actions must be in line with international humanitarian law, including the principles of distinction, proportionality, and necessity. Nevertheless, the fact that civilians in Gaza are lacking the basic needs for survival is a matter of urgency. The healthcare system is on its knees. Collapsing hospitals and a handful of UNRWA facilities are sheltering over 1 million people, compounding serious risks of widespread disease. Amid such inhumane conditions, children also continue to suffer disproportionately, their futures seemingly buried under the rubble. Commissioner General Lazzarini has been clear on UNRWA's fate if nothing is done to alleviate its impossible burden. An unprecedented number of UN employees have been killed. UNRWA will soon be unable to pursue its mandate. Inaction is not an option if we are to preserve any potential of a political solution. We must stress that there is no scenario which justifies the denial of aid for 2.2 million people, 80% of whom have been displaced. In conformity with international law, all parties are obliged to ensure that civilians and civilian infrastructure are protected. Unhindered humanitarian aid and the safety of UN and humanitarian workers must be guaranteed. The only way to achieve these imperatives is through a humanitarian ceasefire. President, the situation in the West Bank has seen unprecedented escalations in the past 8 weeks, including through increasingly heavy incursions, restrictions, and mass detainment of Palestinians. The resurgence of illegal settler encroachment and violence is particularly concerning. We stress that settlements are illegal under international law and constitute an obstacle to peace. Furthermore, we are alarmed at escalations along the Blue Line and the Red Sea. We strongly call for all parties, including non-state actors in the region, to exercise restraint, de-escalate, and respect the norms of international law. Further conflict fronts must be avoided at all costs. Within this volatile context, peace will only be achievable through dialogue towards a political horizon which aims to holistically address both Israel's security concerns and the legitimate aspirations of Palestinians, including their right to self-determination. Malta reaffirms its unwavering commitment to a two-state solution along the pre-1967 borders, addressing the legitimate aspirations of both sides, with Jerusalem as a future capital of two states, living side by side in peace and security, in line with all relevant Security Council resolutions and internationally agreed parameters. We remain convinced that this is the only path to a lasting and sustainable peace in the Middle East. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Malta, and I now give the floor to the representative of Singapore.
Mr. President, Singapore welcomes the resumption of the 10th Emergency Special Session of the General Assembly to discuss the situation in Gaza. We share the concerns expressed by the Secretary General in his letter dated the 6th of December, which he sent to the Security Council, and in which he described, I quote, that current conditions are making it impossible for meaningful humanitarian operations to be conducted, unquote. We also agree with his assessment that the international community has a responsibility to use all its influence to prevent further escalation and end this crisis. Mr. President, I take this opportunity to express Singapore's strong support for the leadership of Secretary General Antonio Guterres and his tireless efforts to address the unfolding humanitarian tragedy in Gaza. We also commend the critical role played by many dedicated and courageous United Nations officials and agencies in providing humanitarian assistance to civilians in Gaza. In particular, the role played by UNRWA, or the UN Relief and Works Agency for Palestinian Refugees in the Near East. We express our deepest condolences to the families of the 135 UNRWA staff who have lost their lives. The Singapore government and the Singapore Red Cross have worked closely with the Egyptian government and the Egyptian Red Crescent to provide humanitarian supplies to Gaza. And we will continue to work closely with our friends and partners to support these humanitarian relief efforts. Mr. President, we are meeting today because the humanitarian situation in Gaza has deteriorated significantly, with over 18,000 Palestinians killed in Gaza and up to 1.9 million people reportedly displaced, which represents about 85% of the population of Gaza. The Commissioner General of UNRWA sent a letter to the President of the General Assembly on the 7th of December, warning of an irreversible disaster. And he also said that the humanitarian situation in Gaza is now untenable, with people, and I quote, desperate, hungry, and terrified. We're therefore disappointed that the Security Council was not able to adopt the draft humanitarian resolution put forward by the United Arab Emirates last week, which Singapore had co-sponsored. Mr. President, Singapore also co-sponsored the emergency special session resolution entitled Protection of Civilians and Upholding Legal and Humanitarian Obligations that the General Assembly adopted with an overwhelming majority of 153 votes in favor on the 12th of December. Singapore supports the call made in this resolution for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. This is essential for the urgent and unhindered provision of humanitarian aid to civilians throughout Gaza. I wish to reiterate Singapore's grave concern at the worsening humanitarian situation in Gaza, which has led to the loss of many thousands of innocent civilian lives. Singapore also supports the call made in the resolution for all parties to comply with their obligations under international law, including international humanitarian law, notably with regard to the protection of civilians. We recognize that Israel has the right to defend its citizens and territory, but in exercising this right, Israel must comply fully with international humanitarian law. This means responding in a proportionate manner. This means avoiding the indiscriminate killing of civilians. This means avoiding the collective punishment of civilians. And this means avoiding the permanent mass displacement of civilians. Singapore strongly supports the call made in the resolution for the immediate release of all remaining hostages. The taking of hostages is prohibited by international law. Hamas and other parties involved must ensure the safety and security of the hostages and facilitate their immediate release. Mr. President, it is a fact that the heinous terrorist attack carried out by Hamas in Israel on the 7th of October led to the killing of over 1,200 Israelis, the majority of whom were innocent civilians. We regret that the resolution adopted on the 12th of December does not condemn or even make reference to the actions of Hamas. Singapore wishes to place on record our view that terrorist attacks carried out by any party cannot be condoned or justified by any rationale. Singapore continues to hold the view that the only viable path to a durable, just, and comprehensive solution to this crisis is a negotiated two-state solution, consistent with relevant UN Security Council resolutions. We support the right of Israelis and Palestinians to live within secure borders. Both Palestinians and Israelis deserve to live in peace, security, and dignity. And we call on leaders from both sides to show leadership, exercise restraint, and take the difficult but necessary steps towards a two-state solution. I thank you very much for your attention.
I thank the distinguished representative of Singapore for the statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Senegal. Mr. President, Senegal aligns itself with the statements delivered by the permanent representative of Mauritania and of Zambia, respectively, on behalf of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation and the African Group. Senegal wishes to also deliver several remarks in our national capacity. My delegation wishes to thank the President of the General Assembly for the professionalism with which he reconvened the 10th emergency special session at the joint request of the Organization for Islamic Cooperation and the Arab Group to address the situation in Gaza. By invoking Article 99 of the United Nations Charter, the United Nations Secretary General, in delivering upon his mandate, brought to the Council the importance of upholding its responsibilities, urging the Council to surmount differences in order to address a grave threat to international peace and security. When Resolution 2712 was adopted on the 15th of November 2023, my country applauded the efforts of the Security Council to bring about a humanitarian pause alongside the initial releases of Israeli hostages and Palestinian prisoners. And also, like the international community as a whole, Senegal, however, voiced the ardent hope that this truce would be leveraged to establish a permanent ceasefire, which is the only way to achieve lasting humanitarian access in a safe and unfettered way for the majority, which the majority of states have been calling for. 18,400 dead in 67 days, 70% of whom are women and children, but journalists as well. There are nearly 300 dead per day on average. That is approximately one child killed every 10 minutes. And yet the bombardment continues to plague Gaza, which has already been victimized by an air, maritime, and land blockade for more than 16 years. Israel's reprisals have been completely disproportionate, plunging 2.3 million people into situations of devastation at all times. This is devastation from which there is no safe refuge, neither in the north, nor in the south, nor for the people in Gaza, nor for humanitarian workers. While we pay tribute to the memory of the 133 UNRWA personnel who were killed in the bombing, Senegal reiterates our encouragement to Mr. Philippe Razzarini, Commissioner General of UNRWA's teams, as well as our encouragement for all UN entities and non-governmental bodies involved. We commend their dedication to mitigating the consequences of this humanitarian crisis. Furthermore, there's a vital need for United Nations entities and their operating partners to have access to the population without having to make the ultimate sacrifice. In this context, my country once again regrets the fact that the Council failed to adopt a draft resolution tabled by the United Arab Emirates. This was despite the almost unanimous support of its membership and despite the co-sponsorship of 103 member states of the United Nations, including Senegal. We cannot state this enough, Mr. President. There is an urgent need, first and foremost, to save the lives of Palestinian populations in Gaza. They are only calling for an end to the bombing. For this reason, the adoption of this text by an overwhelming majority represents a strong message from the General Assembly to the international community. This is also a call upon the Security Council, which must summon the ability to surmount its political rifts and to rise to the present challenge. Only a humanitarian ceasefire will meaningfully protect the people of Gaza. This is the only way to preserve the infrastructure that is still standing and to rebuild the infrastructure that has been destroyed. In the meantime, my delegation will continue to urge Israel as the occupying power to exercise restraint and to spare civilian populations, all humanitarian, medical, and media personnel, as well as to spare hospitals, places of worship, and UN facilities. I would note here that the humanitarian ceasefire that this organization focuses upon should be our priority for Gaza to no longer be an open-air cemetery and for the residents of Gaza to no longer have to flee. Mr. President, to name things wrongly is to add to the misfortune of the world. This is what Albert Camus stated. In many regards, the term catastrophe aptly describes the situation that has prevailed in Gaza over the past 2 months. This catastrophe has ramifications in all of the occupied Palestinian territories, including the West Bank, where settlement activity is exceedingly aggressive and hostile. This is the observation that is all the more bitter as we are to commemorate the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. For this reason, Senegal, which has always condemned any and all attacks against civilian populations, we reiterate our call for respect for international law and the rights of the Palestinian people. The right of the Palestinian people to have a viable contiguous state with East Jerusalem as its capital, as is stipulated in the relevant UN resolutions. My country continuously calls upon the Security Council and all stakeholders for a meaningful de-escalation as the first step to the resumption of peace talks geared towards the attainment of the solution of 2 states, Israel and Palestine, living side by side within safe and internationally recognized borders. How many people in Gaza will we have to watch die before we resolve to stop this carnage? How many children dead before having lived will we have to bury to end this massacre? It is no longer possible for legality not to apply vis-a-vis the Palestinian people. To silence the weapons will never be a renunciation when it comes to the protection of innocent lives. Thank you. I thank the representative of Senegal for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of Algeria.
سيد الرئيس بداية أود أن
President, at the outset and before anything else, I would like to congratulate the General Assembly for a resolution that was submitted by the Arab group. It represents a very clear message from the international community, and it demands an end to the aggression against the Palestinian people who are without any defense, and also to allow humanitarian aid to reach the besieged Gaza Strip. In this context, we reject any labeling which seeks to put the aggressor and the aggressed on the same level, and we reject any attacks against our brothers and sisters in the Palestinian occupied territory. This aggression against the Palestinian people throughout occupied Palestinian territory, particularly in Gaza, has reached its 70th day. Killings, massacres, which will go down in history for humanity. This massacre must end. The General Assembly is being watched by the Palestinian people and all those who are in solidarity with the Palestinian cause and their rights. This is a tribune for the people. It represents their aspirations. The Security Council, for its part, is not able to respond to its mandate under the Charter, and that is maintaining international peace and security. The Security Council, in fact, must work with the General Assembly when it works on these resolutions. Its authority comes from the authority of the member states under Article 24 of the UN Charter, and it says in its first paragraph that given that the work of the United Nations must be effective and rapid, the members of this body must ensure that the Security Council has the principal responsibility of maintaining international peace and security, and in doing so, the Security Council works in their name. This is under Article 24. We deplore the failure of the Security Council with regard to adopting a humanitarian resolution. Its aim was to put an end to the aggression and to allow the access of humanitarian assistance to those who need it. That was the appeal made by the humanitarian agencies and the appeal of the Secretary General to the Security Council. And a humanitarian resolution was not adopted. This is unjustifiable and incomprehensible. It only maintains the violence against the Palestinian people, while the occupying forces know that they are covered by any resolution adopted by the Security Council, and they are protected against any sanctions. This has allowed this has prevented the provision of aid to people who are in need of assistance in the Gaza Strip, and this continues the suffering of the Palestinian people, and it's an obstacle to the international community providing aid in a timely way. Mr. President, the figures regarding victims call for us to act. What is the aim of the United Nations? It was set up by the Founding Fathers in order to protect future generations from the scourge of war.
The Founding Fathers?
Now, today, according to the estimations from NGOs, about 24 to 25,000 Palestinian children in Gaza have become orphans, while 600,000 houses have been damaged, so they are without shelter. And there are thousands of Palestinian prisoners, and these include women, breastfeeding women and children who have been the victims of the aggression. We do not know what their fate is. 85% of the population have been internally displaced, and more than 1.2 million people are registered in dozens of United Nations camps in Gaza. We refuse any attempt by the occupier to liquidate the Palestinian problem by displacing the population in Gaza. We believe that that measure is a flagrant violation of Article 89 of the Articles 87 of the Geneva Convention. We should not allow the forced displacement of population or to transfer populations in an occupied area. We also condemn the destruction of houses, but also the expansionist policy and the colonialization policy in the West Bank. And this is a flagrant violation of Security Council resolutions, and it goes against the two-state policy and an independent Palestinian state. President, it's necessary to take a strong position in the face of what the Palestinian people are experiencing. This collective responsibility must be adopted together, because first and foremost, the Palestinian people must enjoy their inalienable rights, their legitimate rights, and this should be our ultimate goal, so that everybody in the Middle East can enjoy prosperity and peace. As Mr. Jaboun, the President of the Republic of Algeria, declared, this same determination to live and to live freely cannot be killed by bombings, by destruction, by forced displacement policies, or by the scenario of ethnic cleansing and the actions by the Israeli occupier against our brothers and sisters in Palestine, and with its crimes of genocide and war crimes that have been perpetrated for more than 2 months in Gaza. History will condemn all those who support these acts as war criminals. Thank you very much, President. I thank the representative of Algeria for his statement, and now I give the floor to the representative of Brazil.
Mr. President, I thank the President of the General Assembly for reconvening this 10th Special Emergency Session. The decision is both timely and necessary, given the appalling humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip. The gravity of the situation is evident in recent expressions of key players in the UN system. For the first time in his tenure, Secretary General Guterres invoked Article 99 of the UN Charter. The UNRWA Commissioner General has written to the President of the General Assembly warning that the agency's ability to carry out its mandate in Gaza has been severely limited by the current conflict. The numbers he mentioned are staggering. 1.2 million IDPs are sheltered in UNRWA facilities, and 2.2 million people depend on its assistance for survival. The ongoing Israeli ground offensive in the south of the Strip is already worsening the horrific humanitarian situation we have been observing since the beginning of military operations. Civilians continue to bear the brunt of violence, and the majority of them are children, as we know. In these extreme circumstances, the only measure able to avoid an even greater catastrophe is a humanitarian ceasefire. We hear those who argue security reasons to oppose a humanitarian ceasefire. Brazil, however, believes that in the face of such a tragedy in Gaza, any politically and morally tenable response must prioritize the immediate protection of civilians. They must be protected at all times in peace and war. Brazil's commitment to the protection of civilians in the conflict now raging in Gaza has been demonstrated on several instances. We voted in favor of Security Council Resolution 2712 on November 15th, and of the UAE draft resolution voted on and vetoed last Friday. Prior to that, we had submitted a draft resolution to the Security Council which called for immediate humanitarian pauses. The draft was supported by the vast majority of Council members, but vetoed by a permanent member, as we recall. If adopted on that occasion, thousands of lives would have likely been spared. Our vote last Tuesday reaffirms our unmovable position that multilateral action is urgently needed. The cost of inaction is unacceptably high. We urge all those in positions of influence to actively and expeditiously seek to secure the conditions necessary for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. It is also urgent and morally compelling to ensure the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages and provide them with immediate humanitarian access. As it is urgent and morally compelling to allow for a much increased and more effective provision of humanitarian aid into and inside Gaza. It is unthinkable that UNRWA should no longer be able to fulfill its mandate. The current levels of assistance are simply untenable. Not taking the measures necessary to expand it to what is needed to address the immense and growing needs would also amount to complicity. Mr. President, a veto led the General Assembly to make recommendations on a question of international peace and security, which, as we all know, is a primary responsibility of the Security Council. The General Assembly did so because the Council once again failed in fulfilling its responsibilities. Only a much-needed comprehensive reform of the body, with the expansion in the number of both permanent and non-permanent members, will be able to make it fit for purpose and face the growing complexity of 21st century challenges. Mr. President, the continued blatant disregard for humanitarian law in this conflict is truly shocking. As the world has been repeating again and again, warfare is bound by rules. Adherence to these rules is not a matter of choice. Demanding and securing respect for international humanitarian law in Palestine today will give us the necessary moral ground to do the same elsewhere tomorrow. This must be very clear in the minds of us all. I thank you.
Je remercie le distingué représentant du Brésil.
I thank the distinguished representative of Brazil for the statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Malaysia.
Where's America at?
Mr. President,
thank
you for convening the 10th Emergency Special Session of the General Assembly. Malaysia, together with a group of countries, supported the request by the Arab Group and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation for the resumption of this meeting. Malaysia aligns itself with the statement delivered by Mauritania on behalf of the OIC. This meeting, the second ESS to be convened within a span of less than 2 months, is being necessitated suffering and catastrophic human condition we are witnessing. With over 18,000 civilians killed, including women and children, with more than half of all homes bombed into ruins, with up to 1.9 million people internally displaced, with healthcare system on the verge of collapse, the carnage and destruction seen in Gaza are beyond words. While we welcome the convening of this important meeting, it could and should have been avoided. Malaysia, a nation that values peace and justice, had hoped for the Security Council to unite in the name of humanity and agree to an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. Alas, this did not come to pass. What did happen last Friday was a stark reminder of the paralysis of the Council, caused by the politicization based on the narrow self-interest of a member state. With an immediate ceasefire, the killings could have been stopped. More humanitarian aid could have reached those in need, and lives could have been saved. Regretfully, these acts of humanity have been prevented from happening, despite the affirmative vote by 13 members of the Security Council and despite more than 100 member states, including Malaysia, having supported the draft resolution by the United Arab Emirates. Mr. President, the dire humanitarian and healthcare situation in Gaza demands our urgent attention. According to UNRWA, the humanitarian situation is now untenable. The World Health Organization has warned of the heightened risk of disease outbreaks due to overcrowded shelters and the lack of basic supplies in already inoperable hospitals. Half of the population are starving, with 9 out of 10 not eating every day. Children in Gaza risk dying from diseases than they do from bombings. We heard harrowing accounts of families enduring multiple days without food, without shelter, water, and access to health care. Mr. President, Malaysia has co-sponsored and voted in favor of the resolution entitled Protection of Civilians and Upholding Legal and Humanitarian Obligations for the Sake of Humanity. We welcome and strongly support the call by the UN Secretary-General and by the overwhelming majority of member states for a humanitarian ceasefire. It is the only decent and humane thing to do. Every moment we delay and lives are lost and hopes are crushed. We urge all parties involved to lay down their arms and silence the guns that have brought nothing but death, destruction, and despair. We reject the forced displacement of the Palestinians. Such action is an affront to human dignity. It is a clear violation of international human rights and humanitarian law. Malaysia calls for an unimpeded safe passage for humanitarian aid. It is imperative to ensure food, water, fuel, electricity, and medicine reach those who need them adequately and without delay. Mr. President, under the pretext of the right to self-defense, Israel continues to commit crimes against humanity and wage war against innocent Palestinians with impunity. Israel's actions are neither proportionate nor lawful and run contrary to international law and the UN Charter. Atrocities against civilians committed by Israel are unjustifiable.
Fuck with Malaysia now,
the international
Israel.
community must robustly pursue all legal, political, and economic channels to pressure Israel. We demand accountability for each crime and violations committed by Israel. Every instance of violations by Israel must be thoroughly investigated and its perpetrators must be held accountable. Justice delayed is justice denied. Mr. President, at the last emergency special session on 27th October 2023, this August Assembly soundly adopted a resolution calling for a humanitarian truce. We again hear the world speaking in one voice, and the demand is ceasefire now. We hear this demand for immediate ceasefire not only here in the General Assembly, but across the globe, in parliaments, in the streets of cities worldwide, and across social media platforms. The clamor and appeal for immediate ceasefire cannot be ignored. It is therefore imperative to ensure that the United Nations, envisioned as the bastion of international cooperation and conflict resolution, deliver its duty and responsibility. The erosion of trust in the multilateral system not only hampers our ability to collectively address global challenges, but also undermines the very foundations upon which the United Nations were built. Mr. President, the key to end the sufferings of the Palestinians is to end Israel's illegal occupation of Palestine. The blatant seizure of Palestinian land by Israel for illegal settlement is not and will never be acceptable. The Gaza Strip constitutes an integral part of the Palestinian territory, and it must remain part of the Palestinian state. The future of Gaza lays solely by the will and independent choice of the Palestinian people. Malaysia strongly urges the international community to exert all necessary efforts to promote the realization of a just, lasting, and peaceful solution based on the pre-1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. We stand ready to be part of and support initiatives aimed at realizing the Palestinians' rights to freedom and independence. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Malaysia for his statement, and now I give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Okay. Nah. We abstained because we're pussies.
Thank you, President. Let me open by paying tribute to the UN for their vital and life-saving work in Gaza and offer sincere condolences for the loss of over 130 UN staff. President, the scale of civilian Palestinian deaths and the massive displacement in Gaza cannot continue. The 7 October attacks committed by Hamas, which killed 1,200 innocent civilians, were an abhorrent act of terrorism, which should be unequivocally condemned. All hostages need to be released immediately. We have been clear that Israel must be targeted and precise in its efforts to address the threats posed by Hamas, and must minimize civilian casualties and protect civilian infrastructure in line with international humanitarian law. My Prime Minister and Foreign Secretary have repeatedly delivered this message to Israel and will continue to do so. As the Prime Minister has also said, we support calls for a sustainable ceasefire where hostages are released, more aid can get in, and Hamas stops firing rockets into Israel. President, we have heard clearly from the Secretary-General and UNRWA Chief that a humanitarian catastrophe of grave proportions is unfolding. We agree urgent action is needed to scale up aid into Gaza, and for our part, we've recently announced a further $38 million of humanitarian assistance, bringing it to a total of $76 million since 7 October. But more needs to be done to unlock humanitarian access and to deliver aid sustainably without interference. First, we welcome Israel's decision to open Kerem Shalom. This is a vital step towards ensuring significantly more aid reaches Gaza. We look forward to its urgent implementation. We need to continue to increase the amount of humanitarian support to Gaza through as many direct routes as possible. And access to northern Gaza for humanitarian organizations must also be secured to enable them to deliver assistance to vulnerable Palestinians. Second, Israel should immediately increase the range of humanitarian items allowed into Gaza. This includes fuel. We need to see supplies of at least 200,000 litres per day, the minimum the UN says it needs to support aid and essential services in southern Gaza alone, as well as shelter and public health and sanitation items and items for critical infrastructure. Third, Israel must rapidly approve visas for staff of UN and humanitarian organizations to manage and facilitate assistance to those in need. We need the UN to be able to do its job. President, in closing, we reiterate the need to work towards a long-term political solution to this conflict based on the two-state solution, to deliver statehood for the Palestinians and security for Israel. Peace, justice, and security are essential and must be a reality for both Israelis and Palestinians alike. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom for his statement. We have heard the last speaker under this agenda item at this meeting. We will hear the other statements on Monday, the 18th of December, in the afternoon in this hall, immediately following the adjournment of the 48th plenary meeting of the 78th regular session. The meeting is adjourned.
We cover all kinds of live breaking news here, and if there's big news with another story, we'll come on the air and cover it.
Good evening.
So subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV, and sign up for our free notifications. We have a notification system.
A notification system is called Discord. That's a we have a notification system called Discord. We have that. It is a notification system. It's for getting notified of shit. Oh, I didn't know that's what it was for. Oh.
And more breaking news here live at 5. The autopsy report on Friends star Matthew Perry just released in the last 20 minutes. The Los Angeles County Medical Examiner says he died from the acute effects of an anesthetic ketamine. The report also says Perry drowned in his jacuzzi, but that was a secondary factor. The death of the 54-year-old star was ruled an accident. And more
ketamine? What? He was doing ketamine in the bathtub? What the fuck, man? Oh my gosh. Wait, did he drown? He didn't drown? He actually died from the ketamine itself?
News here live at 5. The autopsy report on Friends star Matthew Perry just released in the last 20 minutes. The Los Angeles County Medical Examiner says he died from the acute effects of an anesthetic ketamine. The report also says Perry drowned in his jacuzzi.
Wait, drowned? Okay, so he knocked out and he drowned. I'm thinking, dude, that's like one of the ways you can die from DMT, and people have died from DMT like that. They'll be like close to a... I did it on accident once. Yeah, it like kind of like makes you not want to move. And people can go into a K-hole and it's like they're in a... It's like they're knocked out in a nightmare or some shit. I don't know. I never went into a K-hole, but I did it. I snorted something thinking it was coke once, and like a long time of years ago, and it just had me and my friend just like zonked for fucking 30, 45 minutes or something. It's like, ugh. Damn, man. Dude, that's a celebrity I had a connection with. What the fuck was that? He showed up randomly to an AA meeting I went to. Well, it was just interesting that I see too many celebrities at meetings that weren't there to speak. It was Brentwood though. There are a lot of famous people out there. They said we could have ran into Mel Gibson too, and a few other people, and just to be cool, not talk to them, not bug them. I was in a program. We weren't allowed to do things that they told us we weren't allowed to do. They just wanted to be in the program longer. Nobody wants to be there longer. Unless they're stupid. Don't know how to live. There were a couple like that. Try to milk the treatment program as long as possible because they didn't want to go face the real world. Happens. Treatment centers are freaking packed right now, I bet. This is go time. This is the busy season. It's treatment season here in California. They are revolving doors. The winter time, they go in, they get warm, they get food, they get new clothes and stuff. You know, people donate a lot of stuff in the wintertime to these programs too, so there's an abundance of donations usually, and it starts warming back up. They start thinking they can live on their own. Start talking to some old friends again, hanging out to old places. I'm gonna just do it one time, boom, they're right back in it. There's only one program in LA that I know of, and I was in it. It's the last program I was in too. Learned a lot in there. It was a damn good program, but they're like a cult. A lot of people there don't leave, like, ever. They end up getting jobs there, living on the premises, until they upset the main dude. Bill is his name. Actually, Bill. Bill was the director's name. We'd line up outside of his office to have a talk with Bill. One at a time, they'd bring us in. Sometimes there'd be other people in there listening to our conversation, telling us what they think about us, what they've been seeing. That was an intense program though, man. I appreciate it. It was really an experience. It's known as being one of the hardest programs out here. It's known all throughout LA County. It's called the Beacon House. It allowed me to live in San Pedro for a while, right off the harbor. Get to see the ships come in all the time. They have a beautiful little area. There used to be like a 5150 hotel right next to it. It was like not a hotel, but it was they lived there. Oh, we had crazy people walking around all the time. It was a trip. I went in there once. From what I understand, they don't have it anymore. It's not there. But I went in there and it was eerie. But it was like multiple. I mean, probably like 8 or 9 stories of mental patients. It was a insane asylum. I don't know what it's called. Because they were allowed to just go outside and kick it. Go hang out with the homeless people in the park, right across the street there. But seeing them every day was, because we'd have to do morning walks every morning. And we would see all the homeless people in the park and the crazy people. It was a reminder to a lot of those guys because they had lived on the streets like that. Most of the people in there had hit pretty severe rock bottom. I was there for 7 months. I was in another program directly before that for 2 months, so 9 months in total. One of the detox was first, and then 7 months in the other one. Then I left one day. They were pissing me off, trying to do some dumb shit. I was like, you know what? That's it. I've had enough of this. I'm going back to the VA program. I don't need this shit. Because a lot of those guys, like, they moved me from the veterans house to another house, and it really pissed me off after being there, because I was like, you would know months in advance if you were going to graduate. I knew already that I wasn't going to be on the next roster, and they moved me. So I was like, you motherfuckers, like, I was with my people over there, and you moved me to over here, and I know I'm not getting out anytime soon. So yeah, I'm leaving right now. And if people try to convince me to stay and shit, no, because I knew, like as a veteran, I knew that like there was a chance that the Veterans Program, it's a NGO actually that works with the VA. Of course, they get subsidies or something from the federal government to be the NGO. And that night they had me in a bed and then got me in a program that was a back to work program. I told them, man, I've just spent 7 months at the Beacon House. I did 2 months at y'all's other program, BVRC. And you got a bed for me or something, man? I need help. Like, oh man, for real? You were at Beacon House? Oh, I got you, dude. We got a bed in here. That place has saved my ass multiple times. U.S. Vets, that's the name of the organization, U.S. Vets. So if your city has U.S. Vets there, they got something to help veterans that are homeless. But they probably don't, because I traveled all the way across the country to get help from them. I left Chicago on a Greyhound bus. I left my car outside of the Greyhound station because it was needing to get repoed anyway, and I was behind by thousands of dollars. They were actually wanting the full payment, and it was in collections. So I got on a bus, left the keys in the car with 2 bags, 2 suitcases with wheels on them, old school kind. I got the thrift store. I got in California with like 150, 200 bucks in my pocket, cash, so I could get a hotel on the way or once I got there. I didn't know, dude. It's not like I was like, hey, you want to get there, y'all are gonna help me out. I had no idea what was gonna happen, dude. I just was like, you know what, I can't do this anymore. That's a whole nother story. Showed up that morning. I asked the hotel clerk. I was like, hey man, I don't have the money for another night tonight. Do you mind watching my luggage here in the lobby while I go? I walked for miles, like all the way to where I needed to be, to the villages of Cabrillo, U.S. Vets here in Long Beach. But that was the beginning of me actually going into programs. Right there, that was like before the Beacon House, before VRC. It was me coming here from Chicago, and I pretty much went into drug rehab for weed, man. But it was cool. It was cool because I was dabbling in other shit, and that program that I went into was really good. It was. I learned a lot in there. It taught me a lot. A lot clicked. Oh man, I've had a rough life. I've had a crazy, like a interesting life, I think. It's been all over the place. It was definitely not boring. But some things kind of sucked, but it could have been way worse. America. I'm American. Like dude, having the VA, there are people out there that don't even have the VA like that, man. Like I came out here going like, yeah, I probably got the VA once I get there. They got that program because I'd already been there once. The reason I first found out about it, like in 2004 or 5, when I was getting food stamps. I just lost my job and I was like going up to the food stamp office and they asked, like on the form or over the intercom, is anybody here a veteran? And I checked it, and I walked over to whenever they called it, and some lady like told me about all these veteran programs that they had out here. So I went to it. I stayed at it a little while back then. I forget why I left at that time. Oh, wait, no, I forget why I left at that time, though. What happened? I know I moved, so probably not. You haven't ever jumped on a bus? Yeah. Anything to lose. Primarily, I also had a warrant out for my arrest because I had left while having a warrant. I left another state while having a warrant. Well, kinda. I had probation and I left the state. It didn't go to my probation appointment. So because of that, they put out a warrant for missing probation. So I also knew that the only way I was going to get out of that was to go to drug treatment, drug and alcohol treatment. And it worked. I mean, they accepted that. And my counselor called him up and shit. It's like, hey, we got this guy just graduated. Are y'all willing to, you know, I think I had to pay the fees or whatever, the fine still, but it was expensive, dude. To get my license back, I had to pay thousands of dollars to courts. I was suspended until I paid it. And I forgot about all this. That was crazy. So I kind of needed to get further away from that side of the country anyway, to be less likely for them to, I don't know, arrest me. I knew I couldn't drive anymore. It's too risky. It's one of the reasons why I left the car. Driving on a suspended license. I've even got a charge for that. Driving on suspended. For a cigarette butt. I threw a cigarette butt out when I was living in LA back in 2004. Right before that food stamp story, actually. I was with the girl that I was with at the same time. So yeah, it was like a month or two before that. I still had my job. And I was smoking a cigarette driving in Hollywood, and a mountain bike cop like asked me for my ID or she asked me for my driver's license. I was like, I don't have it. I just lost it actually somewhere. And so he had me pulled over, checking my shit to make sure I actually had a driver's license, I guess. And I flipped my cigarette butt out the window. And when he came back, he was like, yeah, your license did come back good, but I am going to have to get you for that cigarette butt you just flipped out the window. Or you got me for throwing a lighted substance out the window, dude. That's some shit. I never went to court on it, because I was like, are you kidding me? Throwing a light inside your window, what is this silly ticket? Because I ended up moving. I was homeless and shit happened. And that ended up getting me arrested in Tennessee for driving on a suspended, because California suspended my license. I was driving home one day high as shit with my Taco Bell. I just picked up some Taco Bell, dude. I was like about to grub, right? Like, I can't wait to get home and grub on Taco Bell. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Ran my shit. Fucking, I had no idea. I didn't even know. No, man. He's like, yeah, you guys spend license out of California. I ended up having to do time at the penal farm for that, dude. 2 weeks at the penal farm with actual prisoners. Well, I mean, it's county, but it's also prison. But well, I was more with county type people, but they were probably going to be the more locked down prison. Some of them, some crazy motherfuckers in there. Dude, there wasn't even glass in the window. I could stick my hand outside and like I was touching fresh air, dude. It would start raining and it would spritz on me and shit. That was the trippiest incarceration I've ever experienced, dude. I kind of appreciate it. I was super flared up. I was constantly sucking on lidocaine and sharing some with the Muslim dude that was there. It was really cool. It's the nicest guy there, actually. He needed it for some kind of tooth pain he was having or some shit. I was the only one that had something that strong to numb. But yeah, I was flared up. But that was a good experience, though, dude. Most people haven't been in a jail like that. It was an old school motherfucker. Had iron bars on it. It's weird being able to. They would have like a wick smoldering constantly so that they could smoke cigarettes in the back quarter, which is where I was at. So I would smell their little wick all the time. Remember, it was just so nice to drink Kool-Aid in that motherfucker. It was hot. It was summertime. They would bring in the big old fan that has the water hose hooked up to it even. It was so hot in there. Bologna sandwiches. Happy to get it though. And there was like one hot meal. Dinner was a hot meal, but the rest of the stuff was just like ain't that many white people up in there either. Same goes for almost every jail, man. Actually. Well, that's because they're trying to control the colored people, man. All the black people and the Mexicans, they're just trying to control them. That's why they're in there. They're just going out and they're like, hey, you, colored person, get your ass in jail. We're going to control you now. That's what, like, the left would have people think, right? They're unjustly arresting people. Are they? So do I have to continue to watch this? No, I'm not going to. This is too boring. It's game time. It's Friday, man. Here's some dough for all you. Oh wait. Could you please create? Please create this custom test kit. Make sure it has multiple lines like I posted. Then make a screenshot of it. Edit mode. As well as you and someone else using the command. Remove it. Alright. I'm trying to get the bot to work. Hold up. He asked me to do something real fast. I have to make a custom command and try it out. points as well, that works. Okay. Okay, hey, you want to try that command there, Sister T? See if it works for you? Points test. Yeah, I wonder why that works there, not other blades. What? This. Weird. Just some random thing for being here today. Only going until 12:17 for the weekend. Everybody's trying to get people to play right now. Well, I gotta get on it to get them things, don't I? Holy sheep shit. You gotta wipe the holy sheep shit on your face before going out. If you're a tribesman, if you're a real tribesman, like my grandpappy. He's right there. He's running. What? The rest of them. Maybe one more. Staircase. I wanna go upstairs. Close the door. Dude, is that necessary? So much stuff out of the pockets. Right here. sniper set up a little bit around here. Oh shit. Meh. You got violated. Oh. Ho ho ho. Oh no. Oh, now it's done for. Oh, faithful steed. I got a long way to go to. Man, I wish I would have done that. Fuck. Hey, hot. Change your name again. Oh. Okay, this game that can be run constantly, dude. But that car sucks. go. Oh, bush hider, man. I don't know how much I'm heading, but somewhere. This guy go? Doesn't he want to? Oh, he's in zone, so he doesn't have to move. And it might make him move towards me on this next one though, because this was the skinny side last time. There's only 4 people left. Well, we'll know in 30 seconds. Yeah, I know, Tom. Isn't that crazy? Oh, 3 people left. I gotta go to him. Fuck. Well, this isn't good. I got a minute to make my mind up, and this isn't good. Shit. That's probably his, that could be his partner. Oh. There it goes. Oh, he no-scoped me? Oh, you went to pump. Oh, dude, I had a whole team. I wasn't winning that. Let's see where they all were. So there were 3 of them still alive, yeah, and yeah, 2 of them are shooting at me there, and 1 of them is running up to me, so yeah, they were all coming for me. Oh, you got me the shotgun. The survivor pass barely moved. The next day is arrived. Trying to get Doe to work, man. It's interesting that that test points thing worked. See if your hours went up off that. It was 8:10. We're still going up, right? So if you do points tests, it'll do it. Maybe I just need to make my own command for it, since theirs doesn't work. 8:11. Yeah, it's going up. Maybe I just need to make my own command. It'll work. Yeah, I'll do that then. I didn't even think of that until just now. I can make my own Doe command. Derp. I'm a dummy sometimes. I'll get Doe to work again. I did, yeah. I derped on that one. I didn't even think of making my own command. Because I'm using the currency system and I put in what I want it to be called, and then it's supposed to just automatically make the command for me. But yeah, I think it's the same thing if I make it, which is what he did with that test command. He gave me that and he was like, see if you can do it and see if someone else can do it. But now I'm realizing, well, if I can do that, I can just make that command so it's only one line. And like what? I turn that into Doe, and then I put okay, now C. Boom, we got it again. There we go. Setting my own command. Alright, now we got Doe working again on Twitch. I'm not the tech Doe, it was him. I should have realized that a long time ago that I could make my own command for that. It's pretty silly. Because here's what, well, see, I got this program, and in currency, there's a settings where I set the command, and it has a response. And I can't remember if I changed this a little bit and made it a little bit more so it put the hours and the points, but this is what it had. But it wasn't working. So all I did was I copied this and pasted it into into this, and the response for the command, of course, and boom, everything. We got it back. was so simple. But him having me do that test command made me remember, oh yeah, I could just make my own command. What am I doing? Why am I relying on their thing? But I guess I didn't know if the dough was actually going up and the hours were going up. I thought that maybe the system could have been broken altogether. If that was the case, that wouldn't have worked. That wouldn't have been the fix for it. Sweet. I'm going to use a spike strip this time, I promise. I'm not going to waste it. I'm going to remember to use it. I get this just in case I end up picking up a gun that needs it. Let me out of here. Oh, speaking of which. Oh no, this isn't one of them. Oh, it is actually. Wing. We want this instead. Oh, I always do that. Alright. Wait a second. The fuck, I accidentally picked up 2 of these? What the fuck, where'd this shot? Oh, it's right behind me. Dude. Didn't realize I haven't. Get retarded in here. Double spike strip action? Oh my gosh, they're done. They're fucking done. Should rather have this one. Oh my goodness. Oh, we can go with the AUG again, or this one. Put this one this time. AUG does put their name in lights, though. Gotta go with it. I want to make everybody as famous as possible. Plus, it is pretty sweet. It's my Barbie gun. I'm a Barbie boy in a Barbie world. I could just stay here. Or go this way. Oh, we're gonna crack my thing while I'm chilling, I guess. Let's see what we got here. What day is it? 15. Day number 15 of the box. It's a good one. But not oh my god, this was fucking clear. This is gonna suck. This one's gonna suck, dude. Jeez. It's like water clear. What they got me on right now, bro? What are they got me drinking vodka right now? What the fuck? It's so clear. It smells like scotch. It smells like peated scotch. Super young scotch. Yeah, it's gotta be. That's definitely peated scotch. It's not bad though. It's really not bad at all. And that is extremely peated, and a lot of people would really like that. Alright, now that I know what it is already, let's see what we got. Port Ascadge 8-year-old Scotch whiskey. I know my shit, dog. I can just tell by smelling that was Scotch. Peated, so it's only an 8 year too. It's pretty young, bro. It's heavily peated though. We got another. I bet this is expensive because of it, the amount of flavors out there. Port, ash, egg, 8-year-old. It looks like it's about 58 bucks. So roughly $4 per airplane shot, easy, at least, right? Because how many of them are there? Yes, there's 15 milliliter bottles, and so 50 divided by 15, and that's if you buy, so $3.33. That's if you were to buy the whole big old bottle. So, for the most part, I think I actually saved money by buying them like this. All of them are cheaper than they would be. For sure. They wouldn't at 220 bucks the normal price. They wouldn't have been. They would have been overcharged for sure. But at 50, came out on top. Oh, besides my health. I wouldn't even have thought that a whiskey that is this clear would have had this much flavor. It's amazing how that peat just sticks to it. Scope. Could use it. White lightning. If it was like that, it'd be super strong, right? Moonshine. I kinda like it though. It's kinda cool how light it is. Still has that much flavor. Interesting. I don't got anything for this range. Don't got no satisfaction. Oh no, it's a squad. Oh, he killed somebody over here. Alright. Alright. Alright now. We're going up the hill. Dress to kill. For a weed eater. Because the grass is getting too long. I'm the maintenance man, doing what I can, making this lawn look as best. And oh. Trying to get me killed out here. Ain't they? He's trying to get my ass killed, I know it. Where's this thing? Where the goddamn heck is this guy? I just saw it. What? Am I seeing shit? What's right there? Can I freaking pass it? It must be right over here. What is going on? There it is. I did pass it. Holy shit. just get to running, man. I just get to running. I just get the wind in my hair. Just can't get enough of it. So I need to drop, bruh. What else do I need to drop, bruh? Oh, right. Ooh, you messed up now. Now I've got a long range weapon. No, it doesn't look like it. Shit, I don't have any meds on me. I'm about to die. I'm about to fucking die off this. I can't get ahead of this. Oh shit. Oh no, there's more than one. Oh man, I couldn't hear him at all. I couldn't hear. Now I hear him. I couldn't hear that at all a second ago. He's all the way. Oh, they weren't all the way up. Ay ay ay. That's where I fucked up. Yep. There we go. Now I can have them all the way up. Dang man, that was a big ass mistake not having them up, bro. I would have normally heard him. I'm not getting on any points over here. Because they're done, that's one of the reasons, but destroy 2 helmets. Man, I can't even get this 6,000 points needed to make the next level today. They've really reduced how much we can get per day on this. Ledge grab, loot a bunch, destroy helmets. Alright, let's play a team game real fast. Regular team. See what they give us. Okay, try this on some ice also, see if that helps it. I mean, it doesn't taste bad already. Number 15. It doesn't hold up as well with water as an older Scotch would, like an Ardbeg, Ujadale, which is non-age stated, but still would hold up more of the water. It's still there though. It still has good flavor. Well, it might not be good to all people because it tastes like burned dirt. That's what peat is, pretty much. Burned... the dirt? What is it? First one here, baby. First one here. Beat him. I beat all three of them. Where's he going? Oh. There's a fucking door to this thing. If I can be the first one with a gun, that would be ideal. Okay, smoke cannon. I'll smoke somebody's brains out with this. Come on, bitch. Want a smoke cannon to the forehead? I got what you need. Maybe you turned off to get the car. Mary Jane, dude, where the guns at? Get a crowbar. We've got crowbars. We've got crowbars. That's a YouTube command. Guy's gonna start honking for us all to leave, probably. Not. Does he know that we got crowbars, baby? Going all through the house looking for. We got crowbars, baby. Take that, I'm gonna take it off in a second. I got level 3, might as well fill it up. Oh, are we leaving? I got crowbars, baby. Working? Why not working right now? Yeah, you heard what I pressed. I pressed it. You didn't hear it because it happened. You didn't hear it because it happened naturally. Did none of the sound commands work on a crowbars didn't work. It won't let me say crowbars? Is it a banned fucking word? And unreal. It must be. Anybody else do crowbars? I'm gonna change it anyway to crow real fast just to see if it'll let me do crow.
We got crowbars! We got crowbars! We have crowbars!
I'm changing it back to crowbars. It won't let me say exclamation crowbars, dude. It, like, the bot won't even register that I'm saying it. Can you guys say crowbars? I'll change it to C bars. I want to be able to use that command sometimes.
We got crowbars! We got crowbars! We have crowbars!
Remember that? Oh, we got that during one of the riots. They were all stoked on having crowbars. It's the same one that this girl was at. Human beings! They were all stoked on being humans. We're all human beings, she was all... I guess we're going this way. Fucking moron. Fuck, I ran out of gas. Try saying crowbars, huh? Isn't that weird? It's like, why not I put on this? Oh, okay. God damn it. Need to honk. Nice and fires. A 6 or 3? It's a 3, right? Why is he in my car? That's the kind of shit that pisses me off, dude. Is he hiding it? Like, is he trying to make us leave when we're all just chilling? What's he doing? I didn't know my kind of get it. I thought he was gonna be like, hey, beep, beep, beep, beep, let's go, guys. It's time. They are actually, man. Fuck. The people are fucking assholes on this shit. Just take your own motherfucking car. You know? The one you drove here in. Alright, later, dude. I didn't even know you were here, JD. When you say something like "see you later" after you've been quiet for like an hour, it's just like, I don't know, man. We didn't know you were here, dude. So your bye is like kind of like, all right. What the fuck are you doing, idiot? God damn it. Fucking moron. What the fuck are you doing? Fucking guy, I'm in the middle of shooting somebody and he gets in my car and just starts driving. I was in the passenger seat. Idiot. Like it was safer down there or something. We better go down there. We're there at somebody's down. Let's go down there and die with them. Huh. We all gotta die together. Fucking idiot. What was green? Which one was that? Doesn't matter. He wasn't yellow, which is a 315. He was a low-ranked fucking idiot. He was either a 38 or a 40. The guy laughing was probably, I don't know who the guy laughing was. I wouldn't be surprised if it was this guy though. Yellow, can't remember. Who was it? Orange was the one that stole the fucking car too. He was the lower people are the worst, dude. Actually, they deserve the ass kicking. That in-game ass kicking. Like, you don't do that. I don't do that. I wouldn't do that to somebody. He's in the middle of shooting at another enemy. I'm hitting the guy. I'm actually hitting the guy. I'm doing suppressive fire for our team. I'm doing what the fuck needs to be done, and he gets in the car and moves it. Where I can't do it anymore, and now the guy has free reign on shooting all of us. That dude deserved that. Fuck him. Fucking moron. Going back in on the old Scout, man. That Scotch left a bad peaty taste in my mouth. Prove it down to 30. Oh, that's way better than that nasty shit. I mean, I get it. It is what it is. It's like you're tasting the dirt of Scotland, the natural stench of Scotland. You're in the bog. Hey, don't be stealing my car. I will kill you if you steal my car. Huh? Don't move it. Don't do anything with it. I will find you. I gave him a warning. Every other city I go, I see the same hoes. Has that happened to you? Shit. Got a fucking clan. This isn't a good idea. How many of them are there? Where's he going? Come on, bitch. Oh, you should have went here with us. Should be another gun in here. Oh, fuck! Shoot at him! I really need a different gun than this. Come on, man. Get him, get him, get him, get him, get him, get him. Oh, we're dead. We're fucking dead. Great. Fucking playing with randoms is so goddamn stupid. We should have aborted that fucking whole mission if they sucked that much. Like, what am I supposed to do? I got a fucking sniper rifle, close range. It's one of the worst positions to be in the game. I'd have been better off picking the fucking rocket launcher up. You see dirt, whether you might like it. You might be a fan of the Peter Scotch then. That was a fucking pathetic round, dude. Blowing my KD even more. One more with the idiots and then I'm moving on if they're idiots again. Actually, I'm picking the drop spot. Meh. Yeah, so about this taking forever. About that. Regular party up in here, ain't it? Downtown Long Beach gets new private security guards. What? That's fucking breaking news for me, actually. Cool. This is just happening today. They're talking about it. This week, in hopes to revitalize its downtown and shoreline areas, the guards hired by the Downtown Long Beach Alliance will be especially focused on patrolling highly trafficked areas and making them safer, particularly due to a recent high-profile sexual assault of a young woman that was caught on camera. I think I showed that to you guys. He groped her from behind and thrust himself at her, pulled at her skirt. Bam, bam. The kids out here are getting fucking nutty too, messing with adults too. Like the kids will gang up on adults, dude. And you don't know nowadays if they got a gun or not. The little shits, the little fucking shits need their asses kicked is what they need. And the inability to get a gun, those two. Because they get their asses kicked, they end up shooting somebody. You disrespected me, now you gotta die. You disrespected. What in the actual fucking in my ear hole right now?
Show me your dog tonight. If you don't show me tonight, I'm gonna.
Holy shit, is that intentional? Watching TV or something? Yo, you watching TV or playing a game?
Oh, dog's trying to get shit off.
There's a guy over here somewhere, so keep an eye out.
You want something to drink, baby? Yo, what's good, man? What's good?
I'm gonna have to mute that dude.
I already did.
You know, you can't take them into the band.
Were you orange? You were talking? Oh,
yeah.
Oh, blue. Shit, I gotta mute him too. Both of them. Dude, that's the shitty mic squad.
I got his ship. I just gotta find a tower to bring him back.
I kinda need to find something in the pistol. I got something in here. Sweet. Oh, I need it.
It's gonna be a mistake for sure.
Oh, y'all both on bikes?
Oh, I didn't know he was on a bike. I was on a bike, but...
Oh, fuck, somebody's here.
You come back?
God damn it! Fuck!
Hey, I'll come back and get your chip.
I don't know why they fucking both left, dude. Just like...
Mark your box.
Oh my god, I can't mark it. I can't, like, I'm dead. He's still going the wrong way. Looks like you're going the wrong way though. Why is he going the same way you are? God damn it. Alright y'all, have a good one. I'm not doing this right now. Sorry, I'm not trying to fucking hang out with homie like that. Watch them ride bikes. Single fire fucking weapons are the worst thing I could fucking find in the beginning of the game, dude. I'm horrible with single fire weapons close range. Fucking sniper rifle, the mutant. I picked up the stupidest fucking gun for close. I'd have been way better off picking up the shotgun. I didn't have time because the dude got there, like literally right when I was about to pick it up. I heard him outside. Just got these. They're not gonna be anything special though. God dang, those stupid fucking points go up too slow, dude. Really milk us, man. Okay. Was this guy gotten cake? I don't remember. Oh, really? That's cool. Nice view. Let me play eventually. Bring yourself some bass nectar.
I'm from the old school. I'm from the old school. I'm from the old school. I'm from the old school. So move. 'Cause I'm down. High energetics 'cause I'm down. Old school. Magic. That's acid, blackness. 'Cause I'm down. So move back through that, smack it with a 1-2-step classic. Boom, bam, acid, blackness, ash on the track with a trick that's magic. Move back through that, smack it with a 1-2-step classic. Boom, bam, acid, blackness, ash on the track that's magic. 'Cause I'm down. Hot energetics 'cause I'm down. That's magic. 'Cause I'm down. Hot energetics 'cause I'm down. I'm from the old school, got the house smelling like soul food. Root working, hoodoo, the rhyme keep me busy. You can keep the grind, I'm the bean and the coffee. Designed from the shrine, no other, no copy. Always got a buzz, really hard to off me. Baby trolling deep, but the energy is sloppy. Lasers in my Jeep, crop circle, body. Zooming through the metro, booming through your body. So move back. With a 1-2-step classic. Ash on the track, that's magic. So move back. Ash on the track. What a trick. That's magic. Ash on the track. Designed from the shrine. I'm from the old school. I'm from the old school. Designed from the shrine. No other, no copy. Move. 'Cause I'm down. That's magic.
Uh-oh. What else is new today? Ah, fuck it. I wanted to do a ledge grab there because I need to do one of those. I do it here. Do I have to be falling? Overtime. There it is. Alright. Complete. Alright, now what? I'm playing FTP on accident, actually. I can't go into third person view, neither can anybody else. But I played FTP for a long time on other games, so it's like, it's not like I'm not used to FTP. I'm actually more used to FTP than third person. Because most games are actually first person. Not third. Oh, I don't have a skin for this gun yet. Wow. Time to go. I'm not used to riding the bike like this. Probably feeling a little drunk. Shoot. Well, shoot. Can't get ahead of it, Gilbert. Yeah, it does all that. It's one of the best vehicles. It's so quiet for how fast it goes. We're hauling donkeys. We're hauling donkeys. On them donkeys to your town. I don't want you to be let down. We hauling donkeys to you now. What I think it is? No. Yeah, where is everybody, man? I've been riding for a while. I'm space, I haven't picked anything up. What do you mean not enough fucking space, man? Dude, you used to be able to put this thing back up. It's like they did something, so you can't put it back in the bag. Cause I got a bag, right? What the fuck? Maybe I'll get rid of this crowbar. Oh, wait. Aha, weird. Why does the crowbar take up so much space? Well, there, now I can pick the crowbar and everything. Boss. Shit. Just gonna hide out in here for a second. I wanted to dab a second ago and I couldn't. It's a perfect opportunity. Ain't it? Been burrito, alright, man? Let me know. Pretty much chilling for a little while. We got this storm. In a minute we'll know where it's going, and it ain't gonna push me out already. I don't think it is. I'm pretty centralized right now. is tier 1, or this isn't Percy rosin. It's just regular live rosin, but it's still tier 1 of the regular live rosin. See, they got regular live rosin comes in the white boxes, and Percy rosin comes in the black boxes. Percy is like the personal stash rosin. So if it's Percy rosin, it's automatically better than live rosin, supposedly. Even if the live rosin's 1 and the Percy rosin's tier 2, the Percy rosin should actually be better. But this is still, what I'm showing now is live rosin tier 1 though, still, which is pretty good. It's very flavorful. For whatever reason, it didn't make it to tier 1. Like this one, for instance, is a tier 3 live resin batter. This one was a tier 2 live rosin sap. This is a water hash tier 2. Now, all I have left now are tier 1s. All I have left is tier 1s to smoke on, and some flour, like 2 ounces of flour. I still have that, dude. I got like multiple grams of it too, like maybe 10 grams minimum of wax and different like water hash and stuff left. I really got ready to move, dude. I was like, I went into debt stocking up, honestly. I haven't bought weed in a year. Isn't that crazy? I haven't bought weed in a fucking year, dude. That's the longest I think I've went without buying weed ever while I was actively a smoker. Imagine actively smoking weed every day and not buying it for a year though. Not meaning not spending my own money on it or anything like that, or growing it. I mean, I had so much that I didn't have to buy it. It was just there, ready to go. It's been interesting, actually. No, like, yeah, it's been weird. Maybe it's got me out of the habit of buying it. I don't feel this like, oh, it's that thing I do. I buy weed all the time. I lost viewers off of being in the shed, hanging out. They just wanted to see the action, I guess, and me riding the bike. My bad. How do I store it? In the freezer? The weed's in the refrigerator, and it's sealed. Everything's sealed. So it's not going to get any more or any less water in the container itself. Oh shit, there's my right. Fuck, man. I bet that dude's gonna get shot at now. They're gonna come after him because he made all that noise over there. Got 10 seconds before I gotta go. Come on, baby. Get me up. Get me perked up. That's it. Final countdown. Boom. Let's go. The final countdown. The final countdown. This is what's called rotating the circle. This is a very popular way to do things. I'm not a genius. This is what you do if you want to live and you're one of the last people left in your squad. You gotta rotate the fucking circle. You don't go straight in. You go straight in, that's how you die. There's somebody there. Oh my god, there was somebody back there. I got so many people shooting at me. I just gotta keep pushing, baby. Oh shit! Can't nobody hold me down. Alright, we gotta see that replay. Hold on. Let's see what just happened. Who killed me? What did it look like? I gotta get this music thing off this. I forgot it was up there. Oh my gosh, that's so unprofessional. Alright. Oh no, I fucking pressed the wrong button. Oh well, I can see it if I watch the rest of the game. It'll let me watch it. It's not many people left, so it'll be over soon. I really want to see it though, but it probably is nothing special. But you could watch the end of the game too. So we got here 481. Damn, he got medals. Quick, was it? Oh no, he's a diamond. This is a diamond level, dude, that killed me. He's got color in his thing. That's not, that's a gold. That's a gold. That's a bronze. And that's a diamond. You see the color, and it's a like octagon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a hexagonal shape instead of a circle, like the bronze. It's got a little color, faint color ring inside of it. And he's almost the next level. He's almost a 500. That's when you flip. Damn, he's using a times 3 on the AUG. That's a little sus at that distance. He just beamed him. It's a little sus, but I want to believe, man. God, there's so many ways to cheat out there. Chaos. Wait a second. I think I've actually. There's one squad out there that's known for having a bunch of cheaters on it. I can't remember if that's them or not. I mean, it's easy to fucking rank up when you're cheating. I'm not saying they are, but they could be. Controller cheating, and they think it's cool. Like, a lot of people think it's okay. I remember this one dude, he was a viewer. Oh, I forgot to watch the kill cam. Doesn't matter. He was a viewer, and when I was a game streamer, when I first started streaming, and he was also a streamer. He had just started, and I went over to his stream and checked it out, and noticed he was using a strike pack. But then I noticed that the eyes were blue on it. See, the thing is, when you strike pack, the eyes are blue. It's got a little light, and then the eyes right here. That means you're cheating. That means you're using cheat like codes pretty much to make it where you win more. And I confronted him on it, and he was like, "Yeah, but everybody's doing it. Even the big streamers are doing it, man." So it's like whatever. A lot of youngsters look at it like that. So I don't ever look past the fact that they could be cheating. It's cheap too. It's like $50 and you can be cheating. You too, for the low price of $25.99 per month, 2 easy payments, you can be cheating too. You can even pay in 5 monthly installments. What about 10? Oh, we gotta get more cheaters in the world. Like, why does a company like that even fucking exist, dude? You're an asshole. They shouldn't be allowed to. They shouldn't be allowed to. Like, the shooting game companies should have sued them for that shit because they're ruining the game. They're ruining all these games. That's fucked up, man. Why haven't they made some sort of law against them being able to make those for people? That's all it would take. Make it illegal to make devices to cheat on games with, especially online games that are competitive. Why isn't that a law? All these other stupid fucking laws they make. They don't let us get cheated at a crypto site through leverage trading. They say they're protecting us with that. Why can't they fucking protect us from the scammers that are what the fuck am I talking about? Bob Ross, stop being weird, man. The Tactical Gamer, make GT6 not woke. Is it woke? I don't know. I'm not gonna play it though. I don't know, man. I try not to get into games that are that involved, where you're gonna do all these side missions and shit. Too ADHD for that, and it'll keep, like, I could see myself getting like way too into it if that were the case. Losing sleep over it and shit. Hey, God, just fucking. Dude, mission. Because it's never ending with that. At least with this, like, I run out of incentive to play because all of a sudden, like, now I've run out of weeklies. I can't get any more dailies than what they give me, so I don't have as much want to play. But with a game like that, you constantly have incentive to stay on there because there's always something new you can do. It's an open world environment. It's supposed to have all the different. No, I'm not gonna play it. They're supposed to have all the different cities that were in the games before. Dude, no, I'm not trying to get like sucked into a game like that. Why would I do that? Oh man, I did FPP again. I'm backing out. Why would I do that to myself? This is different. I don't like. I can play the shit out of it for a day or two, but then I run out of objectives to complete, so it's not quite the same. It doesn't have the same draw because I'm not being paid by them. Not getting my digital goods, man. Are you gonna play it? Is that what you're gonna do, little fella? I'm still gonna be on PUBG, man. PUBG for life. Everyone's not gonna play it because there are people like me too. I'm not the only one like me. All the kids are gonna play it. I don't need to be around all the kids. I'd rather not have to be around all the kids. You must be a youngster. You're a youngster. That's what's going on. You're below 30, possibly. The youth are all going to be addicted to GTA 6. Birth rates are going to drop dramatically in America because all the dudes are going to be nerding out on that shit. Honey, I'm horny. Babe, sorry, I got another mission. I'm with the boys. We're already starting. We'll be over in a second. But I'm horny now. Yo. I could see it. I can see. I just don't know. It's a really. I can see that game making a lot of people super addicted, just because it's going to give people incentive to play it all the time. There's going to be constant incentive, and that was, dude. It was like that with the older ones, with Vice City and San Andreas. I played both of those, and like I beat Vice City back in the day, like 2003 or something. It was, I think 2003 or 4. I beat Vice City. Got the whole mansion. The dude came out, all that shit. Yes, sir. I got that at least. I did something with GTA. I don't remember beating San Andreas. I played it a little bit, but that's where I left off, though. I think I had San Andreas on my laptop or computer or something. I can't remember now. But Vice City was on the PS1 though, right? Pretty sure that was a PS1, dude. Yeah, it had to have been. Thinking on what because I was thinking, because I bought a PS2 when I got here. Unless it was a PS2, I left it there. That's why I needed another one. What's this guy doing? Do do do do do do do do do. Switch into this one. Use that new gun. Oh yeah, I need a longer range. Holy shit. What are you doing, man? Is that in your way or something? Is somebody out there? What's going on? Oh shit. That's crazy. I thought you were fucking with me. Hey, we could take our clothes off and play with him. Where does he think he's going, dude? Stop crawling around, bitch. You going with me. Got him. Oh, what the fuck? Sheesh! That almost killed me, bruh.
Did y'all kill him or y'all still got?
Oh, he's dead. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, really? Where is he? Alright, one right here. Going to this tree. Where'd the other one go, though? Another one like up here? There he is. Bitch, where'd he go? Is he dead? Did you get him?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, okay. That was bad. I gotta.
Yeah, anybody need a 4x scope? I got like 4 of them.
Fuck is this guy? Back there. I don't be back there, is he? Hold up.
Yeah.
Yo, get him! There's only one left. There's only one left. He's behind the tree. Good shit.
Gotta get out of here.
I don't know how the fuck.
My bullets ran out.
Oh, he didn't reload. Hey, GG, man. Fuck. Damn, man. Oh, well, we went straight towards those people, though. But we did. They all did that, driving right towards the people that were stationary. It's easier to shoot a moving target than it is to shoot off a moving target. Especially when they're coming straight at you like that. Oh my goodness, I got some stuff. I got some goodies. What is over here? A skirt. Just what I wanted. This thing knows what we want, you know. It's pretty awesome. How do they know? For these little things. Oh man, I can only get 20 more. I'm almost at my limit. I need one more. Give me the Santa gun! Man, damn. They give me the worst one that they could have given me. That hurts, man. They struck me deep. They're back. Oh shit, hold on. Oh, yeah, I'm going to back out. Back though. Too? I don't know if he's actually hungry too. I'm about to get his food in a second though. The pill was the most important thing to remember. Because oftentimes I'll put the food down there and he ain't even ready to eat it. So I got short range, I get long range too. It's my long range. Alright. Oh shit, wrong one. you leave anything? No. Left that. I needed that. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down now. Boom, boom, boom, boom, boom, boom, boom. Sweet! I need a bag, dude. I need a bag bed. There's one. Boom, boom, boom, boom, boom, boom, boom, boom, boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom, boom, boom, boom, boom, boom, boom, boom. What the fuck, bro? What is it? Murphy's Law, man. Scare. I got there. No. Do do do do do do do do do do do. I wish he was hungry right now, though. Actually. But he's gaining weight anyway. It's not like he's losing weight or anything. He's fucker's getting fat, right? Maybe he could do with a little less poundage. Alright, now I just need to find an og. There he is. My man. And that is how it's done. I said we get juice to the max. I got a long run ahead of me. That's not my teammate. Alright, they're doing their own thing. 'Cause I'm a maniac. Are you ready? This guy is a running boo. The guy I'm chasing down. I don't know how to say thank you. Thanks, dude. I don't know how to do the emotes. This guy ain't stopped for nothing, man. Kind of boring. Oh, he's gonna go right up to this thing. We're gonna die. We're gonna die because there are gonna be people stationed up in here, probably. Okay, he's a little too much now. I gotta mute this guy's mic. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Boom, boom, boom, boom, boom. Never gonna give you up. Up, up, up, up, up, up, up. Never gonna let you down. Now. Never gonna give you up. Up, up, up, up, up, up, up, up, up, up, up, up, up. Welcome to Outlaw Reform Ministry. Bum, bum, bum, bum, bum, bum, bum. Hey, you can use that outlocker here. Cherry and cinnamon, baby. That's what it's supposed to say. Tastes like. Tastes like an inside of a barrel to me. Comes in. Bum bum bum bum bum bum bum. Are you ready for this? I need to get this over here. I need that. What else do I need? Ooh! Ooh! Goodies! I need that. What else I need? That. Because this thing will ping people at a range. How are they? Is that them? You know what I mean? This guy. It's a bot, I can't hit it. I can't hit this thing. Oh my god, hold up. I'm gonna. Oh no. They found me finally. Oh shit. I think I gotta shooting them over there though. There should be one more up here though, I doubt too. Unless that dude ran down that fast. Oh shit, we gotta go. Zip, zip, ziddly doo doo doo doo doo doo doo. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah. This guy's hiding from everything. How did... Damn it. Dude, what is he doing? Come on. Alright, the guy didn't have an angle on me right there anymore. Okay. Okay, let him do his thing. I should have got him at the same time though with that shot. What the fuck? Why'd I drop instantly? Oh. I don't know. I don't know what just happened, dude. Game over for me, man. Oh, he just died too. Fuck, man. I didn't realize the storm was gonna be hitting that hard or something. And nobody said anything the whole game either, John. That complicates things. Hi, man, you're not hungry?
Anybody got a mic? Mic check. I'm a Rondo version. So. Where do you want to go? What? Kind of like the Kindy, but half the Kindy, half the desert back. I don't know, what do you guys think? Go to Hong Shan. Try that one. Dude, wake up. I don't know how it's supposed to. Oh, that's pretty far. Let's go to Yulin.
I halfway got his food ready. It's warming up. Like I took it out of the fridge and I weighed it, so it's all ready. I just gotta smush it up and put some water in it. He's knocked back out anyway up there. Look at him. Yo, there are people still here watching this nonsense? What's wrong with y'all? Making it there? How am I so far down?
Got people to our right trying to fly somewhere. Where are they going? Perfect. You guys see a vehicle down there? Or do they have vehicles?
Fuck.
Yeah, there's vehicles. I don't see one though.
Nope, man.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Gotcha. Yeah, my bad. I didn't, yeah.
That'd be alright.
Rondo Virgin over here. There's a vehicle right here. I think that's a white one. I don't know. The Tesla? You guys landed? What is it? Holy shit.
Oh. Chocolate rain, no, chocolate rain, baby. You like that chocolate rain, baby, baby. Yeah.
A stun gun? What?
Yeah, you can shoot at the wall and you get credit and you unlock some shit on one of the events.
Shoot at the wall.
Yeah, you don't have to shoot somebody, you just have to use it and you unlock, I think it's the donut mess with me spray or whatever. So
if I hit somebody with, hold on,
you don't have to hit somebody. No, you just shoot at the wall. Just shoot it at anything, and you'll unlock it. You'll get something on the events thing.
Did. I ain't shooting shit.
You're not shooting shit? Why not?
I mean, I'm sorry. I shot at the wall and I didn't get shit.
Oh, if you like hold options, you'll see you just completed one of the things, one of the objectives. You know what I'm talking about, where you hold option and it'll come up.
Yeah. Yep, survive. Use the stun gun 1 time. Yep, completed. Alright. Look it out, dude.
Yeah. For show. Hey, happy Friday, happy holidays, everybody. Hopefully.
Man, same to you, brother.
Thanks, man.
What's a Bluetooth translator? Let me read that.
Oh my god, my ear's fucking with me right now. But that dude fucking... I had a dude punch me in the ear, he broke my cartilage. It's a straight line break where he cracked it. My ear folded over, the top of it folded over, and it kept going. And so it snapped inside and stayed there inside the skin, snapped. It hurt really bad at first, like for a month. Sleeping and everything hurt. Now, just wearing these headphones makes it hurt after a while. Yo. Yeah, I think there might also be one where you gotta get kills with this DB, with this gun right here.
Yeah.
You already did that one?
No, I haven't got no kills yet with it.
Because I'm dropping it right now with a shit ton of ammo. 180, 195 rounds for it.
Oh, what?
It's the, it's a sub called the JS9.
Oh, what? No, I'm good, dude. I'll...
Alright, yeah, I'm dropping it though.
What kind of material? I mean, material. Is that an AR?
It's a submachine gun.
Oh, it's a machine gun.
Yeah. Yeah, but I dropped it because I want to use the AUG instead. Got the AUG. I got that.
I'll take it. Does it take 9mm or what kind of,
yeah,
ammo does it take?
Yeah, and I just like I said, I dropped 195 rounds right here.
Alright.
Right next to it. Well,
beautiful. Alright.
too far.
Alright, I'm heading over there. I left the vehicle right in the entrance. Or here, I'll mark the vehicle. I think I left it right. Yeah. There. The red mark. JS9. Try this bad boy. Should have got that too. Okay. I had a 2-time scope somewhere. I don't know where I left it at.
Oh, she's my hero.
That was nice.
Oh, shit.
That was me. I'm sorry, guys. Sorry. I had to test it out.
Yeah, it's got a nice sound to it. It's poppy.
Yeah. Recommendation for scope, 3 or 2 times?
Oh, for that, probably the 2 at the max, because
yeah,
barrel's pretty short.
A red dot, huh?
Yeah, probably. There's one right here.
Yeah, I think I'll take the red dot.
There's the ACOG. I don't really like it that much. It's got so much plastic in the way. But...
No, I'm not good with it. Take that dot. Dropping it 3 times right here. Where were you? Left it and extended mag for SMG.
An SMG. What did you put on there?
Okay.
Quick extend?
Yeah.
Shit, storm's coming.
Yep. I left the vehicle over here somewhere. Dumbass.
Was that one of us just shot?
I shot like a dumbass. I was trying to. Somebody want to mark it?
I don't know. Oh, Blue wants to go straight. Why do you want to go there, Blue?
This Tesla sucks. Can't hear you. Oh no. Stop moving. Stop. Someone's in here.
Did I have enough bullshit in my pockets or what? How did that even happen? I think I dropped a gun, so it left me with all the attachments that were on it or something. I do have an emergency pickup though. I got an emergency pickup in case we really have to get out of town.
The circle's pretty small.
I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. Clear. I wish somebody would fuck with me right now, boy. Shit. Bubba. Did you see my grip, Bubba? You see my blue grip? I got blue grips, baby. I got fucking blue grips.
Too quiet, man. I don't like this.
I got blue grips. I got blue grips. I got blue grips. You gotta breathe properly when you got the blue grips, my man. Or you get a little gassy. What was that? What was that? Was that on my end? What the hell was that? What y'all doing, man? Y'all breaking something? The heck was that noise? The blue grip really makes it pop though, compared to what I'm used to seeing. Cause I've seen like the regular, it's got the blue grip and the blue tip. That thing's turning into a regular like colorful masterpiece.
Transmitter thing over like in.
And Deathbox is turning into DJ, like the DJ thing now. I got that unlocked. I went all in, dude. Because I wanted the damn pumpkin, I wanted the blue and green pumpkin gun, dude, with a, I don't know, something about that when I wanted it. I like the color of it. I like the very, like how it fades the way it does and shit. So they got me on that one, dude. They got me good on that one, motherfuckers. Yeah. I'm fucking feeding somebody. I'm feeding one of these software engineers. He's eating good this month. Eating good in the neighborhood. So because I had all the extra bullshit guns, I was able to get enough to unlock some of the other stuff, you know, so I had to salvage them. I really just wanted this pink one and the blue and green, and I accidentally got that gray one that I don't even really, the barrel, which was super hard to get for a lot of people. They just gave that one away because they knew it sucked, probably. I can't imagine anybody using 4,500 of their points for that gray thing, but maybe 4,500 of the points from this event. I never even got 4,500 of them. What did I use vinyl on? I can't remember. Oh, the pink. I used vinyl on the pink hog, actually. Yeah. I wanted that thing. Wait, I think I did get 45 then. I must have gotten 45. I wanted the pink hog, man. I'm sorry. I'm just taking the tires out on that SUV. I don't see anybody up there. I know they're there.
Yeah, they went up in that house up there on the top. Yeah, but then there's more people over here. I got this crate right in front of me, dude.
I see a crate.
Shit, anybody got any smokes?
I don't see the crate.
I got 3.
I'll set up the crate. Feel still giddy about this.
I don't even see the crate, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, this one.
I'll take the helmet. I'll take the helmet from there. Oh, there's the girls in there. I just took the helmet.
What was that? Parachute.
Yeah, he's right here by the rock.
God damn it. Fucking idiot.
Sorry. Oh, did I kill him or what? Sorry about that. I take a kill or what?
Why is he still talking about it?
We got a team up on 85, blah, blah.
Copy.
Like it wasn't enough that I let them have the fucking crate. He did come and wipe my kill from me.
Where is he? Oh, I see him. Right there. Yellow mark.
dude.
You got him? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, shit. We're getting shot from where the hell is that coming from, dude? Oh my god.
130 behind you.
Fuck. Ah, fuck.
Oh shit.
God damn, this fucking kid is pissing me off, man.
Coming down the hill. Oh, 85, he's going in.
Fucking pussy. He's right in front of me. I'm looking right at him. He's at the corner of that house. Y'all are just fucking hiding like some pussies. Have a good night, man. Fucking idiots.
Did you get him?
Nah, he's hiding back here.
Fuck. We'll be back here. We'll be back here if you need us. Fuck. Dude, there's plenty to watch other than this, man. You're not looking hard enough. Like, I downed a dude back there already once, and we're not pushing the fucking house for all this fucking, we'll be back here. Just, they actually sucked, dude. They were annoying the shit out of me. Their suckiness annoyed me. What happened to you? Do you ever get annoyed by people sucking too much? I know the feeling. Simon didn't eat. I can give him 10 minutes to eat, maybe. Hello, Toby. Come on and get it. Come on and get it. Come. Oh, buddy. What do you think of that? What do you think of that? They did suck though, man. I proved it. Damn, he's not eating. Oh, Simon? I don't know. He's super sick. Super sick. He's super sick. Yow. He's a super sick cow. You know what I mean? But he's alright! He's alright with me! No. Dude, why is he eating? No. Simon. Oh, come here. Here. Gotta put you over your food to get you. What? What the fuck just happened? What the fuck just happened, man? Well, I don't know what just happened. I died in mid-air from something. From nothing. Alright, street whack. Oh, you want? Something. Ate a little bit. Ate a little bit. A little liquid in him as well. I care more than anything. He's getting some fluids in. A little bit. Oh, buddy. You gotta get fluids in all the time. Gotta get the... Hey! Hi, man. More? Get some more, but... Tiger. Yeah, I guess I'm putting the food up then. Hey, what's your day? Maybe I was a little harsh on that other team. Was that harsh, man? Let me think about it. Think about it. Yeah. Where that come from? Hmm. Heck yeah. What is this person doing, bro? Huh? What are you doing? I'll be here right now. Huh. That's what every guy wants. A rainbow call sign. That's not gay at all. Hmm. This one and this one are gonna be the first two I get. Maybe that one. Maybe that one. Man. Now I got choices. I'll figure it out. Just the three of us. Yeah. Why just gotta pick some place so far away, bro? You ain't even gonna make it. Did he just leave me up here? Where's he going? I don't know, dude. Jeez, he's a gold too. The fuck? Just now picking a gun. Zero. One of the honkers. What you doing? Why the fuck did he stop for that, to let that dude out and go the opposite direction? That was stupid. Why isn't he letting me out? That's a little annoying, isn't it? I'm held hostage. The other guy just went to do some other shit. Wait a second. Damn it, I wanted that. I'm not getting in that fucking thing with him. He's got the shitty one anyway. It'd be nice if he could have stopped his car correctly. Idiot. Are you fucking serious right now, dude? I can't stand playing with these people, dude. Honestly. Oh, and I can't change it to mine? I'll go find my own fucking car, dude. This guy's car is ugly. It's out of fucking gas? Go figure, dude. Oh my god. My fucking luck right now. That dude knew it was out of gas. I couldn't. I don't know if I could know. I don't know if I'm able to see that. Am I able to see that? I didn't see it. Well, I'm out. There's one. I think it'll go forever, wouldn't it? Mine definitely looks way better than that. Look at this guy. Nah. Nah. He getting shot at? Oh fuck, he's getting shot at. Oh no, he's going into this blue. I guess he's good. Never gonna get you up. I can't. Look at the 4G up. It owns me. Where'd they go? Fuck, I need to go.
Come get me, bro. I knocked someone.
I don't see it.
He's gonna res his boy. Come on, come on.
He's gonna res his boy. Come on, come on, okay, bitch. The dude's already gone. The dude's already left. Like, that's how much you give a shit about anybody else that's there. That's here. Fuck you. I can't get a brown rice, man. I can't ever get enough of it. What's wrong with me? You know, this used to be poor people's food, the brown rice. I don't know why. Maybe because it's a pain in the ass to cook. Man. Got my face in a bag right now. Got my face. They're leaving him. Oh, now he's so fucked up. Now he's fucked up. Die now. Oh shit, what the bark? Oh. There are two crates right next to each other. What's really going on here? Why is he looking out of bounds? Fuck. Is it? Nah. Right when he picked the thing up, he starts getting shot. Oh shit! Got him. Oh, it's only the two of them now. There's one guy, I mean, only It's a good ending. So, what we got here? He can't get his people up. He can't, I mean, he might be able to get this guy up. He's risking everything doing this, so it's him be that guy. If he gets one lobbed grenade over there, he's fucked. They're both dead. Alright, now it's 2v1. Oh shit, I gotta cut YouTube off now, huh? How long's it been? Oh, 9:53. Like I said, it's been that long. The cocktail? I'm not having a cocktail, man. I'm having whiskey. Old Scout. Old Scout. It's a smooth Ambler Old Scout. No cocks. No tails. 22 hours ago for that person. Hold up. Nothing special. Nothing special. Open this up. Oh, what's that though? That? A golden face mask? Whoa. I'm gonna get that. How much is it? 600? I got 600 already for crafting that. I'm looking weird today. I got the gold outfit on. It goes with the gold outfit. Rum? Straight rum? Fine. Is it non-adulterated? Is it the good stuff? This is a barrel pick by bitters and bottles. Named it Cherry Cinnamon. They picked this one specifically, like they liked the way this barrel tasted and they bought the whole barrel. But yeah, it's 58.5%. It's way stronger than the normal Old Scout offering, which is in the 40s. I think 40, 45, somewhere around there. Aged 5 years. It's MGP, so they get their juice from Indiana. They aged it in West Virginia. So if you're West Virginian, this is your brand, man. Rum and Dr. Pepper. You don't like the good rum then. Like if you're getting the good rum, you'll be drinking it straight. You'd be appreciating the flavor of the actual rum more. So, heck, I even drink neat or with water the ones that aren't that expensive, like $20-something ones. Taste the actual spirit. Otherwise, I'm not doing it justice. Covering up with something else. It's a lot goes into this. It's pretty. And this one is only 45 a fifth for this. But I mean, if you're buying stuff that's like $10 a fifth, I can understand putting in with some soda. $10 a fifth, $15 a fifth, even probably. That's gonna need something with it. But if you get a decent tasting whiskey for $25, $35, it's neat and that you can drink neat. It's a lot of them are fairly common. But that's American. That's like buying American though. Yeah, I gotta buy American to do that. Like you're not buying American if you buy rum, are you? Don't get me wrong, I'll buy scotch every now and then too, and Japanese whiskey and Canadian whiskey. I mostly buy American bourbon. How are they going so much faster than me? America. Wait, you drink Bacardi? Oh, that's, you're drinking Bacardi, that's why. That's why you're drinking it mixed. Yeah, Bacardi is probably not the best rum. I don't know much about rum, but I've seen a couple of the good brands. I'd recognize the name if I heard it. Like Appleton might be one. There's like a four something. It's not Four Roses. That's whiskey. It's like, I forget what it is now. I've thought about getting into rum, but I don't want to get into too many different types of alcohol. Then I'll really get bad off in the sauce. Stick with whiskey for now. You don't have a choice for what? Alcohol? Whiskey's on rocks? Yeah, that's what I usually drink it on, but I should have actually. I got one ice cube left. I should go get my last cube, bro, because I'm gleaming the cube. Remember that movie? Christian Slater? He was a skateboarder. Gleaming the cube. Alright, I'm gonna go get my cube, bro. Boom. Get all icy. We gotta top it off though. Top it off, huh? Whoa, don't you need it falling over now? The water in there a tad bit, because this is actually, let's get at least one part water here. Put it down to 45. That's actually, no, now we're 60, yeah, about 45. That's about 45, so we put a little more. Boom. 30 something. 30 something percent. Lower than that, it's probably 20 something. Boom, boom, boom, boom, boom, boom. Yo, when's Outlaw having church, dude? We've been waiting for it patiently. A mesh grate style trash can. What's that? Oh, I didn't see it. Was it a bird cage? Because I need to destroy one. What am I doing? My goodness, I'm just getting kitted up right now. Okay, I got all I can carry, rare. Oh, with the cheek pad, this is gonna be epic. Can I carry another one of these? Oh. Nowhere. I'll get out of here. Let's go. My room? Where? You can see a trash can? I don't think so. I don't know how you can see a trash can back here. There's not one. Mesh grate style trash can. Down here, I have this trash can. It's metal. It's shiny. Heck yeah. I got it from Ross. I think it's at the price on the bottom of it. It was normally $14. Compare at $14. I got it for $8, and it's made in India. Made in India, man. Oh my god. I'm about to fucking jump out of this guy's fucking car, dude. Fucking car barely gets hit and he starts doing fucking crazy Ivans. Yeah, let me have that. No, I'll take this then. Fuck, he ran over orange. Fuck. Fuck, man. God damn it. I'm not saving him. I'm going to green. Sorry, dude. Stay next to me or fucking die. Oh fuck, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna drop, man. Fuck. Oh no, I got just enough, never mind. Dude, my audio just went out for the game. What the hell? I can't hear the game at all. What the fuck is happening? I'm having difficulties here. What the fuck? I don't know what's going on. My game is fucking up. There, it's working out. That was close. If I wouldn't have had this jammer pack on, that would have been it. I thought I was dead, but I didn't realize I had the pack on. Hey, listen, how you doing tonight? Listen in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Listen on D-Live, hold it down. Oh shit. Why are none of my bullets hitting anything? Yep, set the other tree now. Fuck. What the fuck is the guy in the car doing? I just ride around your rock. I'm just gonna drive around your rock there, buddy. I'm really distracting him. Now that guy's dying. OMG. OMG. You guys in that little fucking... I'm fucking dead. Going. Fuck. Fuck are they? Where's the other people? They're throwing shit at them. Come on, motherfucker. I heard that dude the last second. GG, man. I heard this dude coming up on me at the very last second. It was... Oh well. Get my position away, trying to shoot that guy at the distance. That dude just casually rolled up on me and got me. Hey. So I'm waiting for... What? What are you talking about? Not enough people here for clicks. What does that mean? I don't know what you're talking about. Dude, if you're saying that like I go off on you so that people will come watch my VOD, I never think about that when I go off on people, ever. That's never a thought process of mine, like, oh, I'm gonna make this content by going off on somebody. That's not what I do. It's not that, like, my life doesn't revolve around streaming. Streaming revolves around my life. Like, I don't change by the way I act or what I say or any of that because I'm live. Oh, I would have done that in person too. It does sound like he's horny though. He came here wanting to get fucked. He came here expecting to get some penis. I must be the ROM. I'm not that easy. It also work for you on YouTube, Bill? I see to top it off, man. I'm losing the flavor. Water down, man. Oh yeah. Boom, boom, boom, boom, boom, boom, boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom, boom, boom, boom, boom, boom. What? Beat you up? I haven't said anything about that shit tonight. Oh, I've asked when he's gonna go live because everybody's waiting, man. Everybody's waiting. Dude, Simon, I hope you're alright, buddy. Knocked out right now. I wonder if his eyes is open a little bit though. Not creepy. Tell me why. Tell me why. Look at this bad boy. Boom. Look at that with the ooh wee. Look at that. Oh. Get over here. Oh, the airboat? That is an air. Hey, Rowdy, what's up, man? Yeah, this thing costs 200,000 like coins. Damn, why aren't we getting this guy? B coin, BP, I mean, 200,000 BP. I think it's pricey. I don't know what it is, but. Ah, motherfucker. Gotta be a bot or wouldn't just be spawning right in this tree like this, right? How's he leaving without us? Whatever. Hope he survives. Like he did. Guys here without killing us. Good man. Simon's sleeping.
This is the United States of America, damn it.
Hey dude, thanks for the sub, man. Virojet. You're awesome. Where's that? Is that you? I don't know where that's happening at. Oh wait. Thank you YouTube. Yeah, YouTube. Appreciate you, man. YouTube in the house. Who's there now?
This is the United States of America, damn it.
That does that. Want that. Yeah. Oh, I got it 4 times already. Oh shit, there's somebody else. I guess he got a headshot and I didn't, man. Shit, man, we're... Here he comes. Fuck. Oh no. GG, man. My bad.
Wow.
What, now he says something? Fucking asshole. Man. The whole game he could have said something. Now you say something. Wow. What the fuck? Little brat. You little shit. Huh? There's so many little shits. They make the big shit. And the big shit makes the shit transformers. You get all the big shits together and you put them together. And it's like a beep beep beep beep beep beep. More than meets the eye. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about anymore. Are you Mexican? Are you a Mexican? Are you a real Mexican, dude? Hey. Talk to me like Antonio Banderas talks to women. Huh? Are you wearing his cologne right now? Do you smell like Antonio Banderas? Oh yeah, talk to me, Papi.
Antonio Bandera.
Antonio, you're my Antonio Banderas. You are him. You are mine. Mi amor.
¿Es tu amor, Antonio Bandera?
You're Antonio Banderas.
Eddington es Antonio Bandera.
He's inside of you. He will be inside of you. Somebody named Antonio will be. You're gonna get raped in prison. You're gonna get penis in prison. I'm sorry. One day. For what you're doing. For what you're doing in life, you're gonna get penis in prison. Good luck with that. Yeah. I just get pissed off. They mash me up with Mexican and shit, dude. Like, can you mash me up with Americans at least? Game? Is there not enough of this? Are there not enough of this plane or what? These people clearly, some of them don't even know English. Like they don't know it at all. They're in another country and they don't have the ESL going on. English is a second language. Yeah! My fucking mic's not working on this one. I gotta back out. Man. There's so many different button combinations on this shit. This is a super computer controller at this point. Rowdy, what's new today, man? What's happened today? Thailand. Friday, or is Saturday there now? Party time. Dude, you could totally be a sex worker. Why isn't my mic working? Fuck, dude, it's the second game in a row. My mic's not working. I gotta restart the game or something. Getting rowdy. You get titties to be a sex worker though out there, man. Get the realistic titties. You'd be a little thick though, but I'm sure you'd have your clientele. Oh, what? She got a daughter out there? Wow. Or you got a daughter? Who's got a daughter? Got a daughter. It's working now. Yo, it's working now. Oh, I see. Neat. Cool. Wait, you're giving her the car you just bought? Pay them to root you? Have you already looked into it? Have you already looked into it, Rowdy? You're like, hun. What, like, were you gonna get a little gay with it or what? Or were you gonna try to be a sex worker for the ladies? You could be like a Chippendale, you try. Hey, I mean, this is funny if I was trying to, man. I want to see you out there strutting your stuff, man. Trying to get them tourists hooked. You could put some tassels on your nipples. Man, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? Hey, do they have that though? Are there male prostitutes out there too? At the, like, in the clubs? Trying to convince the ladies to pay them for penis? Is that a thing out there? I don't even know about that. I'm being really serious now. Is that actually a thing? They got women out there that are transitioning to males so that they can try to be male sex workers. That's where all the money's at now. Rowdy, you might want to think about this. Could be a lucrative investment opportunity in yourself. And when you invest in yourself, that's when your dividends truly pay off. Your dividends are the highest or whatever. Well, if anything, I've planted a seed. Man. I just stick to my back. Sticky. What the fuck? Get out the damn door. You stupid motherfucker. Ooh, yeah, I need that scope. Gonna be needing this bag and that scope. Yes, sir. Oh, that's even better. Flash hider. I dig it. But dude, these windows are the hardest to jump out of. Oops. So strange, this thing's a beast. If you ever have anybody that's really close, that thing will be like bada bing bada boom, baby. And they won't even care. They won't even care what it's doing with people's lives, their hopes, their dreams. Are we going this way? Their desires squashed with the little shouty. I mean, be looking at. Want it, hey, Al. Welcome to the jungle. Ah. Oh, that's a lot stronger than I was expecting it to be. I thought that had a lot of water in it. I forgot that that was a fresh shot. Alright. We doing this thing, I guess. That was tasty though.
Lay down, badass.
What happened?
Oh, I'm talking about dog.
Oh.
Valley, go lay down. Go.
Cherry and cinnamon in my drink tonight. I drink too much, I may wanna find somebody. Not really. It's not weak. It is not. It's not a weak drink. One I'm fucking with right now, baby. Ancient mama said I can't do no more of that one. And she left me.
Car right there, they stopped though. They don't know you there, Captain.
A kill cam? Or it's a kill? Yeah. I kind of like this one, dude. I got this one pretty recently. When I was trying to get a progressive, it was one of the ones that I was like, okay, that's a consolation prize right there. Same with this one. It was kind of a consolation prize. I was like, okay, that's not bad. Admittedly, this one's better though, the purple. It's a kill stat. Keeps track of the kills. Okay, a little choke. I need to remember that I got that though. Answered? Why not? There's a lot of stuff going on in this. I need to remember this shit. And actually, no, this is more important right now. I'm probably gonna get sniped right now. Really? Alright. That's more important to have right now. Quick smokes like that, way more. I use those way more as a shotgun. Damn. He's still got a beam on me, man. That's crazy.
Mark him.
I don't know where he's at. I don't know where he's at, man. I don't know if I'm even shooting at him or not, that's why I'm not saying anything. Looked like there was somebody there, but I'm not sure.
You don't got no heals?
Captain, you got any heals, man? He's barely gonna make it. Oh, you little piggy. How the hair your skinny chin chin? Ain't that shit. Captain Big Mac. You about to do the only eats Big Macs? No, yeah, it's a Big Mac. That's it. 3-patty one. He only eats. He like puts them in his freezer. Are you home? He's the real Captain Big Mac.
That's right here.
What's here?
Somebody bringing their team back.
I don't see it. I don't think this is a respawn. Oh, wait, no, it is. Oh, okay, yeah, they did it in the blue. I didn't see it. Found it.
Should've waited.
Oh, right here, top of the hill. I lit him up, but fuck. Did you get him?
Nope. He's over there.
Oh shit, there's somebody behind us. I was right there.
Where you at?
In the orange smoke. Right. Wait, somebody just threw a fucking...
It's a whole squad.
Shit, I didn't realize the thing was here. Fucking storm's here. I blew the tire out, so they're having trouble. They're going very far right there. Wait, they went the other way at least. Oh no, the green's down, dude. Oh no, you got all the way out there. Damn it, man.
Shoot the car up. Shoot it up. Shoot it up. They gonna die. Blow it up, bro.
I was trying to get green. He wouldn't stop fucking moving though.
Don't get me in. Nah, it's fourth quarter. Go ahead. Just killed him. Just fucking killed him.
Are they coming back over? They're not.
We don't got a car. We're gonna die. Yep, it's over.
Did you, man? Maybe next time try not dying, you idiot. You know what I mean? People that backseat fucking drive after they die are annoying as shit, dude. Like, you're dead, dude. You want me to avenge you all of a sudden? Because you're dead. All that matters is avenging you. Gotta kill the people that killed you. A lot of people are like that on here, man. I get like that sometimes too. Stupid. So stupid, ain't it? Give me my free shit, okay? Don't get much free shit on here. I don't know, man. I don't know what I'm playing. I've been on here for a long ass time, dude. I've been on here for hours, man. It's already 9 o'clock here. Maybe a couple more hours. I'm not really a conversationalist at this point, though. I've been doing this for so long now. I'm more of a conversationalist in the morning. Right. Oh, I never did the collector. What was that one? Loot 70 items. Man, I'm replacing that one. Give me a different one. That was stupid. I can't do it. Get one enemy within 10 meters of you. Yeah, I can do that. Because apparently the other one is stupid hard. Out there all day, I can't do it. How much more time I got? $3 hours. Oh yeah. 10 meters of me? Yo, I can do that. The other dude collecting 70 items? What was that? You gotta have like a level 3 bag and then drop a bunch of shit and then pick up a bunch of more shit or something. I don't even know how to pick up that much stuff. Oh! I got enough of these now. Hold up. I got a bunch of. Oh, and I need one more of them too. It looks like, and I can only get one more of them. I literally can only get one more of them for like, I don't know when I can get more. 050 purchase limit reached for what, the week or the day? But I'm not knowing. Okay, here we go. Do I have? I got 10. All right. Oh, dude, I got a gold. I'm just gonna chill with this. It's gonna be something. It's probably gonna be a schematic. You know what I mean? But it could be the progressive gun, which I don't have a good skin for that gun even. So I'd gladly pop the progressive Christmas skin on that bad boy. You already know. Oh my gosh. Is it gonna be that? I need to load my bowl. I gotta cash this one out first, and then I can load my bowl. Gotta go full screen for a little while. Hold up, I need to fix some things here. I believe I got. Alright, I'll just get it from over here then. I thought I had it over there, but I'll get it from over here and put it over there. Oh. Damn, for real? Where is it? Holy shit, it's so... Oh, way further up than that. Way further down. Oh man, I thought I did it. I didn't do it. Did I do it? I didn't do it. Boom, boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom, boom. Pretty sure it's not actually a song. But if you want it to be, it'll cost you $10. It might be a gold turd, that is true. You never know. That's the beauty in it. Some people like turds. Some people would pay more for the turd. We're only there for the turd. Without the turd, they don't want to be here on the earth anymore. All they got in the world is turds. Turd collectors. That's what they consider themselves. They don't realize it's an addiction. They'll say I could stop. I could stop if I wanted to. You know? I could stop for the turds. They can't. They can't. Because it's an addiction. Man, this thing is dirty. How is this fucking so dirty, dude? I don't get it. I had it up to a pretty high temperature. It should have baked all this off. All right. Will it be a turd? It could be a turd. Shit, this is still cold. Another one down, and another one. Another one buys the dust. Bonk. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Buys the bonk.
If you feeling fresh. How you feel? If you feeling fresh. How you feel?
Rowdy has left the building. Rowdy has left the building. What do we have here? God damn it! Fuck you, game! You gotta touch it. Sometimes you just gotta touch it. Hi boys. What's your name? I'm John. How you doing? Happy holidays. Happy Jew Day. Day. Was that last night or tonight? Yeah, Maka, yeah, Mr. Kashalomi. That's for you, buddy. Love you. Anybody else here religious like Stevie and get some sukkah? I can tell Kel's dag atheist. Who else? Is anybody else here? Fucking bums. Or give me a nickel. Put it in my bucket. Hey, get the fuck over here. Put a nickel in my bucket, dude. I know you got a nickel. Whatever. Fucker had the nickel. I hear the change in his pocket. Oh my god. Yo, get some. It's you and me, baby. Let's stick it in you when I get down there. Got some lube. Okay, I got some McDonald's fries. I'll just rub it on my dick. Yeah. This is raw. That's just how we used to do it in the pen. The chicken grease. Ah. This is fucked up, dude. Oh no. That's kinda...
Merry Christmas.
Hey man, how old are you? Your mom know you're on there? That's your bedtime, kid. Your mom make you some hot pockets. Don't burn yourself. It's just like lava. Hot pockets. More like pockets. Fucking you bite into that thing, hungry as fuck. Yeah, there it's still frozen. Oh then. Yeah, you burn the roof of your mouth with the hot pocket. Tell me you don't scream a little bit on the inside. That's what counts. That's what they say. What's on the inside. Dead house tonight in the chat. Y'all ain't chatting at all to me. Talk to me, Goose. There's a jammer pack up here if you want to stick your dick in it. I already did. Sloppy seconds. That's what you get. Where the fuck is everything? Y'all hiding all this shit or what? I can only do so much with the bag. I throw my bag at them. Okay. Okay. Yo-ho, watch out for that door, bro. Okay. Keypad action. I never heard anybody did it. Flashlight or red dot. Definitely need something on this thing. About. That's what I'm talking about. Yo, yo, yo. Oh yeah, you probably muted me by now, didn't you? We got contact, boys. Oh shit. Keep the whiskey away. Oh, am I looking the wrong way? Fuck, man. Is he in our compound? We can't be having that shit. This is our house. I grew up here. I went to this church when I was a baby. I was baptized here and shit. I was born right around the corner of this hospital right over here. So, it better not be up in our town. My town. Fucking shit. Where you going, Green? I'm on your butt like nuts. I think he liked that, guys. Oh, oh, oh, that's not me. Should I stay there? Who's shooting? Are you pissed that I left? I'm not buying it. Oh, wait. Wait, homie's actually shooting at somebody. Stevie, what are you doing, man? Are you like, are you bloodthirsty? Are you going off looking for people to kill? That was a civilian, Stevie. Dude, you gotta stop doing that, man. We're here for a certain job. Like, we have orders, Stevie. And shoot the civilians, man. Okay, dude. I get it. I get it. This is the last one. You gotta promise. Are we leaving now? Oh, Stevie's thirsty as shit, dude. So you gotta promise, Stevie. We gotta take a vote. Does everybody want to leave? I guess so. I guess even Green's coming, and he's been in there just picking shit up the whole time. Why do y'all have masks on? Y'all must be together. Oh hell no. Y'all got the vaccine today, or what? Gotta get it every week. Did you get your vaccine today? Have you tried the new emotes, Sister T? Have you? I don't even know what the bot's talking about now. Shit, I gotta give Simon his heart medicine. Damn it. Dude. Alright. Just go. wonder why this guy ran. Do you want to run? Do you want to run? Sure, running. Are we running this way for? I'm confused. I'm not sure what we're doing. Oh my god, it's not getting in. Cause I had that shit up. I had the menu up. I do that sometimes. Fuck. I guess he hit that corner too hard. Man, there's nothing here. need ammo for my secondary, man.